Good morning, everyone. How are you? Hello. Am I on? Good morning, everyone.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning, Mayor Lee, sir, and everybody.
And everyone else, too.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning.
It's 9 o'clock. Would you like to get started?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. This is an agenda review meeting of the El Paso City Council for Monday, May 10th, 2021. It is 9 o'clock a.m. Due to the pandemic, the Texas governor has temporarily suspended specified provisions of the Texas Open Meetings Act to allow video conference or telephonic meetings in order to avoid congregate settings. On the agenda this morning is the agenda review for the May 11th, 2021 regular City Council and Mass Transit Department board meetings. And at the conclusion of this meeting, we will be convening a council work session. Mayor Lee, sir, is present and presiding, and we begin this meeting with roll call. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein?
Present.
Representative Anello?
Present.
Hernandez? Molinar?
Present.
Salcido?
Present.
Rivera?
Here.
Lizarraga?
Present.
Thank you. And Representative Rodriguez has requested to be excused this morning. Mayor, we do have a quorum.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. And as I'd like to start the meeting today with hoping that everyone had a beautiful and wonderful Mother's Day. And today is Mother's Day in Mexico, and happy Mother's Day to everyone in Mexico. And, I'm very optimistic as we continue to see the numbers from the COVID-19 continue to go down. Today, the positive numbers were in the 30s, which is one of the lowest numbers we've seen since June of when the pandemic really actually started in 2020. So we actually, the city team, and when I talk about the city, I think it's important that we realize when I talk about the city, we talk about as a whole, which is the county, UMC, our city manager and his team, and also the private providers that have continued to provide vaccine, which is the local drugstores and now your local doctors. So we're actually I'm very hopeful, and I know Mr. Gonzalez when we do the work session and his team will talk about the job that the city's doing. But I'm very thankful that we're at full vaccination this morning. The number that we got was 48% at full vaccination, which is way ahead of the state and one of the ones in the country, best in the country. And also, 66% first vaccine, which President Biden did say that he wanted to see the country by July 4th at 70%. So we can see what a great job the city of El Paso as a whole, and I'm very thankful to city manager and his staff and the county and their staff, and also the private providers that have done a good job, and the city of El Paso that's really stepped up and done the correct job by making sure that we wear our masks, we social distance and sanitize our hands while we're working through. I always said that we're at the corner, but we haven't turned it yet, and I think this is more of that evident that we have been doing a great job as a community, and we'll continue to do that. So I'm very thankful, and today I do want to have a moment of silence for everyone in El Paso and the state of Texas and the U.S. and in the world that has lost their life to COVID-19. And we talk about that we will not stop and we will not rest till we don't lose another life. And I think it's very evident by the great work this community has done. So with that, I'd like to have a moment of silence. Thank you, Ms. Pine.
Yes, Mayor, we can begin with the regular City Council agenda with item number 3.
Let me
Rafael Economic Development.
Item number 3, Mrs.
Yes.
Or your team.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Rafael Economic Development. Items number 3 and number 4 are related, and they're both simple requests to extend the life of the current economic development redevelopment policies. Number 3 relates to infill. Number 4 is for the TOD. And so these are just simple requests to, again, extend the life of the current policies with no other changes, while we do await the results of the CID-led planning studies, which will inform more comprehensive amendments. This will be later in the year. But again, the intent with these items right now is just to keep the policies alive so that we can continue processing all applications in the queue. And that's for items number 3 and 4. And happy Mother's Day to all. I'm sorry about that.
Thank you. Item number 5.
Item 5 is solid waste liens, standing item, Ellen Smythe, Environmental Services.
Thank you, Ms. Smythe. Item number 6.
Item number 6 is a resolution to approve amendments to the fiscal year 2022 Museums and Cultural Affairs Department cultural funding guidelines. We are ultimately looking at extending one of our programs to a 2-year term rather than a 1-year term. That is something that we put in place temporarily during the pandemic, but has worked out very well. We're also looking to consolidate 2 programs into one, which is really a reflection of the funding that we have available. Again, as a reminder to the council, this is a program that is primarily funded through hotel occupancy tax, which council has been updated on routinely related to the pandemic.
Thank you, Mr. Fife. Item number 7, sir.
Item number 7 is authorization for the city manager to execute an amendment to the Plaza Theater closeout agreement. Ultimately, what this will allow will be the transfer of 15 framed posters and ephemera related to the films made from the works of Tom Lee from the custody of the Plaza Theater by the donor, who will be donating them to the Tom Lee Institute.
Thank you. Item number 8.
Good morning. This is Cheryl Mack with the Tax Office. Item number 8 is a resolution to approve a waiver of penalty and interest. The taxpayer has met all the requirements pursuant to Section 33.011 of the Texas Property Tax Code, wherein there were mistakes made by the Tax Office.
Thank you. Item number 9.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Angela Mora, Department of Public Health. This is the Fifth Amendment to a contract with the Department of Public Health to add $34,750 to our laboratory contract for milk analysis.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mora. Item number 10. And number 11 are council items. Item number 12 and 13 are board appointments. Item number 14, please.
Cheryl Mack again with the Tax Office. Item number 14 is overpayment refunds that exceed $2,500, and 15 is overpayment refunds that exceed the 3-year limit.
Thank you very much. Item number 15.
That's also a tax refund, Mayor.
Okay. 16.
That's a campaign contribution notation.
Thank you. Item 17.
Good morning, Crystal Boss with Purchasing and Strategic Sourcing. Item number 17 is linked to strategic goal number 7, enhance and sustain El Paso's infrastructure network. The linkage to the strategic plan is subsection 7.2, improve competitiveness through infrastructure improvements impacting the quality of life. This is a low bid unit price procurement for Rio del Norte improvements. There were 103 views online, 5 bids were received, 3 being local suppliers. We received a protest and it was denied. The Purchasing and Strategic Sourcing and Capital Improvements Department recommend award as indicated to Tao Industries Inc., DBA Hawk Construction, the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, and that Vertex Construction and Engineering LLC being deemed non-responsible due to not providing proper documentation that represents a satisfactory performance record.
Thank you very much. Now we go to the regular agenda. Item 18.
That's my item, Mayor, for tomorrow.
Sure. Yes, ma'am.
The 19 as well. Thank you.
And item 18, 19, Representative Lasarga, your items. Item 20 is Representative Salcido, and item 21, Sam Rodriguez.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Sam Rodriguez, Director of the Airport. We'll be providing the Mayor and Council an update on the airport projects and initiatives related to economic development, as well as update on the CIP and air service development.
Thank you, sir. Item 22.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Ann Gallante, Planning and Inspections. Item 22 is for an ordinance approving rezoning with conditions imposed for the property located south of Americas and west of Socorro. This would accommodate a proposed housing development. CPC's approval recommendation was unanimous, and the neighborhood associations did indicate their support. This item is coming back to you. Council had voted in January to table a previous request to a more intense residential zoning district, R5. The current request is for R3. It had moved forward under the old request as an appeal with neighborhood opposition. The neighborhood and CPC are in support of the current request to R3 with conditions.
Thank you. Item 23.
Mayor, I had a question for that.
We have Representative Rivera.
Ms. Sant, is that going to be just southwest of the that academy? The sporting goods store? Is that the line you're talking?
I'm unfamiliar with the location of the sporting goods store, unfortunately.
it's right there at Socorro and Joe Battle, but it's on the north side. Is that part of the near the industrial area? Let me ask you that then. If it's near the industrial area, just west of the Joe Battle.
So I have this zoning map pulled up because I'm trying to get a relative sense of the distance between Wynn and Joe Battle. It does look like it's going to be a ways east of there, if I'm looking at this correctly.
Okay, so then this is west, so it's on the east side then.
It's going to be, I'm sorry, it's going to be a bit east of Joe Battle on Socorro.
Okay.
If I'm looking at what I'm looking at properly.
Yeah, yes, I think that's correct. Thank you.
Rep. Rivera, if I might, this is Kevin Smith with Planning Inspections. Yes, this is further east on Socorro, approaching the city limits.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor.
We go now to item 23.
Good morning, Nelson Ortiz with Planning and Inspections. Item 23 is a vacation of an alley within the block located north of Montana and east of Campbell. This is to allow the Housing Authority to construct a multifamily development. The City Plan Commission did recommend unanimous approval and there was no opposition to the request.
Thank you. Item 24.
Good morning, Paula Salas from Purchasing and Strategic Sourcing. The strategic goal for this item is number 2, set the standard for a safe and secure city. The linkage to the strategic plan is subsection 2.1, maintaining standing as one of the nation's top safest cities. This contract allows the police department to lease vehicles for auto theft, narcotics, and internal affairs units. This is the best value procurement for lease of unmarked police vehicles. The item had 34 viewers online. 1 bid was received, none being local. An inadequate competition survey was conducted. There was no protest received, and we are recommending to award Acme Auto Leasing, LLC, the bidder offering the best value bid.
Thank you. Item 25.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Rocio Alvarado with El Paso Water. This is an ordinance authorizing the city manager to sign a contract of sale, special warranty deed, and any other documents necessary to convey 0.6334 acres of land, more or less, to Yermolan Enterprises.
Thank you. Item 26.
Good morning again, Ann Gallante, Planning and Inspections once more. Item 26 that will grant an infill special permit for the property located at 9124 San Fernando Court. This will allow for a proposed duplex. City Plan Commission's approval was unanimous with no opposition.
Thank you. Item 28.
We had 27 also.
Pardon me?
27.
You skipped 27.
Okay, 27.
And Gallante, once again, this is an ordinance that would grant a request for a rezoning for the property located at 6700 Mesa. This will allow for the existing shopping center to have the same zoning as surrounding properties on Mesa. CPC's approval was unanimous with no opposition.
Thank you. Item 28 now.
Item 28 and 29, Environmental Services, Ellen Smythe, are ordinances granting non-exclusive franchise agreements to 2 companies, Elmshire LLC and A1 Outdoor Marketing, for the placement of up to 150 waste containers with the advertising, and then they pay a fee to the city for the privilege of that placement.
Thank you, Ms. Smythe. Item 30.
Nelson Ortiz, Planning and Inspections. Item 30 is an ordinance vacating a 20-foot utility easement. This is to allow the expansion of a school site. The City Plan Commission did recommend unanimous approval and no opposition.
Thank you. Item 31.
Sam Rodriguez, City Engineer. Item 31 is the second hearing of the conservation easement for Lost Dog property, and item 32 is the conservation easement for Nat property.
Thank you. Did you take 32 on there?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Item 33.
Good morning, Hannah Williams, Streets and Maintenance. Item 33 is an ordinance amending Title 12 88-180, no stopping or standing tow-away zone, to add a parking restriction on Rio del Norte Drive to facilitate the flow of truck traffic into the port of entry and regular traffic into 375.
Thank you. Item 34.
Hannah Williams again with Streets and Maintenance. Item 34 is an ordinance amending Title 12 88-150, speed limits to establish a maximum speed limit of 55 miles per hour on San Robert Senior Avenue.
Thank you. Item 35.
And Hannah Williams again. Item 35 is an ordinance amending Title 12 88-150 speed limits to reduce the speed limit on portions of Zaragoza Road at the request of TxDOT.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Item 36.
Good morning, Terry Sharp, Department of Aviation. Item 36 is a discussion and action and approval on the 5-year capital improvement plan for the Department of Aviation in the amount of $128,359,000. This was brought to council originally in January 5th and approved, but we have made some changes regarding specific land development projects that the airport is working on, so we're seeking an update at this time.
Thank you, sir. Item 37.
Good morning, Monica Fuentes with Economic Development. Item 37 is Project Arriba delivering their mid-year report to council as required in their Chapter 3 agreement. This was executed on October 2nd, 2018, and this is for year 3 of their agreement.
Thank you. Item 38.
Good morning again, Rafael Economic Development. 38 is a request to approve a Chapter 380 infill incentive agreement between the City of El Paso and 1031 Firestone LLC for the redevelopment of the property located at 1031 Texas Avenue in downtown El Paso.
Thank you. Item 39.
Jerry DeMuro, Capital Improvement. This is discussion and action that the city manager be authorized to sign a 2-year on-call agreement for professional services for civil engineering services on a task-by-task basis. There were 22 offerers. 21 out of the 22 were local or had local offices. Each agreement is in the amount not to exceed $750,000.
Thank you. Item 40.
Hi, good morning. This is Sarah Ortiz with the Department of Community and Human Development. Item number 40 is presentation and introduction of the 47th year annual action plan.
No, I don't have any questions.
Which is inclusive of 4 entitlement grants. That's CDBG, ESG, HOPLA, and HOME. Following introduction, we will then commence a 30-day public comment period, followed by a return to council for final adoption of the annual action plan.
Thank you. And there'll be one executive session item. And with that,
correct. Mayor, we do have mass transit.
okay. Sure do. Ms. Smythe?
Okay, yes. My apologies. I don't have the agenda up in front of me. Laura, can you share your screen?
Yes, item number 3 is a reappointment.
A reappointment?
Yes.
So that's straightforward. And then item number 4?
That's the solicitation.
Hi, Victor Carabeo with Purchasing and Strategic Sourcing Department. Item number 4 addresses strategic goal number 7, enhance and sustain El Paso's infrastructure network. The linkage to the strategic plan is subsection 7.3, enhance regional comprehensive transportation system. This is a replacement contract for shelters installation. This contract will start in May 12, 2021. This is a low bid procurement. There were 69 views online. 6 bids were received, all from local suppliers. No protest was received for this requirement, and we are recommending to award to Bella Luna Engineering and Building Maintenance, the lowest responsible bidder.
And then item number 5, we're going to be doing a presentation about all of the FTA funding that Sun Metro has received over the years in terms of grants and how we've spent them down. So you'll be able to see a good picture of some of the funding and the expenditures for Sun Metro. It was a similar presentation that we made to the MPO.
Thank you, and I think that's all there is on there.
Yes, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
And so with that, do we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to adjourn the agenda review meeting. All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the agenda review meeting is adjourned at 9:21 a.m. Mayor, would you like to convene the work session?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. This is a work session of the El Paso City Council for Monday, May 10th, 2021. It is 9:22 a.m. Due to the pandemic, the Texas governor has temporarily suspended specified provisions of the Texas Open Meetings Act to allow video conference or telephonic meetings in order to avoid congregate settings. Mayor Leeser is present and presiding, and we begin this meeting with roll call. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzwine.
Aye.
Representative Anello.
Present.
Hernandez.
Here.
Molinar.
Here.
Salcido.
Present.
Rivera.
Present.
Lizarraga.
Present.
And Representative Rodriguez has requested to be excused from this meeting today. The first item on the agenda is presentation and discussion by the COVID-19 Response and Recovery Cross-Functional Team, providing information on key activities, efforts, and processes. And we begin with an overview from our city manager, Mr. Tommy Gonzalez.
Good morning, City Council. As we go into the summer months, our numbers continue to improve. Over the last 2 weeks, we've seen a downward trend in COVID indicators. These include daily new cases that have declined by 46%. What that means in numbers is from 119 to 64 new cases on a 7-day rolling average. As far as our positivity rate, that is below at 2%, is below 2% rather, and our hospitalizations due to COVID are in their 12th day of decline. So that's good news. That represents about 5.6% of overall hospital capacity. However, when we compare that to the state, we're still high, as the state is averaging 3.7%. Again, ours is 5.6%, so we could do better there. Achieving herd immunity, as we talked about, continues to be our overall goal. We know that the higher the immunization rate, the lower the incidence of infection, but also it reduces the opportunity for the variants that you've read about and that you've heard reports about. Today, we have 2/3, or about 66.5% of our community's population that's age 16 and older that has been vaccinated with at least one dose. Nearly half, or about 48%, are fully vaccinated, so that's good news. What that means in numbers is that we're at 54,000 and almost 600, 54,599 people away from reaching our goal of vaccinating 75% of our population that's age 16 or older. However, the 16 and older parameter will change, as there has been discussion at the federal level that we will soon be vaccinating children that are under 16 from the 12 to 15 range, and we believe that'll start in June. So to continue our efforts, we're going to increase our vaccination numbers rather. We're undertaking just a multi-tiered approach to ensure that we have further access to the vaccine, also to address vaccine hesitancy through increased efforts in our education. We continue our vaccination efforts through our hub and clinic locations, city pop-up vaccination events, and community outreach through our medical integrated health team and the education task force. Our hub location at the convention center is open Monday through Saturday, 8 to 4 by appointment or by walk-in. Through a partnership with Texas Department of Emergency Management, vaccinations continue to be available on a walk-in basis at the Eastside Sports Complex, and they're also available on a walk-in basis at our Stanton, Alameda, and Remcon clinics. As you know, late last month, we launched our pop-up vaccination and registration events. We were hosting walk-up vaccination events at locations across the city, bringing our vaccinations to different neighborhoods and community segments. We just had a grand opening this Saturday at Valle Bajo, and we had vaccination available there. Since April 29th, we have scheduled 15 pop-up vaccination events targeting the high-traffic destinations, things like the zoo, the outlet shops, Paso del Norte port of entry. We've also been there, as well as the airport. Last week, we held 3 pop-up events at 3 locations across the city, including Cleveland Park, Fabens High School, And as I've mentioned, the Valle Bajo Recreation Center on Alameda. If you haven't been, you need to go. It's beautiful. These recreation centers are opening up. They're gorgeous facilities and something that our community has needed for a very long time. We have a full list of city operating vaccination sites and updated calendars and scheduled COVID-19 vaccination pop-up and registration events. You can go to epcovidvaccine.com. That's epcovidvaccine.com. I know that a lot of the council members, y'all frequently go to our websites and give us good feedback. So if you have any feedback there, please let us know if we're missing something. So in addition to through our medical integrated health teams, we continue to target those that are harder to reach, the different segments of our community that are hard to reach, including people that are homebound, the homeless, and our nursing home population. The Education Task Force is doing an incredible job maintaining a public presence. They're providing registration and vaccination opportunities at high traffic community destinations, like the grocery stores, like you've mentioned in previous meetings, places of worship, rec centers, and some metro facilities where we have a lot of gathering places. Our vaccine efforts will emphasize in the future increased education efforts to address the vaccine hesitancy as we get down to the last 10%. Continued focus on immunizing vulnerable and harder to reach populations like the homeless and elderly, like I mentioned, as well as the disabled. And we're going to also continue efforts to enroll pediatric providers as we're near the anticipated release of the Pfizer vaccine for children aged 12 to 15. And again, that's expected to happen in June. We want to address public safety at city facilities as mobility patterns begin to pick up. For example, the airport, since the start of the pandemic, has implemented several safety measures, including ultraviolet disinfecting technology to protect travelers. That's been featured in the City in 5 recent video. If you haven't seen it, I would encourage you to see that and maybe share that with your constituents, with your newsletter that you send out on a regular basis. And want to thank the council for really pushing out information about COVID and other events on your websites and then also on your email distribution list. They've been very, very helpful. So thank you for that. The technology, again, that the airport's been using is going to just help the traffic volume, as far as the safety. Because we're almost at 60% of traffic compared to 2019. So that technology that I was talking about is very, very important that we utilize that for the safety of our visitors. As the economy continues to pick up, because we're doing fairly well as compared to the rest of the state, and the mobility patterns return to pre-COVID levels, it's going to be very, very important that we continue to vaccinate as many people as we can get our hands on their arms. Access and education, again, are primary areas of focus in the vaccination effort. So anything you can share, again, like I mentioned, that you can send out, we would be very appreciative of. We're continuing to try to get that 75% rate. Those are age 16 and older. We need to continue to remind our friends and family in the interim before we get to herd immunity, and maybe until we get to that point, because I think when we get closer to that number, the flu season is going to hit. And so we need to just continue to tell people to wear masks, wash their hands, and maintain the distancing. It's really worked really well on really eradicating the flu season for us last year. And so people need to continue to do that till we get the thumbs up that, everything's okay and we can stop wearing masks. But for now, again, wash up, keep your distance, and wear your masks. And thank you again for sharing information about COVID and other events about COVID with your constituents in your newsletter. They've been very, very helpful. So that concludes my update. We're trying to keep it brief this go around. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask them at this time. And if you don't, I'll turn it over to the next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez, for the update. And I think it's important that we continue to provide the ease of getting the vaccine, and also to continue to educate our community. And I think I'm very thankful for the city for being able to do that. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Neiman.
Good morning, council members. Carla Neiman for the record. We have a few items to update you on. today, specifically regarding, next slide, the state disaster declaration, as council knows. We're well over into a year of the disaster declaration by the governor. Governor Abbott again renewed the disaster declaration this past week on May 5th. And then Dr. Hellerstedt also amended his State Department, State and Health and Human Services declaration. It is set to expire in 30 days. We anticipate that he will be renewing that this coming week. Next slide. In regards to the, can you go to the next slide, please? In regards to our legal support, we continue to provide legal assistance and advice to the local health authority. Specifically, there was an update to and a new order for guidance for 2021 graduation and commencement ceremonies as a result of the high school and college graduations at the local level. Also, we provided an update to the local health authority on community-based guidance for persons exposed to individuals with known or suspected COVID-19, as well as an update on the isolation and quarantine guidelines for individuals. Next slide. Upcoming court hearings in municipal court for COVID-19 cases, our prosecutors continue to work through these cases. Currently, we have 54 arraignment cases, 21 are set for pretrial, and we have 44 cases set for trial on these citations in May and June. As always, we continue to provide legal assistance training for our local code and law enforcement officials in enforcing the pending restrictions. Next slide. As you all know, the state of Texas is involved in litigation against the city and the county of Travis. The most recent development in that case is the Department of Justice filed its, I'm sorry, not the Department of Justice, the Attorney General's office submitted their appellate brief this past Thursday. The brief for the city and the county is not due until the end of this month, which is approximately May 26th. And then also, we wanted to give you a brief update on the National Residential Eviction Program. As you all will recall, the CDC issued a temporary halt to any residential evictions. In that case, that regulation was stayed by a federal judge this past week on the 5th. The Department of Justice has filed a notice of appeal. Therefore, the residential eviction program is still in place, or the prohibition to evict persons is still in place while the case works itself up through appeal. We anticipate that the Department of Justice will file its brief on the 12th, and then they have until the 16th to also to file a response. Next slide. And then finally, there are additional updates that were issued by the CDC. On April 27th, the CDC published guidelines to update the guidance for people who have been fully vaccinated in terms of what to do in outdoor and indoor settings. Additionally, it identifies a person that is fully vaccinated 2 weeks after their second dose in a 2-dose series. And it also applies to, this guidance also applies to non-healthcare settings. You can also visit that website at the bottom. There's recommendations on how to behave or what to do in terms of people who have been fully vaccinated, which includes being able to visit each other with other unvaccinated people in private settings. You can safely resume outdoor activities. You can approach domestic and international travel, as well as continue to isolate, quarantine, and test as needed. And then next slide. For purposes of the public, there is this chart that the CDC has published that shows you the level of safety that is available to people that are unvaccinated versus fully vaccinated people. And it gives you various different categories of what people should be doing in terms of masking. Next slide. And then this is additional safety measures that the CDC has published in additional different areas. And the green is the safest way of behaving in public or in various different settings. Next slide. That concludes the extent of my presentation. Unless there's any questions, I'll hand it off to Chief D'Agostino.
Thank you, Ms. Newman.
Mayor?
Chief?
Good morning, Mayor and Council.
Mayor?
I just wanted to cover, I'm sorry.
We do have a question before we go on. They come in a little slow
Yep.
sometimes from Representative Schwartzbein.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Sorry, there was a delay. This is for City Attorney Neiman. If you could, those CDC guidelines that you showed about safe versus non-safe for vaccinated and unvaccinated people, if you could share those graphics with our offices, that would be great.
Yes,
Information to share for our newsletter and social media.
absolutely. We'll do that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, share with everyone. I would appreciate that. Good point, Mayor Pro Tem. Chief D'Agostino.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. I was going to cover just a few points today. And, as Mr. Gonzalez highlighted, being at 66% of those over 16 with one dose, that puts us at within 10% of where we need to be. And we know that number, we've known it from the get, that it was going to be the hardest part to accomplish. So you had those who were wanting vaccines at a time when they were very limited supply. And so you got up to the 66. That final percentages is not going to be easy. And it's going to take a lot of the stuff that Mr. Gonzalez highlighted and that Ms. Mora and Dr. Ocaranza will be talking about today. With that, we look at the state of Texas has changed from an allocation system. So they no longer allocate doses to a community or a provider. We actually just, as we need them, we simply request it and they will ship them out. So it's kind of transitioned at the state level too, where they have more supply than demand. So now we've got that supply chain handled. Now it's about hitting those individual points. So currently we're coordinating pop-up events with the county, with UMC, with the ESD2. They're out doing some events in the county. We want to make sure we're not overlapping. We're also working very closely with KEDM and Texas Military. We continue we have our vaccine pop-up and registration events. And so they're uploaded in the events calendar on epcovidvaccine.com. So if you're looking for one, and through this coordination, we're trying to post everyone's pop-up events. So it's not just limited to the city of El Paso, but it gives the public an eye of anything that's going on within our community. So again, that's epcovidvaccine.com. Our vaccinations continue to be administered without the need of a scheduled appointment at the city's convention center from 8 to 4 p.m. Monday through Saturday. And the hub is covering both first and second doses. For added convenience, residents can also walk up, register, or get vaccinated, or just schedule an appointment at any one of our COVID vaccine clinics. So that's 9301 Alameda, 7380 Remcon, 220 South Stanton, and effective today, our Railroad Clinic is also providing vaccinations, and that's at 9566 Railroad. All of those clinics are open from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m., Monday through Saturday. And today also the Texas Department of Emergency Management has moved the East Side Sports Complex. They've moved that operation over to Fox Plaza. So they'll be out there today and we'll see what kind of numbers we can get from there. And we'll continue to move around and set up these pop-ups so that we can capture that final 10%. And with that, I'll turn it over to the next speaker.
Thank you for that, Chief. And I know that, we met this morning with Mr. Gonzalez, you and I, and, our goal is to keep continuing to look to see how we can provide vaccinations all around the city and pop-up sites where it's needed. And so I thank you for, continuing to look at and continue to think outside the box. Thank you for that, sir.
Yes, sir. And if I could just add one more thing, we've been reaching out to all of our partners and we're looking at where we can put pop-up locations. I mean, availability right now is very good. We reached out to Walmart and Sam's Clubs and we offered, vaccine drive-throughs, whatever they wanted to do through their parking lots or however they want to set up. They're currently offering those vaccines at all of their facilities. So it really is in the public. You look at the Walgreens, the Albertsons. I mean, we've got so many businesses that are now offering it and providing it. So now with these pop-up events, we'll capture those. We're also partnering with other corporations, so we're actually going out to facilities and vaccinating on site. And so that helps those employees who can't get the time off or are nervous about getting it if their employer is allowing them to do it. So that's where we're going out to now. And that's what we're talking about when we're saying we're looking for that last 10%. It's going to take those events like that and a continued push. But thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And with that, we have Dr. Ocaranza.
Good morning, Mayor, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present an update on the COVID-19. Next slide, please.
City Manager Gonzalez mentioned, we have really good trends in the new cases, positivity rate, hospitalizations, and that can be attributed to the enormous work that has been done with the vaccine, and also that the community has responded really well and continue being cautious in how they handle themselves. The graphics that Ms. Neiman was showing, those are great because it shows how pivotal it is, the vaccination in loosening up all the restrictions and all those activities that are mentioned. They're not all inclusive, but we need to pay attention very closely that it all depends on how many people are vaccinated. And we need to continue pushing for people to complete their immunization schedule. And if they haven't received any doses, to go get your immunizations. The new cases per capita are below 10 cases per 100,000 and continue to see a decrease in that. And also, very important, the hospitalization, the 7-day average has been below 150, and we're hoping that it will continue to be in decline. Our trauma service area I shown a hospitalization percentage of 6.3%, and it continued to go down, which is a very good indicator. Next slide. One thing I wanted to highlight is the importance of the information that we provide to those parents now that it's going to be in the verge of the vaccine being approved for those children 12 and up. We know that the Pfizer vaccine is approved for 16 years of age and older, but Pfizer and BioNTech has submitted that information of phase 3 trials to the FDA so they can get an extended emergency use authorization, but also they have been asking for the full authorization of their vaccine. What does that mean to have the full authorization? Is that they can continue administering the vaccine even after the public health emergency has terminated. The phase 3 trials are very encouraging because in those teenagers or adolescents, you show 100% effectiveness, and they enroll a little bit over 2,200 adolescents. They showed a very good response and even a better immune response than that shown on the other trials for the teenagers 16 years of age and young adults. The tolerability and safety profile is comparable to those young adults, and that is also very encouraging. And we have seen that the younger the patient, the less of the reactions that they had to the vaccine. That is one of the things that many people are afraid of receiving the second dose of the vaccine or receive the vaccine at all because of what they have heard or they have seen as far as other people reacting to the vaccine. But we need to continue providing that information to those patients that kind of reaction is not a bad reaction. It means that the body is producing the antibodies. It is acknowledging that the vaccine is there. So everybody responds differently, and we need to continue showing that the vaccines are safe, and the vaccines are going to be the way that we're going to be able to loosen up those restrictions. Next slide, please. Moderna also has the results of the phase 3 trials on adolescents, which they tested the vaccine on over 3,200 adolescents, and they're ready to submit those results to the FDA so they can get an extension of the emergency use authorization for those adolescents 12 years of age and older. So their vaccine also is extremely effective, 96% effectiveness. And the way that they study the effectiveness is to see how many people get infected after receiving doses of the vaccine, whether one dose of the vaccine or the 2 doses of the vaccine, and they wait 14 days after that dose of the vaccine. Even though it's 96% effective, we need to see that it's extremely effective in those individuals, and we cannot just subtract that quality that is a very good vaccine, and we need to continue to insist that the best vaccine is the one that is closest to your arm. The one that you can receive is going to be the best vaccine that you can have, and we cannot just look at just that effectiveness. What it means is that all the vaccines are extremely effective against the COVID-19, and we'll touch a little bit more about those vaccines in the real life studies. The vaccine as well, the Moderna, was well tolerated, and it produced a very good immune response in those individuals that signed up for the phase 3 trials. Next slide, please. One thing also is that they already begun the Moderna and the Pfizer vaccine with the phase 1, 2, and 3 trials for younger children, which goes from 6 months all the way to 11 years of age. As a reminder, the phase 1 and 2 determine the dosage that is going to be given to those patients, the tolerability, and the immunogenicity, meaning the immune reaction that it has to the vaccine to be able to provide that antibody protection that they need. In children, there is other ethical issues that they already have determined. And as far as the doses, that's when we're going to be looking to see if it's going to be the same dose, the same amount of antigen that needs to be administered to the children, or we will continue with the same dose that is going to be given to the adults. The phase 3 trials determine the effectiveness and also they monitor the safety. But when we have the mass immunizations, that's where we continue to monitor the safety of the vaccines via some channels like the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, the VAERS, and that can be done by either healthcare providers or also patients themselves that can report side effects that can be related to the vaccine. So we encourage everybody, if they experience any of those side effects, then report those to the VAERS. The also electronic system that is being used, that we promote and give every time that we give a vaccine, is a VSafe, in which patients receive a text message so they can report the signs, symptoms after they receive the vaccine, and also provides a reminder for the next dose of the vaccine, depending on the vaccine that they receive. Next slide, please. And now, as far as the real-life assessment of the vaccine effectiveness, there's several reports and studies that have been published recently. These are just two very great examples on how mass immunization campaigns in different countries have been very successful in stopping and slowing down the spread of the virus, even though there's some variants also taking over or circulating in those countries. One was Israel and the other one is Qatar. In both, they saw a very drastic decrease in hospitalization, in severe and critical disease due to COVID-19, meaning that people were not getting intubated, people were not passing away because of the complications of COVID-19 when they received the full immunization schedule of the COVID-19 vaccine. That is extremely helpful for people to see that the vaccine is very effective and it's safe, and it's going to help us preserve those limited healthcare resources that we have. In Qatar, they used the Pfizer vaccine, in which the variants of concern mainly circulated was the UK variant and the South African variant. They saw a very good effectiveness against these variants, in which the effectiveness against the UK variant was about close to 90%, 89.5%, and the effectiveness against the South African variant, the B1351, was 75%. This means that the people, even though they have some variants circulating in their community, they were very well protected. And the message on this is that when we provide the mass immunization, when we continue moving and immunizing as many people as fast as we can, we will be able to slow down and won't have a chance for those variants to continue circulating and replicating in our community. Also, what we know is that when there's a lot of people getting infected, that gives a chance for the virus to mutate and change, and that's when we see some new variants of concern arising in those populations. That's why when we see what's happening in India, it is extremely concerning, because that's the opportunity that the virus has to continue mutate and have some other variants that can be problematic. When we have vaccine given even at one dose, it confers a very good protection, but we need to continue encouraging people to get fully vaccinated. And there's a lot of opportunities, as Chidi Agustino had mentioned, that people can go and get their vaccine. If they haven't gotten their vaccine, please go get it. It is very convenient how they're able to get it, and with the help and also participation of all the healthcare providers that have registered for the COVID-19 vaccine to administer, that also gives another extra set of opportunity for those people to receive the vaccine. Now that the vaccine is going to be available for children 12 and up, it will be a great opportunity not to miss the parents, those children that are going to be in middle school and high school, to be immunized. So we're going to continue providing a wider layer of protection to our community, which is what we've been looking for. The next slide, please. So as we talked about it, what are the benefits of mass immunization? Well, the benefits of the mass immunization is going to be in the way that the higher the immunization rate, the lower is going to be the incidence, because the virus doesn't have the chance to spread through susceptible individuals. Those individuals that had already been infected or those that already are fully immunized are very less likely to promote the spread of the virus to other individuals. So we need to continue immunizing all those households and bring the vaccine to those that are in need. Also, the higher the immunization rate, the less restrictions, and we'll be able to ease up a lot of those restrictions that we were imposing on the community in an effort to protect our community. But now that our community is better protected with the vaccine, we're able to ease up a lot of those restrictions, and that is reflected in how the CDC is giving those recommendations to be able to remove the mask in small groups, to be able to have those gatherings with members of our extended family. Things that we used to do as a community, as a household, as family units, we'll be able to do it without the risk of infecting those that are considered vulnerable. As mentioned before, the more people we have immunized, the less the chance we're going to be giving the virus to have any mutation and have some variants that are going to be more difficult to control, that could be higher infectious or can cause a higher degree of severity in case these mutations start to emerge. And best of all, we're going to be having a healthier and safer community, and we'll be able to continue moving forward. The light at the end of the tunnel is extremely near, so we need to not let our guard down, and we need to continue convincing people that have some hesitancy to come and get the vaccine. That's the way that we need to continue moving forward. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Orquidanza. We do have Representative Molinar.
Mayor, thank you very much for this opportunity. Dr. Orquidanza, good morning. Great presentation. I was going to ask you, Socorro Independent School District has been around for many years, and they have the year-round school. I believe the El Paso and Isleta Independent School Districts are now going to be going to a year-round school as well. And with the year-round schools, they're always they call them intersessions, like a 2-week period where the students are off, teachers are off, and things like that. Many parents take this opportunity for dental appointments, medical appointments for their children, things like that. Is there a way we could look into finding out the school schedules and work with the parents, hopefully, in the schools together, that when there is a 2-week intersession, that we could target, let's just say, for example, high school students at the different high schools, so that we can make greater use of that opportunity, that they're not in school, and that we can have let's just say, a blitz immunization?
Yes, definitely, Representative, and that is a great question, because we've been working very, very closely with all the school districts, with Socorro Independent School District, and they've been participating in administering the vaccine. So that is one is the beauty of partnering with school districts, because they're able to reach to all their families, which in many instances, especially in the county areas where there's very limited transportation. The schools serve as a center point or as a hub, so they can provide the vaccine. And Socorro is no different than that. They've been doing wonderful in providing the vaccine, in providing testing, in doing many of those activities. And definitely during those senior sessions, that's a great time that they can provide the vaccine. We will continue working very closely with them. And we also have assisted some of the, or many of the school districts to provide the vaccine within their campuses. Chief D'Agostino?
Yes, if I could, Representative Molina, I just wanted to add to the fact that we're taking advantage of all the school districts. We've been partnered with them throughout this pandemic, as we have through all the times, but really, really tightly over the past year. And so with that, we're actually taking advantage of them while they're in session because they're in school. So we're trying to go out there and vaccinate that senior population, the senior classes, because they're the ones who fit in the category now. Once they do open it up to those 12 and above, we will continue doing those pushes. And that's across all the school districts. I mean, I know we had one, I believe in Clint God, I can't remember the other one, Socorro, this past weekend. So we've had some events out there and we continue to do those, and we continue to partner with those school districts.
Okay. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Appreciate your answers.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Organanza, Chief, and Representative Molinar. With that, we have Ms. Mora. Good morning.
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good morning again, Mayor Leeser and Council. Angela Mora, Department of Public Health. If we can go to there we go. So a lot of what has my presentation has been already reported on. So I'm going to focus on some of those areas that were not covered. So Mr. Gonzalez, Dr. Carranza, and Chief D'Agostino, they mentioned the different approaches that we have at the moment to provide vaccines to the public. And that includes hubs, pop-ups, the medical integrated health teams. We call them also deployment teams, clinical setting of the different clinics that we have, and the continuation of the education task force, which continues to be a constant and visible presence in the community to conduct outreach and registration. If we can go to the following slide, please. So these are, again, they have been mentioned already, the hub locations, the schedule, the different locations, the pop-ups that we have already scheduled, and some of them have been already implemented, 15 to date, but I know we continue scheduling additional ones. So this is just a list of some of those pop-up sites. Many of them we go twice, not only once. That's why you have the 15 total up to date. Following slide, please. So the medical integrated teams, the deployment teams, they continue to provide vaccination to the homebound, to nursing homes, to shelters. As they receive new patients or new residents, then we identify them and we go to those facilities to capture those individuals who are new to the facilities and have not been vaccinated. And we also identify other sites and make second or third rounds as necessary. The clinical settings, Chief D'Agostino and Mr. Gonzalez already mentioned that we are open at the Stanton, Alameda, and Rincon. And also we started providing vaccination as well at the railroad location. Registration, some of them are registration, some of them, all of them take walk-ins, but people can continue to register and seek appointments as well, those who don't just want to go in and walk in at the facilities. The Education Task Force, again, they continue canvassing the community. They are still going door to door to some of the neighborhoods in El Paso County. We still have a presence at grocery stores, different businesses, places of worship over the weekend, recreation centers, Sun Metro. We're covering most of the stations, all the facilities as well. So again, at the end of the month, most likely, we're beginning to integrate the Education Task Force with the deployment teams, with the medical integrated health teams. So right now, we have both of the teams conducting outreach, but at some point, we're going to, at the end of the month, most likely, the Education Task Force had already a lot of commitments booked. So at the end of the month, we're going to create just one large team to do outreach, registration, and vaccination at the same time. And we are also, as mentioned before, we're targeting schools in addition to all the sites that we are targeting. Next slide, please. So Dr. Carranza and the other speakers, they spoke about the upcoming Pfizer vaccine for 12 to 15-year-olds. It is the CDC's Advisory Council in Immunization Practices has an emergency meeting scheduled this Wednesday at 9 a.m. and Mountain Time, and it's open to the public through the CDC website if anybody is interested in listening to the comments and the recommendations. So right now, the results of the last clinical trials for this age group are at the FDA, and immediately after they approve, which it's 100% efficient, effective, and it's anticipated that it's going to be approved by the FDA. So immediately after that, it goes to the ACIP, the CDC's ACIP, for the last review and final approval. So that's on Wednesday. And it is anticipated that about 15,000 or 15,000 of the participating pharmacies are going to be the first ones to receive shipments of these vaccines for 12 to 15-year-olds. And it is anticipated that the rest are going to the municipality jurisdictions are going to receive the vaccine early in June, if not at the end of May. If it's approved on Wednesday, then most likely the shipments to jurisdictions are going to happen much earlier, maybe the week before, the last week in May. So we are trying to capture as many pediatricians and medical providers that provide services for this age group. So we are responsible for recruiting and monitoring all the Texas Vaccine for Children in El Paso County for the state, the Department of State Health Services. We have 119 pediatric and general providers that provide services for this age group that are already part of the Texas Vaccine for Children. Not all of them have enrolled or have accepted to be COVID vaccine providers, but we are working with all of them. They are way ahead of the game because they are already part of the IMTRAC system as well. So all we have to do is we're working with them, providing them technical assistance. We know that one of the issues is the expense that they have to go through to buy the special freezers and refrigerators because this vaccine requires ultra cold temperature. So we are discussing with them how we can help them in storing their vaccine as well if they decide to provide the vaccine. Tomorrow there's the El Paso Medical Society meeting, and I'm speaking to them also to explain the process and to try to recruit some of the providers that are not part of the 119 that we have already reached out to. So we are also heavily doing outreach to schools in partnership with communities in schools. We have 70 campuses that we are currently targeting. And this is not only for the 12 to 15, we're promoting 12 to 15, but we also want to capture the 16 and over. And those are the seniors that Mr. Molinar, Representative Molinar alluded to earlier. So we are going to continue working with the schools. They have been preparedness partners for many, many years. And as Chief D'Agostino mentioned, in this last year, we have become very extremely close partners with the schools. We still have our bi-weekly, now it's bi-weekly, used to be weekly meeting with all the head nurses from all the school districts and private schools as well. Next slide, please. So to conclude, the next step is we're continuing our vaccination efforts throughout the city and the county until we exhaust the resources and people's willingness to get the vaccine. We are going to, through the Education Task Force, continue to address vaccine hesitancy. We are trying to talk as much as possible with the public to dispel the myths or the misconceptions about the vaccine. So we are working on that as we speak. We're going to continue identifying and immunizing congregate settings for the elderly, disabled, homeless, and other shelters. And we will continue our outreach efforts for vaccine provider enrollment for this particular bracket, the 12 to 15-year-olds. And that concludes my presentation. I don't know if there's any questions. If there's no questions for me, then I will turn it over to my colleague, Mr. Coronel.
Yeah, we have Representative Rivera, and also we have Representative Schwartzbein. But I have a question for you. As we go out and reach out to the community and the schools, are we reaching out to also the private schools within our community? And how would the private schools also contact us to make sure that we're able to work with them to vaccinate the children that go to private schools?
Yeah, earlier on, Mayor Lisa, we contacted all the schools, all the districts, and that included the Diocese for Catholic Schools and all the private schools. So we invited them to participate in our weekly meetings. Now, again, they are bi-weekly. And so we created a specific email address for them to contact us with questions throughout the pandemic, and they have been contacting us. We are reaching out to them as well. Some of the 70 through communities in schools, 70 campuses include some of the private schools as well. So we will check all of them to make sure that that we have included 100% of them.
Thank you. How would these schools how would they contact the city to maybe set up a vaccination site for them or to get their students vaccinated? How would they contact the city?
Right now, everybody can contact the 212-6843, which is a hotline, and they can make the statement or the request, and then that's going to go to the immunizations team for coordination and scheduling. So it's 212-6843. That's our hotline.
Thank you, Ms. Mora. With that, we have Representative Rivera, followed by Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Mora, thank you for the presentation. As always, excellent information. My question to you is, this past Friday, we had a pop-up site at the Happiness Senior Citizen Center there at David Ortiz Park. And the people that came out there were very appreciative of the availability of having to be vaccinated as a walk-up center site. And so my question to you is, are you making return rounds to certain locations, or, I mean, is that how your pop-up sites are working?
Yeah, it goes based on demand, Mr. Rivera. So if there's a high demand for vaccines, then we can schedule a return visit. If the deployment teams are booked the day immediately after, then they will make arrangements to schedule at a later time. But right now, as you see, some of the sites, they are scheduled for 2 consecutive days, and that is based on the demand. So definitely the deployment teams can go repeatedly to the same location as long as there's a high demand for the vaccines.
And the reason I asked that is because we had a good turnout, and so I felt if I knew more or less when you were coming back to that area, I could send a message through the city letter that we send out to the constituents, or possibly even a letter to let them know that you're going to be on site. So, but I do thank you for that, and maybe you can. I don't know if that's how you work it. You can let us know ahead of time, and maybe for each district, and they can notify their constituents as well, so we can have bigger crowds. Like I said, there was a good turnout, and they were very appreciative of that. And so I thank you as well for that.
You're very welcome. I'll check with the vaccination team, the ones that are in charge of scheduling, to see to check on the demand and to see when we are going back there, and we'll let you know.
Again, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Representative Rivera. Representative.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Pro Tem Schwartzbein.
Thank you. I know that you had, first of all, thank you again for the presentation and for all the hard work that y'all are doing right now. I'm curious, you listed the last 15 sites. Do you have any information that you can share at this point about the next 15 sites that you were planning on doing pop-ups at?
Well, actually, just a correction, clarification, sir, is that there's 15 sites that we have scheduled. I gave the time frame that it goes up to May the 17th. So those my reference was to those 15 sites that have been scheduled already, not to 15 additional sites.
Okay. So, do you have an idea of sort of the next 15 that you're looking at targeting?
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be 15, but I don't have that information with me right now. I can check with the vaccination team to see which are the sites. I know that they are looking into establishing additional sites. Like I said before, we're scheduled already up to May the 17th. So I'm pretty sure that they're already booking. I don't know if it's going to be 15 or more than 15, but I will check with that and we can send that information to you, sir.
Okay. In terms of the grocery stores, I too have probably noticed that others I'm sure have noticed as well that a lot of grocery stores and other places are offering their own vaccines. I'm just curious about working with them still to try to have more of a presence at the sort of front or at the entrance of these stores, even though they're offering their own. Sometimes if there's an ability for the city to go and advertise or to work with some of these local partners, it helps to get the word out a little bit more than a sort of sign that people sort of walk by every day when they go to the grocery store. So I do think it's important to look at them and some of the other corporate partners to try to help elevate and highlight what's going on. I'm also curious too about any sort of partnership, collaboration with some of the baseball and soccer games that are going on at Southwest University Park. Hopefully most of the people that are attending the games have been vaccinated, probably where they might feel comfortable going in semi-large crowds outdoors, but you never know if there might be some people that are attending the games and have not yet been vaccinated. So that seems like an opportunity to address as well. I'm also curious, one of the things that I am noticing is that people aren't aware of the facilities that are there that we have, like the convention center and the hours that are there, like the phone number that we have and like our clinics that are there, even though we've been putting it out on our press releases, even though it's been highlighted in the news, and even though it's been on social media extensively, there are still, everyday El Pasoans and not everyday El Pasoans and everything in between that are still not seeing that information. So I'm also wondering if we can look at some sort of flyer campaign where we can look at attaching flyers that are very, 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 very simple, that can be included, attached, hung, taped onto different places, such as our trailheads, such as our city parks. I don't know if we have message boards. I don't know if there's trees that we can put them on, but I really feel that to get to that last 10% that we need towards more human immunity, we really have to be thinking outside the box. And some of that is by looking at some very simple ways to reach out to people that may not necessarily be all that technologically advanced. But if you can get in touch with a family who's out at a city park or going out on a trail and they see a flyer that has really simple language, that might be something as well. And then I'm also curious to sort of hear more about the coordination that we have with different nonprofits that we're looking at in terms of homes and other vulnerable populations, such as the Borderland Rainbow Program Center, other LGBTQ facilities, and other nonprofit and NGO centers as well.
So in reference to, I don't know if you recall, Representative, that in previous presentations, we cover a large number of supermarkets. So it's not only the chain supermarkets that we're going to, we went to a lot of the locally owned, and we still have a presence there. Like Vista Market, for example, Big 8, small family-owned supermarkets, we're there, and we're focusing, continue to focus on them because they don't provide the vaccine, and that's what Chief D'Agostino was referring to earlier, that we are targeting those places to make sure that the employees that were not able to leave their job to go get the vaccine, not even at a pop-up location near them, we can provide the vaccine there. So we have had a very ample and very successful presence with supermarkets, grocery stores, and we will continue there as well. So we, I think all the sites, the majority of the areas that you mentioned, we have already covered. We have hundreds of thousands of flyers have been distributed throughout the pandemic. A lot of them have been for vaccine promotion. We have a large presence in the Spanish media. We have a weekly show with Univision, and we repeatedly talk about these locations, provide the address, schedules, and so on and so forth. I feel very confident that we're touching pretty much everybody in the community, and we will continue to do so until we vaccinate everybody who is willing to get a vaccine in El Paso. But thank you for your comments and recommendations, sir.
Ms. Mora.
Is there a possibility of putting out some sort of flyers in city parks that can be attached to different facilities that we have within city parks?
Yeah, I think Laura Cruz wants to, I think it's Laura, or is it Soraya? Is it you, Laura, who want to make a comment?
It's me, ma'am. This is Laura Cruz Acosta, for the record, Communications Director for the city. With regard to the efforts in terms of the outreach, as Ms. Mora has mentioned, we've done extensive flyer outreach in all levels of respect, and we will continue to do so. We will look at we will consider the suggestions made by the council, as well as other alternative options to capture those individuals who do not have internet capabilities or access. Additionally, for the record, and I think Ms. Tracy Jerome was on the phone or was on the call, with regard to your comment about the Chihuahuas and locomotives, we actually have already started communications. We are finalizing that effort in terms of the outreach that we are doing with the Chihuahuas as well. You've seen some of the PSAs that we've created with Chico in terms of the vaccine as well as the testing, and so we will continue that relationship. And I see Tracy on the call, so Ms. Tracy, if you want to add into that.
Thank you, Laura. Tracy Jerome, Deputy City Manager, for the record. Yes, both the Chihuahuas and the locomotive have been incredible partners in the community. They are encouraging, obviously, everyone to get a vaccine, again, through the PSAs. They're also allowing for us to use the Jumbotron to message and to encourage people to get vaccinated. They have allowed for vaccine registrations and will continue to allow for that during events. And we're looking at also the possibility of pop-up vaccines in the future. Those haven't been agreed to quite yet, but they are doing everything they can to help us, to help the community to get registered and to get vaccinated. So thank you for that.
Thanks.
Thank you. And with that, Ms. Mora, thank you very much for your presentation, and I think it will continue to be accessible and educational, and that's how we're going to move forward with the vaccine. So we thank you for your presentation and all your hard work.
Thank you, sir. Thank you to council as well.
Thank you. And with that,
I'll turn it over to Mr. Coronado.
Mr. Coronado, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mora. David Coronado, good morning, Mayor and Council, with David Coronado with International Bridges. So today we wanted to give you an update on some of the metrics that we track, and just to give you an idea of what's happening in the community in El Paso and also in Juarez, as far as business activity, mobility patterns, things of that nature. And so here on the slide here, the first one that I have is a graph for crossings from Juarez to El Paso. So this is northbound vehicle crossings through the bridges within the El Paso city limits. And so this goes back to 21 years, all the way back to 2000. And you see how multiple events throughout the last 20 years have impacted crossings for vehicles from Juarez to El Paso. You go back to 2001 with 9/11, you see that really huge shock. You know, before 9/11, we peaked at about 1,600,000, 1,700,000 crossings a month through the El Paso court. And then after 9/11, that declined to about 1 million. So a huge shock back then. We were recovering back, into the 2005, 2006 years. And then we had the Great Recession and then also violence in Juarez. And you see that the slow decline, not as sharp as 9/11, but you see a really considerable decline during the 2008 through 2013 years, with the impacts of violence in Juarez. Also, how that essentially is that disincentive to cross back and forth between the two cities. We recover back again in the 2017, 2018 year at about 1.1 million crossings a month through the El Paso port. And then we had the migrant crisis in 19, and then also now COVID. And so you see that really sharp decline in 2020, similar to what we had in 9/11, not as drastic, but very similar, not only because of the pandemic, but also the restrictions on travel through the land ports. And then we have seen some improvements. And so the two lines here that you see, the bolded line, the thick line in orange, that's a 6-month average. And so that helps us essentially look at the patterns. You don't see those, huge spikes and valleys, month to month. It's a little bit smoother, so it's easier to see those changes or the direction of crossings. But over the last few months, we have seen small improvements in crossings. We have seen more activity through the El Paso ports, especially if you look at the last entry for March. So in the month of March, we did see a really large spike, a really large positive increase in crossings. And you see that in the shaded thinner line in orange, sort of in the background there. You see that really sharp incline from February to March. We believe that is a direct result of people not being vaccinated, fully vaccinated, or at least with the first dose. And, we've seen some really good improvements in that area in El Paso here. And so we believe that people are now feeling more, safer going back to Juarez, going back to seeing their family members, going back to dentist appointments, doctor's appointments, grocery stores in Juarez, returning back to the normal life again. And so hopefully we'll continue to see those improvements as we get more people vaccinated in El Paso. And then also, hopefully in Juarez, we'll see more improvements on that side as well. So again, just a really a positive progress in this area here. Again, we believe it's a direct result of the vaccines. Go to the next slide. So this is parking meter transactions a day. So a day right now, the last entry here for the last 7 days, moving average is about 4,400 transactions. And so this is a really good metric to use as a proxy for business activity in El Paso, in downtown and uptown, and also mobility patterns, right? And so this is essentially showing us that we continue to make improvements in this area, more activity, more people are going downtown now. And this started really back in March when the restrictions on capacity were lifted. And then now, of course, same, as a direct result of vaccination efforts in our community, we're still not quite back to pre-COVID levels. Right now we are at about 23% decline from 19 averages. Getting really close. We bottomed out at 86% decline. Right now we're about 23% decline. So again, positive activity here in this area in El Paso, downtown and uptown for parking meters. And if we go to the next slide. Thank you. So the home sales market is hot in El Paso and throughout the state in the U.S. We have seen some just abnormal activity in this area. That's due to a couple of things. The interest rates are really low. The inventory of available homes for sale is low as well. And, we did see some impacts to the industry because of COVID. And so, since inventories are so low right now, especially on the lower end priced homes, that's driving home sales on the higher end priced homes, $250,000, $300,000 or more, to continue to increase. And you have seen those really, historic increases in home sale prices in El Paso. We received an update from the CAD just a few weeks ago talking about that and how that's impacting those homes throughout the city. And so you see here both the average and the median price continuing to soar over the last year and a half, basically, since the middle of 2019. And then at the bottom, a 29% increase in home sales in March alone, year over year. Again, historic increases, activity in El Paso. You know, we have heard stories about homes being sold and offers being made before the folks have a chance to actually even look at the home and visit it. And so again, just a really interesting dynamic in the home sales. We have seen those increases for the last 3 months. And for all of 2020, we did see some really positive activity here, with the exception of the first 2 months of the pandemic in March, April, and also in May. But again, since then, we've recovered. And if we go to the next slide. Similar story here with sales taxes. You know, this one's a little bit trickier for us. We don't track this. You know, we actually received this data from the state of Texas, from the controller of public accounts. And so this one is, we right now are showing you the latest month of activity here for sales tax allocations to the city from sales taxes. And you see here that the last month is February. So this is looking back at the last, 3 month lag in the data. You know, it's unfortunate because if we were able to get this data more updated more frequently, we'd be able to make adjustments to our city budget as well in response to the activity. But again, February and January, for the first 2 months of the year, we did see some positive gains, 9% increase in February, despite the really difficult times. And if you look at the last year, 2020, with the exception of March and April, essentially every month, if not on par with 2019 levels, every month actually saw increases, with the exception of a couple of months. Again, showing that business activity and online sales are up as well. And so again, this is definite help to our budget and our operations for the city. And if you go to the next slide, this is the last slide that I have, I believe. Yeah, it's last slide. So with the exchange rate, we chalk it at bridges because we do see those crossers that commute back and forth. We accept pesos, and so we have to monitor this to be able to adjust our tolls in pesos when folks pay in pesos. And so you see here that for the last 6 to 8 months, the peso exchange rate has essentially stabilized again. We have seen a little bit of volatility over the first in the spring of this year, but not quite as much as we did see in the spring of last year. You see how it went up to 25 pesos per dollar or higher for a few days. We've seen some progress here as well, not as volatile, and again returning to almost pre-COVID-19 levels. Right now we're in the low 20s, closer to 20 pesos per dollar. We used to be in the high teens, so not quite back to pre-COVID, but again, pretty close. So again, positive signs here as well. If and when the restrictions are lifted, this is going to be playing an even larger role for those crossers that come from Juarez, that go downtown, that go to the outlets, go to the malls in El Paso. So again, we'll continue tracking this. And with that, that's my last slide. Go to the next slide. Unless there's any questions for me, I can now pass it over to Mr. Gonzalez for a wrap up. Thank you all.
Yeah, we have no questions. Thank you, Mr. Coronado. Mr. Gonzalez?
So I'm just going to reiterate the fact that education is key. I think that several council members mentioned that. Mayor, you mentioned it as well, that that's key to ensure that the vaccination hesitancy is something we can work through. Access is also very important. Pop-ups that we mentioned, like the David Ortiz Center that we had a pop-up on at May 7th, May 8th, the Valle Bajo. We had a pop-up there. We had several council members there, and the mayor was there. The age of 12 to 15 groups will cause some fluctuation to the percentages. We've said this from the very beginning of the vaccine earlier this year, if you remember. And what I mean by that is those percentages might fluctuate just a little bit. So you just need to be prepared for that in terms of the numbers we've been reporting. So we think that we're confident that the people who have been vaccinated with that first dose and that second dose, those folks will be encouraging, if they have kids, if they have families with kids, that they'll be pushing that out. So we feel confident about that. But I think we're doing extremely well as a community, and the council has a lot to be excited about and proud of in terms of the direction and the work and the decisions that you've made and the success of the vaccine administration is proving itself out. And so we have nothing else at this time. We're opening up to any questions you might have of me or the rest of the team. But if not, that concludes our presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gonzalez, for your team and your show for a very informative presentation. And with that, Ms.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Mayor, the next item is number 2, and this is a presentation and discussion providing a report from Goal Teams 5, Communication, and Goal 6, Sound Governance.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Waiting for the presentation.
And Council, just a friendly reminder, please make sure your cameras are on even during the presentation. Thank you.
This is Carolyn Patrick with the Department of Information Technology Services. Today's report is for Goals 5 and 6. Goal 5, to promote transparent and consistent communications amongst all the members of the community. Goal 6, to set the standard for social sound governance and fiscal management. The departments comprising the vision block for a high-performing government are Information Technology Services and Strategic Communications for Goal 5. For Goal 6, the departments are the City Attorney, City Clerk, City Manager, Human Resources, Internal Audit, Office of the Comptroller, Purchasing and Strategic Sourcing, and the Tax Office. These are the areas which will be covered today for each of the goals: goal priorities, a response and recovery recap, key accomplishments, key performance indicators, updates on FY21 key deliverables, and key opportunities and challenges. Next slide, please. Laura Cruz Acosta and I will be presenting for Goal 5 today. Next slide, please. During today's presentation, you will hear much about systems and process improvements, automation, cybersecurity, and customer service improvements. Goal 5 zeroes in on continuity of operations and internal and external communications. Prior to the pandemic, IT already had a plan in motion to implement new technology tools. Because of this, the department was able to quickly shift into a rapid deployment mode to effectively support a telecommuting workforce. Goal 5 also focuses on internal and external communications by reducing inefficiencies and by strengthening messaging opportunities for improved communications. Next slide, please. Key priorities for Goal 5. Cybersecurity continues to be on the forefront of priorities. The importance has been heightened during the pandemic with a telecommuting workforce and an increased need for online services. The city relies on its software systems and technology infrastructure to help meet its core responsibilities. Therefore, maintaining IT infrastructure is a top priority. This includes maintenance of computers, networks, communications, and software systems to ensure delivery of IT-enabled business systems and services. Digital forms expansion is another priority area for Goal 5. IT has partnered with the Performance Office and CFTs on digital forms expansion. This is one example of having a plan in motion that resulted in the ability to quickly deploy online options for service delivery during the pandemic. IT and communications routinely participate in CFT efforts, resulting in opportunities for process improvements and automation. And an additional area of focus for Goal 5 in FY21 and FY22 is the development of the Customer Relationship Management System, or CRM. This is a centralized platform for managing citizen service requests, which will provide insight into citizen service needs and wants. Next slide, please. Response and recovery. Implementation of telecommuting solutions had started before the pandemic. Because of this, the city was much better prepared than many other municipalities for it. IT was able to rapidly deploy cloud computing tools and resources across the organization. Telecommuting support activities also included the deployment of equipment such as laptops, headsets, microphones, hubs, all all while adhering to safe distance guidelines. As the various pandemic response solutions have been implemented, cybersecurity has been a key consideration. Secure authentication methods were implemented. These methods make sure that you are who you say you are when logging in, similar to when you bank or shop online. Secure remote connection methods to the city network and to city applications were also deployed as measures to secure our access, information, and assets. Next slide, please. IT implemented numerous CARES Act funded projects by the December 2020 deadline. These projects included multiple new software implementations. They also included the implementation of technology in the build-out of new city COVID centers led by CID. The CID projects included major technical components such as network connections, communications equipment, computer equipment, access control, and surveillance. Strategic Communications developed and managed the distribution of information concerning these COVID center services, i.e., the what is available and how do I get it was broadly distributed to the community by the Communications Department. Another key delivery in this area has been the COVID Cloud Hotline Call Center. As members of the COVID-19 Response and Recovery CFT, both IT and communications were acutely aware of the importance of a sustained channel to provide access to information and assistance. Feedback received from the public was, I want to speak to a person. And as you are aware, complaints were received from the community about excessive wait times when calling. To address this, a cloud call center was deployed to support large call volume and to remediate busy lines. Communications developed the audio messaging to inform and to properly route callers through the call system. Working with the Health, Fire, and Performance Office departments, the Cloud Call Center installation included improvements made to call handling processing, with a result of call wait times reduced from over 1 hour to minutes, and enhancing the caller experience. And in the area of Wi-Fi availability, in partnership with local education partners, IT worked with the Community Development Department and libraries to increase the number of hotspots available for checkout by 600 units. Next slide, please. Having the right tools in place has provided consistent uptime and availability of systems and resources, and the ability for business communications to continue via virtual meetings and messaging. Pre-COVID virtual meetings were fewer than 100 per month and less than 30 one-on-one calls per month. Current figures are over 6,000 virtual meetings per month and more than 8,000 one-on-one calls per month. Next slide, please. Over 1,600 employees have been upgraded to the OneDrive cloud file storage. Rapid deployment included training with daily virtual trainings during the initial launch and the availability of on-demand training recordings. The plans for cloud email services have been accelerated with over 1,600 employees migrated so far. The goal is for all employees to be moved to both cloud file storage and cloud email by the end of 2022 or early 2023. With these solutions, files can be shared and accessed from anywhere on any device in a secure manner. These cloud solutions will continue to provide efficiencies when staff returns to the office. Access from anywhere, virtual meeting participation, eliminating travel time for meetings, file sharing, and integrated tools, resulting in more efficient use of work time.
So as Carolyn has mentioned throughout this whole top half of the presentation, we've been working extremely hard and very quickly to stand up a number of different efforts that we've been working on. This includes the virtual council meetings that was stood up almost the same month that we started announcing the impact to COVID. March 30th was when we started the virtual meetings, and since that time we've hosted over 125 press conferences and media availabilities. Beyond that, we've also stood up our epstrong.org as well as the EP COVID vaccine website. The epstrong.org website is an award-winning website that is recognized for the efforts that it's done and making sure that the community is being told about all the work that we are doing and the availability of information for the community. It's had more than 3.4 million folks that are going to the page, and that number continues to increase. The same with the epcovidvaccine.com website. That one was activated earlier this year, and very quickly it has increased dramatically in terms of the page views and the volume of folks that are going to that site in order to get more information about the vaccine. IT, if you can go to the next slide. Within the communications efforts as well, we are working through the CR process. As Carolyn mentioned, we are currently working on improving that process. But in the meantime, we have seen in fiscal year 2019 to 2020 an increase in terms of resolution for this council request process. We continue to work to improve that process, and the number of resolutions for this fiscal year up to date has been about the same in terms of the 94-95% time frame in terms of resolution, or percentage rather. That number we expect to improve dramatically as we work to implement more process improvements through the CR process. Next slide, please. In terms of the social media, the accomplishments, we continue to see increases in our followers and in our outreach engagement efforts. We have, over the last previous year, have seen on average between 35 to 40, and of course you have the outlier for Instagram, a 98% increase over the previous year. Our efforts have dramatically increased for our social media pages, and our numbers continue to increase as we also are providing additional information. Next slide, please. We continue to provide targeted campaign efforts. This year in particular was focused around COVID for obvious reasons, but we also work to develop other targeted campaigns with the Be Power Flu campaign, which helped dramatically reduce the flu cases as the health department was able to get more and more folks vaccinated at different locations. In addition, you've heard the Chime In campaign as well. That number has actually increased to about 8,000 individuals, not 5,000, but 8,000 individuals that have been able to share their voice in terms of what they want to see for the next budget cycle. We, of course, have won our finalists, rather, for the All-America Cities for 2021. And so we will continue to work on a targeted campaign. I want to thank the council members who have already taken the time to schedule the PSAs for the All-America effort. And I also want to thank the council members who participated in the COVID campaigns that we've been putting together. We are getting ready to launch another targeted campaign in terms of the vaccines and the PSAs that we've created for that effort. Beyond that, we've also continued our efforts in terms of the videos that we produce for all of the departments throughout the city, because it's not just the department or the IT department, but both IT and communications work significantly and closely with all of the departments throughout the city. Next slide, please. In this slide, you'll see some of the testimonials that we've received from the community as far as the efforts that we've been working on towards the targeted campaign. We have two there that are listed, that they appreciate the information that we're sharing with them. Next slide, please. And I'll hand it over to Carolyn.
Thanks, Laura. Key accomplishments as it pertains to security awareness include 95% of active employees have completed the current cycle of training, which is in progress. We have seen an 8.8 reduction in employees falling for phish emails through employee training. I would like to note that this has been with a 60% remote workforce. The Q1 and Q2 average of users prone to falling for phish emails is 9.4%. This is almost 5 percentage points below the industry average for government of 14.3%. And I know Laura
if
has
I can also just add to, if I take, can you go back to the previous slide? Just as a quick note, in terms of this effort, if anybody's been a victim of the phishing campaign, I know that the IT department has been issuing out tests to the staff, and maybe you've seen some of those tests. I actually felt victim to one of those tests myself, and IT quickly stood up and additional training with this process that they have improved upon in terms of the employee training efforts. And with that, I've also been able to work at being smarter in terms of any kind of phishing or malware that exists out in my personal life as well as in the work life. So the process that IT has developed has been phenomenal and very successful in that respect. So I want to recognize IT for that effort.
Thanks for sharing that, Laura. Next slide, please. IT is committed to the organizational focus of building a continuous improvement culture. Prior to the pandemic, IT started a Lean Six Sigma project focusing on improving efficiencies and customer service. For quarters 1 and 2 of 2021, we have seen a 13% increase in issues being resolved on a first call to IT as compared to the same period in 2020. We also saw a 44% decrease in call wait times to the IT service desk. This was accomplished even as we received about 300 more calls per month in FY21 as compared to the same period in FY20. So, while IT received more calls, city staff seeking IT services were attended more quickly, this while maintaining a 98.5% satisfaction rating. Why is this important? This means less time spent waiting on IT is more time available to employees to focus on services delivery to the community. These improvements were accomplished with the implementation of process changes and new procedures to better handle call and ticket queues. The changes include quality assurance reviews of calls and tickets, revised ticket assignment procedures, and standardization of call and service request processing procedures. I would like to note that these improvements were maintained in FY21, while IT itself was also partially telecommuting. Next slide, please. Key Accomplishments Digital Awards. The city was awarded second place in the overall city government experience category awarded by the Center for Digital Government. The Government Experience Award recognizes the achievement and best practices of state and local governments in the areas of government experience and delivery of customer services. As Laura mentioned, the city also received the Future Ready Award 2020 for the epstrong.org website. The Future Ready Award recognizes innovation in employing emerging technologies to solve problems, among other criteria. And additionally, the city placed 7th in the Digital Cities Survey. The 2020 survey recognizes cities using technology to tackle responses to the pandemic while continuing strategic initiatives and digital experience initiatives to enhance services. El Paso has made the Digital City Survey list for the 4th time and once again moved up in the rankings, having ranked 10th in 2016 and 2017, ranked 8th in 2019, and 7th place in 2020. Next slide. Oh, I'm sorry.
Before we move on to the next slide, additionally, we are actually in the nomination for epstrong.org by the FBI. The FBI has recognized the EP Strong website for its efforts to not only help get information out for the COVID vaccine and the COVID virus itself, but also prior to that for the August 3rd shooting in terms of getting information out to our community as well in any crisis mode. Thank you. This slide provides information in terms of our key performance indicators. In terms of the neighborhood associations, we continue to see folks interested in registering their neighborhood for information about the community and providing more communication throughout it. They have seen in fiscal year 2020, we saw over 4 neighborhood associations being registered. This year, for fiscal year 2021, we saw 2 with a target of 5. So the pandemic obviously has impacted in the development of neighborhood associations, but we still continue to work in terms of the development of these neighborhood associations. For the Neighborhood Leadership Academy, we had begun the Neighborhood Leadership Academy in February of 2020. But as you all are aware, the COVID pandemic hit at around that time. So we had to pause it for the pandemic. In December of 2020, we restarted the program, and of those 53 that started, 31 returned to the class. So they completed the class in December of 2020. And then the advanced leadership training, we continue to work on that effort as well. This is the next step after a Neighborhood Leadership Academy in order to develop even greater skills for our residents as to what the community provides. So this last fiscal year of 2020, we saw about 36 folks who participated in that. And in fiscal year 2021 through the second quarter, we had 29. In terms of social media engagements, the pandemic saw a dramatic increase in terms of the engagement from our community. For obvious reasons, you see that it almost doubled, or actually it did double from the fiscal year 2020. I believe that a lot of that has to do with the information that we were sharing on social media as it relates to the pandemic, and the numbers that we were sharing on our social media pages in our daily information. For fiscal year 2021, we've already seen that we have over 270,000 folks in terms of the engagement, and we expect that target of 300,000 to be reached by the end of the fiscal year. For the internet, wireless internet, our expectation was to reach about 9 sites on an annual basis. The IT department has surpassed the number of wireless internet expansion efforts that they have set for themselves. The goal was 27 by 2020, and as you can see, they will surpass it because they have, I'm sorry, Carolyn, maybe you can correct me, in terms of the numbers of the wireless internet for the digital El Paso.
We have almost met the annual target. We're only mid-year and we have almost met the annual target.
Correct. Next slide, please.
Okay, as cyber events affect the world every day, a key deliverable for Goal 5 is cybersecurity. You've already heard about the focus on training and secure access, especially while employees have been in a telecommute status and with the expansion of online services. Secure authentication and access is being expanded now to third-party city partners, and this is in progress. The chart you see on the right shows an improved security posture since the program's inception in 2016. What does this mean? This means that the city's cybersecurity program is continuously assessing security readiness and taking proactive measures to ensure that the city information technology systems continue to be secure and available to serve customers and meet business needs. As an example of these proactive measures, the cybersecurity program is working on a second external gap analysis to get an unbiased assessment of the city's security posture, and then we'll make adjustments for further improvement. Next slide, please. A key deliverable for Goal 5 is the Customer Relationship Management System. Again, this is a centralized platform for managing constituent service requests and will provide insight into citizen requests. The project is a multi-phase project that will extend well into FY22 and is the next logical extension of the EP311 mobile app. It will focus on review of the CR process and departmental service request processing, as well as customer communications. Phase 1 of the project is in progress, with testing and training currently underway for 3 department programs involved in the pilot: the 311 call center staff, code enforcement, and streets and maintenance. The pilot group is targeted for a soft launch in late May, early June with the 3 groups just mentioned. Phase 2 will focus on the CR process and the addition of 2 to 3 service provider groups, with strategic communications playing a key role in this phase. The target is to have Phase 3 completed by the end of the calendar year. As already mentioned, this is a comprehensive configuration that will be long-term carrying into FY22 with the addition and optimization of workflows and integrations to systems. A second key deliverable for Goal 5 under this strategy is the expansion of eForms and automation. Between September 1st and April 15th, over 205,000 form submissions have been received from 142 total forms. The Reform Initiative has been a collaborative effort with the Performance Office on LSS projects and CFTs. The Reform Initiative is more than simply creating an electronic form. The development of the form involves process and workflow review, identifying and implementing process improvements, and automation of process steps where possible.
For fiscal year 2021, the key deliverables for the communications will be in terms of enhancing our internal communications and employee engagement. We'll plan to do this primarily through video programming for employees. Additionally, developing media training for employees with the support and help of the Performance Office, with addition to hosting additional employee town hall meetings and increasing the number of employee broadcast messages to all of our employees. The other strategy is strengthening the message opportunities through media outlets and proactive community outreach. So we will continue to work on increasing the number of media roundtable discussions. We have one almost on a weekly basis, if not 2 or 3 additional media roundtable discussions with media. And of course, we'll continue to do the one-on-one discussions with media interviews, as well as with our neighborhood associations and any of the constituency meetings that the council members host. Increased media availability, as I mentioned, we will continue to work on doing more with media in order to ensure that they help support the efforts in terms of the communication and outreach to our community members. Next slide, please. Additionally, the opportunities and challenges for the communications is the redesign and improvements for websites throughout not only the main page, but the city departments. You saw last week the Museum of History has updated its website. That was a collaborative effort between IT and a strategic communications department. And our goal is to incorporate the latest technology, which is the next button, the next bullet that you see there in terms of the development of mobile applications that will help enhance the user experience. And this includes a number of different types of programs that we will use and applications that we'll use. And the last bullet there that you see is cross-branding opportunities with various community partners, and that includes not only the chambers, but also some of the nonprofit organizations. You've seen some of those presentations throughout, for example, the CFT program with the COVID. Next slide, please.
IT key opportunities and challenges. An opportunity that we're very excited about is the establishment of a user experience division. This will be an additional key component supporting the development of a culture of process improvement and a focus on customer needs. This division will work in lockstep with the Performance Office, designing for LSS and CFT improvements. Focus will be the user experience, whether this is for internal services or community-facing services throughout the entire IT development process. In addition, we see the enhancement, upgrade, and expansion of cloud computing solutions as an area of opportunity to ensure continued mobile readiness. And of course, IT infrastructure and software upgrades contribute to the reliability of services and cybersecurity compliance. This completes the segment of the report for Goal 5. I will now turn it over to Araceli and David for the Goal 6 segment of the report.
Before we go to that, we have Representative Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein.
Thanks. Could you go to slide 20 by any chance? Thank you for the great presentation, by the way. Of the slide 20 or the next one, I think it's the one before this, that related to performance indicators. So what are the digital PASA, the 7 sites that have been updated through FY21?
Let me get that for you, sir.
And then the other thing too, I'm wondering also as well, what is the average views for the City in 5 and some of the other videos in our YouTube channel as well? That information could be shared with City Council.
So on the YouTube channel, we're averaging about close to 300,000 views a year. Individual, I would need to look at each individual video, but we average a lot of videos, and so it's about 300,000 each year, and that number has doubled since the initiation of that program.
So that also includes City Council meetings as well as commissions and boards?
No, that includes primarily the videos that the communications department uses. In turn, it doesn't include the City Council meetings, but it is the number of videos or the number of views that we have on our YouTube channel in particular. It's a little misleading because it's actually much higher because folks are also viewing the same videos. We have the videos available on our other social media pages, to include the Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter pages. Well, with the exception of the Twitter, but Instagram and Facebook, you can actually view them on each of those individual sites. So the viewership is actually much higher.
Yeah, if I could sort of see how that was quantified there, because I mean, I look at some of them and the sort of views that are there, and I wonder, I guess, how you get to that number based upon the views on the YouTube videos there. So, you know, some of them are at 200 views, some are at 1,000. So great to understand that a little bit more about those numbers for the videos, because I know that we spend a lot of time. PIO office spends a lot of time for these videos, and a lot of man hours as well. And so I just want to make sure that it's a good return on investment.
Correct.
One of the discussions that was had in previous council meetings is having a dedicated, looking at having a dedicated PIO person to help augment and assist the mayor and council. I think that's something that would benefit a lot of the offices in city council, especially as we do a lot of the heavy lifting as well in terms of trying to amplify the message from council, and being able to have somebody that could help assist our offices would be greatly appreciated as well. So that was another thing I just wanted to put out there. Were you going to send the information relating to the digital El Paso sites?
Well, she's pulling that up, I think. What I was just going to point out is that when that originally was started 5-6 years ago, the objective was 27 sites, and actually it wasn't even an objective. The city at the time in 2014 was simply going to replace computers from within and just replace laptops for different departments that needed it. And what we did is we shifted that focus based on the strategic plan and based on Wi-Fi being such a high priority. And we through the work that we did, we targeted 27 sites. The staff, beat that pretty soundly by bringing in over 50, and now the new target is 64. And I don't know if they're ready now to share with you where the 7 sites are for this quarter, but the original goal was 27, and they've surpassed that by doubling that number, and I think they're going to be working towards tripling that in the future. Are you ready now?
Yes, I apologize. I want to make sure I get the right information for the 7, so I'll drop that in the chat as soon as I have that available.
Okay.
If that's okay, I'll drop it in the chat.
Oh, if you could just tell us right now, that'd be great.
Oh, well, I want to make sure I have the correct list for you.
We'll need to send an email to the council later today with the information. Thank you.
Do you have any ideas about how to increase the viewership for the videos that we currently are producing? How many videos are being produced every week?
We are averaging at minimum 2, if not in some cases 4, depending on the week.
But that's not including all the smaller bits that they did in different elements throughout the year, whether it's All America City or whether it was the El Paso Live, or excuse me, Live Active El Paso, or different initiatives that they have where they do those smaller bit ones, whether they do 20, 30-second clips to get more viewership by making it shorter. So they've included a variety of different ways of doing that.
Right.
They've also done that during the holidays that's how we came up with Elf on the Shelf to make it go viral. I think that was successful in doing so, and so they've been doing those kinds of things, and those kinds of ideas have been implemented throughout the year.
So to the city manager's point, we average the standard is 2 to 4 of our regular programming. But we do a lot of special programming and targeted campaign programming. And so we can record anywhere from, we can record at least 2 to 3 videos every day. And so the development of it does take some time because it is a small staff of 2 folks right now that do all of these videos.
Yeah, no, I guess the question is the amount of videos that we're producing and the sort of return on investment in terms of viewers. What is the best resource? What's the best resources and allocation of those resources is a sort of question. So looking forward to seeing that information about the digital El Paso. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein. And with that, Ms. Cruz Costa, we'll move on.
Good morning, Araceli Guerra, Managing Director. I will be joined by David Torres, our Senior Executive Budget Analyst, to go over our Goal 6 presentation for setting the standard for sound governance and fiscal management. These are the departments below that report through this goal. So when we talk about sound governance and how it sets the foundation for how we operate, we have a focus on our long-term sustainability. And as if you've heard through previous budget updates from our CFO and our budget director, our financial focus has allowed us to really provide a sustainable long-term sustainability for our workforce, as well as we're able to reinvest back into our workforce. Now, through the updates that you will be seeing from our departments that report through our internal services departments, you'll see how our continuous process improvement journey really helps us to improve our process and systems, take the voice of our resident and plug it back into our programs, and also allows us to earn a number of different achievements in operational excellence. As you've heard also through the various COVID CFT updates that have been presented over the last year, our continued focus and recovery on resilience has included our 4 pillars of technology, infrastructure, process, and communication. Now, this has been extremely helpful with the partnerships in our community and how we've been able to get recognized nationally as a leader in the vaccine rollout. We've been the first major urban county in Texas to exceed 1,000 per 10,000 residents that are fully vaccinated, and we're nearing herd immunity with our senior population. So now in response and recovery, our different departments, again, that report through this goal, you'll be seeing different support that they've been offering. Our purchasing and strategic sourcing department was able to create a regional model to collaborate for purchasing for public entities. They were able to streamline the procurement and sourcing process to really accommodate that break in the national chain supply. And that was very helpful for all of our departments that have been continuously working through the pandemic to support our community and our internal departments as well. They were able to partner up with local suppliers and how they were able to keep ahead of upcoming orders and product availability, ensuring that we acted quickly at the onset of the pandemic as well. Our purchasing and strategic sourcing department also was able to move their bid openings and pre-bid proposal conferences online, allowing all of the public and vendors that wanted to participate and view all of the bids being advertised. And additionally, they worked with our Office of the Comptroller and our Grants Department to really provide a compliance and establish that compliance, not only for the coronavirus relief funds, but for other funding that was provided through grants for our other departments. As a continued response and recovery efforts, our tax office was able to move their payment agreements and modify them to accept e-signatures for any contracts that were over $10,000, making that process contactless and expediting the forms. They also implemented an e-box, which converted paper bills into e-bills, providing faster posting and faster receipt for expedited disbursement of funds. And they also were able to convert bill payments from different financial institutions. And instead of receiving physical checks, they were receiving daily electronic payment files. Our city clerk's office, as mentioned in Goal 5, we've been hosting virtual city council meetings since the onset of the pandemic, really allowing our citizens and our public to participate in these virtual meetings, allowing them flexibility. Our human resource department has been busy working on an onboarding solution to allow our new employees to board through a workflow process and giving them flexibility of filling out forms, avoiding contact as well. Our Office of the Comptroller has been continuously working on the grants oversight and compliance, and they also developed electronic internal controls for telecommuting. The Office of Emergency Management continues to work through our COVID-19 cross-functional team, providing all of the budgetary support and reporting, and then continuously working on the FY21 projections, and then also the FY22 budget development, which will be coming to you as well, as you've been seeing in different presentations throughout the year. Our city attorney's office assisted in creating the CARES Fund manual that guided the city in efficient and proper distribution of all of the CARES funds, and they also drafted 78 subrecipient agreements, as well as completed 5 major real estate transactions in order to provide for the healthcare needs of the community during the pandemic. They spearheaded the fast-paced drafting, reenactment, and amendment of all local emergency directives, emergency ordinances, and all of the FAQs that were posted on our EP Strong website for the public to also have as reference. And they also researched and interpreted the Texas Disaster Act and Texas Governor Executive orders, including continual training updates to the city's enforcement teams. This really provided the training for our law and code enforcement officers to enforce local regulations for the purpose of keeping our population safe during the height of COVID. So now as we move into our priorities, when we look at how we've expanded our virtual customer service delivery, we really had to pivot, make sure we had the right tools, we had the right software. We also had to make an investment not only in the cloud, but also, as Carolyn mentioned earlier, in our cybersecurity, making sure that everyone is able to telecommute safely, but also that our customers, our citizens, expect this customer delivery through our virtual services online. The Purchasing and Strategic Sourcing Department is focused on the implementation of an online bidding system that will allow vendors to submit for requests for proposals online completely. And then our Performance Office has been busy working on our e-learning, which is our online learning. They've developed several courses and classes, as mentioned earlier, in conjunction with IT to make sure that we're able to provide all of these training opportunities online. And then our city clerk's office has been working on the digitization of all historical CD-ROMs, converting them to a digital format. Our HR department is working on a virtual wellness fair, so making that also available to all without having to have a lot of contact. So a key accomplishment for our Shape It Up program was the move of health and fitness to the virtual world. We were able to produce 49 podcasts that really focused on wellness, health, nutrition, and, how do we keep ourselves healthy while we're still telecommuting, and how do we offer all of this to all of our employees so that they have it at their reach. They also produced over 242 virtual group fitness classes ranging from yoga to nutrition, anything that really helped our employees stay motivated during the pandemic. So other key accomplishments with a focus on learning and development, as it's now moved into our Performance Office where our training group is now. It's refreshed the effort of our training courses and all of the material online. We've developed 17 new courses and we've had over 22,000 attendees. One of the more newer classes that was designed earlier in this year was a new leadership development series. These were 24 different courses that were designed from our senior leadership, and they were the ones also that provided the training for all of our organization. We had over 227 attendees, and this is designed to help our senior leaders, as we call the 500, so that we have that succession planning for our next layer of leadership. Now, when we talk about a key accomplishment for our innovation team, which is in our performance office as well, we were the only local government selected to participate in the D-School Leadership Program. D-School really is about human-centered design, and human-centered design, again, focuses on the voice of our customer, but most importantly here, this is the voice of our resident. We've been able to take in from different points of engagement through different interviews, the feedback from our citizens and how we're able to really design service delivery around it. And this one specifically is focused on our senior community. Another key accomplishment for our performance office and the innovation team is that we were one of 14 cities in North America selected to participate in Bloomberg Philanthropies. Now, this program is important because we were focused on how we're able to really adapt to new skill sets, to listen and respond to the voice of our customer. How do we adopt cutting edge innovation techniques, and how do we engage our residents in that testing? So this program will be running through May. In the coming weeks, you'll hear from the team that is working on 2 of the pilot programs that target our youth, and they will be bringing you a presentation in a couple of weeks. And I'll go ahead and hand it over to David, and he'll go over these key accomplishments.
Thank you, Araceli. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Council. I'll be covering some additional key accomplishments in the next few slides. I'm happy to report that this year, the Purchasing Department received the Achievement of Excellence in Procurement Award. Back in 1995, the National Procurement Institute, NPI, established a program designed to recognize organizational excellence in public procurement. The program measures innovation, professionalism, productivity, e-procurement, and leadership attributes of the procurement organization. The city of El Paso is only one of 3 cities to earn this distinction 7 consecutive years among the 10 largest cities in Texas. Next slide, please. In an effort between the Office of Management and Budget and the Performance Office, we are entering the 3rd year of our Strategic Budget Youth Advisory Program. This program is designed to develop and activate key communication mechanisms, an interactive exercise targeting high school student populations. The purpose of this program is to provide insight on local government functions and impact, key services and offerings, and engage their unique perspective as key demographic leading the future of El Paso. In addition, this program provides direct input into our strategic plan and integrated budget processes, provide linkages to public administration and leadership roles. Over 300 students from regional schools are participating in the program this year. Students from El Paso, Canutillo, Socorro, and Isleta Independent School District are participating. In addition, a private school, Loreto Academy, is also participating. New this year is the Youth Advisory Board. Approved by Council in December 2019, the members represent a cross-section of the youth throughout the city. The purpose of the Youth Advisory Board is to promote regular and active civic engagement among the youth of the city. In addition, the Office of Management and Budget is in the process of implementing a new budget module that will be fully operational in the preparation of the FY 2023 budget. This past year, the Office of Management and Budget received its 26th annual Government Finance Officers Association, otherwise known as GFOA, Distinguished Budget Award. In addition, OMB has been involved in several cross-functional teams and has conducted several management studies to find efficiencies throughout the city. Next slide, please. The city clerk's office has successfully concluded a general election this past November and a runoff election during December. In February 2021, the city clerk office completed the transition of the agenda software program. As a requirement due to the fact that Cyber Agenda software program was no longer being supported by the vendor, the city clerk had to transition the agenda software program to Legistar. In addition, the city attorney's office assisted in drafting the animal grooming ordinance. This ordinance is the first ordinance in the nation designed to protect pets and ensure adequate licensing and training standards for groomers. This innovative ordinance was a result of the organization's commitment to keep the pets in our community safe. I'm also very happy to announce that Joseph Flores, one of our senior assistant city attorneys, was awarded the Brad D. Bailey Assistant City Attorney Award. This award was established to honor the memory of Brad D. Bailey by recognizing an assistant local government attorney who exhibits, in addition to the traditional qualities of excellence in the practice of law, it recognizes a public law practitioner who has provided outstanding service to the public, who possesses an exemplary reputation in the legal community, along with the highest of ethical standards. She was also asked to speak and present at the International Municipal Lawyers Association Women in Law Seminar in March of 2021. Next slide, please. The tax office had another successful property tax collection season. Although close to the public, the tax office worked with several partners to assist in the collection of in-person payments that included payment drop-off boxes at different locations throughout the city and a mobile bank unit. Just the mobile bank unit collected on its own $2.3 million in payments and served over 1,026 customers. Next slide, please. The Office of Controller recently completed its financial audit, and it resulted in the 5th consecutive year with no financial findings. OCC also expects early implementation of what they call the GASB 84 standard for fiduciary activities. The requirement of this statement will enhance consistency and comparability by establishing specific criteria for identifying activities that should be reported as fiduciary activities and clarify whether and how business type activities should report their fiduciary activity. Greater consistency and comparability enhances the value provided by the information reported in financial statements for assessing government accountability and stewardship. They're also on track to implementing a capital asset software program to help track over $1 billion in assets. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to focus a little bit more on key performance indicators. As part of our strategic plan, key performance indicators refer to a set of quantifiable measurements used to gauge the city's overall long-term performance. Let's review some of these key indicators through the second quarter of FY22. We began with the EP marketplace, where spending, which is tracking above trend as the city made a significant amount of COVID-19 supply purchases, along with mass transit buses for Sun Metro. However, these large purchases has also impacted the percent locally spent, as many of these buses and many of the COVID-19 supplies were purchased from vendors outside the local area. Specifically, the purchase of mass transit buses is very limited nationwide, and vendors are typically located outside this region. Another key indicator that we're seeing an improvement on is our actual revenue. It is slowly improving compared to budget. With the amount of uncertainty surrounding the length and the depth of the impact of COVID-19 in our community and businesses, the budgeted revenues were expected to significantly underperform. And while revenues are slowly recovering, we remain cautiously optimistic moving forward and expect revenues to recover, although at a slow pace. This past property tax season, the tax office received a large number of calls in comparison to previous years. This resulted in an increase in wait time. Most of the calls or from individuals asking about payment deadline extensions and closures associated to COVID-19. Additional calls on property valuations as the region has experienced significant increase in demand for homes that David Coronado talked about earlier today, that has caused home prices to increase and reduce the number of months in inventory to record low levels. Next slide, please. Additional key performance indicators related to the workforce include the turnover rate. Following a trend that is often observed during economic and financial uncertainty, turnover rates tend to show a measured decline in comparison to previous years, which we're currently observing. For the first 2 quarters of FY22, the turnover rate is significantly lower than last year. We're at 4.9% as compared to last year's actual of 15.9%. Stay-home orders and additional COVID issues have had an impact on participation in our Shape It Up Wellness program during the second half of FY20 and the first half of FY21. However, we do anticipate that as our community continues to get vaccinated and we continue to see a decline in the number of positive cases, participation in health-driven incentive programs will return to pre-COVID levels. As you can also observe, workers' compensation, the numbers have gone up as we have had a significant number of claims under COVID for the first responders. We're hoping that as things improve, this number will be normalized in the quarters to come. Next slide, please. And at this time, I'll turn over to Araceli.
Sure. Thank you, David. So as now we look at our recruiting and retaining a skilled and diverse workforce for our strategy, specifically, Laura talked about earlier, updating our websites, making sure that our departments are also able to have their redesign done. We really need to work on a website refresh for our HR department, really just being able to highlight what different positions and what opportunities there are to work with our community and the different projects available, really highlighting and obtaining that talent. Our digital performance evaluation as well is undergoing a refresh, and this is really to enhance the way that we do our performance evaluation and capturing feedback both from the employees, supervisors, having those discussions, and just having everything be timely done. Our tuition assistance program is undergoing a Lean Six Sigma project, and this is going to enhance the program itself already and how we're able to really have this type of disbursement and approval of tuition assistance dollars for our team and growing our workforce. Now, a key deliverable for our strategy to implement leading edge practices for achieving quality and performance really includes a focus on our process improvement program and specifically our continued partnership with UTEP, in which we have a new group of 16 team members that just completed their LSS a couple of months ago, and they went through LSS Green Belt training, and we're also working with UMC to partner up on a Yellow Belt training opportunity. Our continued focus on human-centered design, again, the voice of our residents and how we're able to really develop and implement programs moving forward with the voice of our residents. The human-centered design gives us the tools necessary through the partnership with Bloomberg and Stanford University. Now you'll see here our graduating class of 2021 for our Greenbelt candidates. This includes our 2 very own representatives that attended the training this past year. And really this is a focus again on our continuous improvement process. We have a total of 46 green belts, 75 yellow belts, and 146 white belts that have taken our classes. And tools like LSS really let our teams utilize these tools and see where in the organization there are opportunities for growth and process improvement. And some examples of that include a reduction of paper printing. Earlier, there was a discussion about e-forms and how we're able to really cut back. We've been able to really set the standard on cutting back on paper printing, and we've been able to save over 1 million pages of paper that were not printed. And the other examples are cost avoidance projects such as the Recycle, which was able to provide a $7.25 million cost avoidance. Now, through the Communities of Excellence, our collaborative efforts have been instrumental in supporting the joint vaccination effort with UMC. I'm sorry, David, go ahead. I started talking already.
Thank you.
Yes.
Over the next few slides, I'll be covering an update of the FY21 key deliverables. As I mentioned earlier, the Office of Controller recently completed its 5th consecutive annual financial audit without findings. This is a fantastic accomplishment that is rarely observed in any type of organization. They expect to complete the FY21 audit by February of 2022. In the fall of 2020, the Office of Management and Budget submitted the annual budget book to the Government Financial Officers Association for the 27th GFLA Distinguished Budget Award. The Budget Office has provided training to department heads and staff on budget policies and procedures to aid departments through this COVID-19 transition pandemic and in preparation and maintaining their budgets on a regular basis. Along with providing training, OMB staff has also attended over 1,000 hours of virtual training throughout this past year. And despite the uncertainty of COVID impacts, the OMB has provided accurate budget and financial forecasts on a regular basis through monthly budget updates and our multi-year financial outlook. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, the City Clerk's Office successfully completed the transition from Sire to Legistar Agenda software. They have also provided and continue to provide Legistar software training for current and new users. They are also in the process of implementing a software application for the management boards and commissions. The City Attorney's Office ensured that the city continued to comply with the Texas Open Meetings Act and the Texas Public Information Act during the pandemic. Both of these acts ensure that the public continues to have open, transparent, and inclusive city council meetings, which were available to the public during the pandemic, along with providing legal advice and recommendations to allow for the implementation of virtual public meetings for council and all boards and commissions. And they've done this in addition to being able to process and respond to an increase of 22% of more open records requests as compared to the previous. Next slide, please. I'm happy to report that the purchasing department is in the process of implementing a citywide forecast for all the goods and services that city departments will be purchasing. The forecast is unique because it will be broken out by quarter and by department and will be summarized on the city's purchasing website for vendors to review. This is an important feature because it will help vendors know when and what the city will be purchasing by quarter over the next fiscal year, allowing them to prepare in advance on which contracts to bid on and have all their documentation and needs ready to be able to bid on the projects. Virtual training certification program. The City of El Paso and our strategic partners are hosting the Hire El Paso First Month to celebrate the 7th anniversary of the Hire El Paso First program. The local bid preference provides local businesses a preference in the competitive bidding process. The month-long celebration was kicked off May the 5th, and the Purchasing and Strategic Resource Department will be conducting training on the Hire El Paso First program. The virtual business certification training provides an opportunity to learn about events aimed at educating and empowering the local business community. Businesses will be able to attend multiple virtual workshops throughout the month on topics such as process and the benefits of certification, finding business resources at local public libraries, PPP information, and much, much more. In addition, in cooperation with the Public Information Office, purchasing will be recording its training sessions so that vendors who were not able to attend this virtual training seminars can do so by viewing the recorded sessions they missed. These videos will be available through the Purchasing Department website by the end of June. Next slide, please. In addition, the Purchasing and Strategic Department and Strategic Sourcing Department is in the process of implementing an online bidding system that was mentioned earlier by Araceli, where vendors will be able to bid online on all goods and services, construction and renovation projects, along with a selection of architect and engineering for service contracts. They will also be launching a contract register dashboard. This dashboard will be integrated with Power BI to generate information on contracts to show start dates, dollar amounts, and expiration dates. The dashboard will aid departments across the city to be able to keep track of when their contracts are about to expire and when they should be renewed. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to be talking a little bit about the employee hotline program, the hotel occupancy tax delinquent audits, and the franchise fee audits. In the first 2 quarters of FY21, we've received a total of about approximately 27 calls through the employee hotline program. These calls are triaged and sent to appropriate departments for investigation. However, the majority of the calls are investigated by our Human Resource Department or our Internal Audit Office. The contract with the current provider for the employee hotline service is expiring in June of 2021, and purchasing is in the process of reviewing solicitations and should have a new agreement in place by the end of May of 2021. New capabilities will include a mobile app for reporting. Once the contract is awarded, and in conjunction with the Public Information Office, Internal Audit will promote the changes in providers and the new capabilities available. Hotel occupancy audits began in 2016, and since the inception, the city has collected over $500,000 of uncollected hotel occupancy taxes. In FY21, Internal Audit has selected a new set of 20 hotels as part of their annual hotel occupancy tax audit. These audits are underway and are expected to be completed early in the summer of 2021. And due to COVID, these audits are being conducted remotely. For the first 2 quarters of FY22, in cooperation with the Office of Controller, the City Attorney's Office, external attorneys, and the Internal Audit Office, the city has been able to collect over $340,000 in delinquent hot payments from 4 hotels. Just one single hotel was delinquent with $107,000. Franchise audits. In addition to hot audits, Internal Audit is conducting franchise fee audits on Texas Gas Service and Charter Communications Spectrum. They expect that the results of these audits will be available in early this summer. Next slide, please. Now, focusing on developing and customer service, the City Attorney's Office continues to focus on workforce development to provide excellent legal services. This past year, they've hired several seasoned and experienced lawyers, which will provide the office with additional experience required to continue to decrease the dependency on outside counsel. They are also developed a successful virtual onboarding program for new lawyers. The training and curriculum was designed to introduce lawyers to the practice of municipal law and train them on the daily operations of the office. The office continues to participate in the internship program with the Law School Preparation Institute at UTEP for the 3rd year in a row. This program is designed to train and mentor UTEP and law school graduates to ensure a feeder program for future lawyers in the City Attorney's Office. Several of our senior lawyers have participated in leadership training through the Quality of Texas Foundation, including they have also participated and have a current candidate in the Greenbelt Lean Six Sigma program. The City Attorney's Office also provides support to City Council's legislative priorities. They assist in monitoring legislative bills during this legislative session and work very closely with our state delegation. During this legislative session, there were 8,553 total bills filed. 2,236 of them are being tracked by our city lobbyists. Another 1,069 are being tracked by the Texas Municipal League. 280 are being tracked by our legislative attorney. And we have submitted 113 registered city petitions on different bills that have been filed. At this time, I will turn it over to Araceli.
So now we're looking at our 25 by 25 strategic objectives. The Communities of Excellence efforts have been collaboratively done so that we were able to partner up with UMC for our vaccination effort. We also, through our Communities of Excellence framework, continue to focus on our education, and this is linked to the Youth Advisory Initiative, and we're in our third year of the Strategic Budget Advisory Initiative in partnership with all of the school districts. There was also a focus on a utility partnership, and I'll talk a little bit more about that on this next slide here. So through a recently established cross-functional team, we were able to prepare on working for those opportunities ahead of all of the grant funding that will be coming our way, and how we are able to identify these support mechanisms with our strategic plan and the 25 by 2025 initiatives. We've already seen progress with the recent announcement of Congresswoman Escobar's office that 4 of the 10 projects she's recommending as well she's recommending for funding through the FY22 federal appropriations to be received by the city. And the utility coordination continues to be a focus as we look for creative ways to optimize resources. And the City of El Paso and the El Paso Electric are currently working on identifying and undertaking key shared initiatives that align. While we're still early in the process, we've had discussions centered on ways to work together to offset and reduce the city's carbon footprint through alignment of resources. Now, as we continue on our 25 by 2025 strategic objectives and how we address our financial objectives, as mentioned earlier in our budget updates and our monthly COVID updates as well, COVID has significantly impacted our revenues, and as an organization, we've been working to be prepared for any negative impacts in the future and have been identifying new revenue streams. And we've been prepared for that through things like the creation of the Budget Stabilization Fund, which was approved in March of 2020 last year, and the hotel tax audits that are ongoing, and also with the work being done on the franchise fees. So we now receive the state's portion of the sales tax for our convention centers and hotels for the downtown area. The city now doesn't have to come up with all of the incentives, and this allows us the monthly allocation for the sales tax. And we continue to work on a smart community roadmap. We have a cross-functional team that has been meeting and also been working with the Texas Innovation Alliance. So now some key opportunities and challenges. We will continue to work in our HR department to improve our employee relations by creating a ticketed system that will essentially be called like Ask HR, which will help us receive information and inquiries from all of our employees and our workforce so that we're able to track and respond in a timely manner. We are also working on our improvement of our biometrics to streamline the process, allow for online submittals, and really focus on, again, the health of our workforce. We're working on deploying the online learning management system, again, through our performance office, as our trainers have all been working collaboratively with the departments to create the training and put it online so that we can offer these types of training opportunities for our organization. And then our campaign finance reporting system refresh is really going to be useful for the electronic filing of reports that are required of elected officials every January and July, and for any candidates that are running for city elections. And then through our Communities of Excellence, the purchasing department continues to work on their Purchasing Alliance interlocals, all of the training that David mentioned earlier, allowing for other agencies to join and participate in those opportunities. And with that, we will close out and take any questions if there are any.
And we don't, so thank you very much for your presentation. And with that, Ms. Prine?
Yes, Mayor, the next item is number 3. And this is a presentation and update by El Paso Electric Company on its current and upcoming applications with the Public Utility Commission of Texas, including its application for approval of an advanced metering system deployment plan and future rate case.
Good morning, Elizabeth Trigg, Strategic Partnerships Officer. So the item before you is the first of regular quarterly updates from the El Paso Electric Company to City Council. This is an action that really does support Goal 5, which we just spoke about, by promoting transparent and consistent communication among all members of our community. Today's presentation will provide council and the public with timely information about EPE's current and upcoming regulatory filings with the Public Utility Commission of Texas. including its application to upgrade our current metering infrastructure to an advanced metering system, and its forthcoming rate case, which must be filed by statute prior to the end of this calendar year. So this update is intended to not only provide specific information about those filings themselves, but also to give context for the filings, including information about EPE's customer service and operations investments to the transmission and distribution system. It's really these investments that underscore what the filings look like, the timing, the magnitude, and those kinds of things. So it's really critical that we understand the investments being made now and investments in the future. And so with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Cheryl Mell, Regional Vice President of EPE overseeing government affairs.
Thank you, Ms. Trigg.
Thank you, Elizabeth. And good morning, Mayor Lisa and Council. As Elizabeth already said, my name is Cheryl Mealy, and I'm the Regional Vice President of Texas for El Paso Electric. And on behalf of El Paso Electric, I'd like to thank you for inviting us to present today. And as Elizabeth said, we'll be doing these briefings quarterly, so we'll work together to create agendas that make sense. So today, our briefing will focus on the investments that we have and will be making in our infrastructure, investments needed to both continue providing the reliability customers expect and to modernize our system to provide additional benefits and capabilities our customers deserve. First, Jessica Christensen will be presenting to you on our advanced metering system project. This technology is already installed and used across all major cities in Texas and is changing the way customers interact with their utilities and manage their energy consumption. It's a key building block for both a smart city and, on the utility side, a smart utility, because it enables the visibility needed to reliably operate a two-way distribution grid where customers increasingly own generation, think rooftop solar panels, and they are electrifying their transportation with electric vehicles, and they can engage in the future in demand response to maximize the investments that we've already made in the grid and generation assets. She'll be followed by Steve Burchak, who will provide an overview of the system investments El Paso Electric has made over the past couple of years to maintain an excellent grid reliability and to expand infrastructure to connect new customers in our growing region. After Steve, we'll hear from Suzanne Stone, who will be talking about our customer service enhancements, highlighting the changes and improvements underway to make sure that we are providing the full range of channels that our customers need to choose the way that they do business with us and to make it easy to do business with us. Importantly, she'll also highlight the efforts we continue to offer in helping connect customers who need assistance paying their electric bills with available funds. Susan will be followed by Jim Schiestel, who will offer information on our recent fuel and energy efficiency regulatory filings and other activities at the Public Utility Commission of Texas. And then I'll wrap up so we can take your questions. Before we get started, if we could, we've created a video that we'd like to share that covers many of the topics we're going to be discussing today, but that also can be used later so that our customers can hear about these projects the same way that you are. Following that video, I'll let Jessica jump in and start her briefing on the advanced metering system, and the others will follow her. So if we have that video up, we can start that. Thank you. And this is where Jessica starts.
Great. Thanks, Cheryl, and thank you, everyone. Good morning, Mayor, Member of Council. Thanks again for having us. As Cheryl said, we really appreciate the opportunity to review some of these initiatives and hopefully create a universal understanding of what we hope to accomplish. My topic today is the Advanced Metering System, AMS, as we call it. And I want to preface this by saying AMS, yeah, metering is in the title, but it's not just about the meters. It's really about the data and where we go from here. And as Cheryl mentioned, AMS is not a new technology. It's been adopted in Texas starting back in about 2007, 2008, some of our utilities in the other part of the state, and have now been in full deployment for 10 years. So it's a proven technology, and we are the last major metropolitan area here in the state to adopt it. But what it really constitutes is, yes, there's meters. Our customers would all receive new meters at their homes, their commercial businesses. It also includes the mesh communication network, which operates on radio frequencies. And then certainly the most important piece is the data management system. So what do we do with all this data? And that's really where the innovation and the solutions lie with AMS. And from that, I think we can move to the next slide, please. Our purpose in pursuing AMS is to provide customer benefits and to provide operational benefits. I think too frequently we consider operational benefits as distinct from customer benefits, and they are in no way that, because certainly any operational benefits that we enjoy that allow us to conduct our business more effectively, more efficiently, ultimately results in customer benefits. But AMS is by and large a customer-centric initiative. It will provide customers with additional insight into their individual energy use, encourage energy efficiency and conservation, provide better outage communications, and improve restoration activities. AMS will streamline some of the most fundamental interactions for which our customers have with us at El Paso Electric. I think we all recognize most customers' first interaction is certainly a connection or a disconnection activity. All of those activities will now be able to be handled remotely, will involve lower fees than they do currently, and can happen in real time or nearly real time, and won't often have to be scheduled for next day services, which today involves an added fee, or same day services, excuse me, which today involves an added fee or next day services. But we can greatly expedite those services. Outage restoration is another one. AMS will greatly improve the accuracy of El Paso Electric to be able to identify where outages are and the timing. We'll recognize them right away, and ultimately then that enables faster outage restoration. We remain one of the few utilities where often we may learn from an outage from customer calls, and customers have to call us to find out what the status is, and we've certainly improved our outage mapping and those sorts of things in recent years. But AMS will really allow us to have much more robust communication with respect to outage restoration, but also respond more expediently. The third large interface that customers have with us on a regular basis is certainly with respect to billing and cost controls. And the data that's managed, the data that's gathered by the AMS system will allow our customer care representatives to really expedite and address questions as they come in. We'll be able to look much more granularly at the way the customer had used data over the billing period in question. And will equally give customers access to their data in near real time at a much more granular level, such that they can control their own costs, recognize their own energy use, and make those adjustments as they see fit. And so I want to talk a little bit about what that granularity of the data looks like and how it will be a benefit for our customers and how they will be able to leverage it. So today, if we think about it, customers have one data point when they interact with El Paso Electric, and that's essentially their monthly bill. They don't have a lot of visibility from one bill to the next. They certainly don't have a lot of visibility over the course of a day, or maybe how their weekday use compares to their weekend use. AMS will change all of that, and instead of going from that one data point, we will be able to provide customers, if they're so interested, up to almost 3,000 data points in the course of a month. And now I know that sounds overwhelming, and so we don't want to represent that customers will be given access to a data file with all this data and left to sort it out for themselves. That's what part of the meter data management system, part of this filing is, and part of the work that we will do for our customers. However, we do recognize that lots of customers are really interested in the granularity, the detail, and are tech savvy, and want to look at that and want to make their own decisions. But we will also be able to use their data, summarize it for them, consolidate it, and point out a number of things. Perhaps their energy use, the way they use energy today, will align with a different rate structure that might be advantageous to them and may not even require any modifications in how they use their energy. Perhaps there are savings that we may be able to point out opportunities that they seem to have accelerated use during certain windows of time during what we refer to as our peak times. And if there are opportunities for them to switch some of their discretionary energy use from peak to off-peak times. And then even less intense, because we know not all customers are as data driven as others. We can also simply send notifications to say month over month you're ahead of your usage for last month, you're behind your usage for last month. And so customers are going to have a range of choices as to how they would like to engage with that data. But the key is that we will have this robust availability of data, because I'm sure we're all familiar with the adage that it's very difficult to improve things if we don't measure them. And so this gives us the insight to measure. It gives us the insight to compare for us internally at El Paso Electric to look at how usage trends change at a much more granular level, but it also gives customers access to that data. And I think we can move on to the next slide, please. And here we talk a little bit more about how AMS helps us change the energy landscape. Certainly, all of you at City Council have heard us talk about our revised initiative to change the energy landscape. And AMS is the consumption side of transforming the energy landscape. And we could really think about it as an energy management tool. I think it's intuitive to most of us that the energy landscape is a function of how we generate power, but it is equally a function of how we consume power. And AMS is an essential tool to maximize the efficiency of how we utilize our generation resources and how we utilize our grid resources. And so whatever we can do as individuals, as users of energy, to shape our own use to align with the most efficient and cost-effective and cleanest generation resources is a win for everyone. It's a win for El Paso Electric in that we can avoid having to add continuous resources. It's a win for our customers in that they can identify cost savings. And it's a win for customers even who maybe don't deeply engage in this, because if we use all of our resources universally more cost effectively and efficiently, that can result in cost savings for all of our customers. The other thing that we often talk about with advanced metering systems is it being the key critical groundwork for smart cities. We wanted to take just a moment to talk about that. And the component of AMS that really lays the foundation for smart cities is that communication network. And that is the network that we as a region, you as a city, can leverage for practical applications around things like street lighting or traffic controls or parking sensors, to emergency response applications that, as much as we wish it weren't a reality, things like gunshot detection and other sensors. The applications range, the use cases for cities that we've seen in Texas and elsewhere are abundant. As I mentioned, the emergency response situations, and what that does is it allows any sort of sensor data to be transmitted in real time to whoever the receiving parties would be, the appropriate receiving parties would be, if that's emergency response. And we think that's going to be a real important framework to continue to move us as a city forward to drive our prosperity. Cheryl also mentioned the way that AMS will help us integrate some of these other technologies. I think we all recognize electrification is coming, certainly in the transportation sector, but also as we see electrification of buildings, as we see integration of demand response tools. Many customers, again, not all, want to integrate smart thermostats, smart everything from toasters to refrigerators to washers and dryers. AMS is a tool that will allow better interface with all those demand response tools to help all these moving systems communicate with each other and ultimately shape our load so that we are using our resources more effectively. I think we can move on to the next slide. And so this is our overall timeline here. As you know, we filed the application for the AMS system in April of this year. 2021 will largely be in early engagement with our customers, customer outreach, focus groups, input, figuring out what tools are going to be the most advantageous so that customers can understand how they can leverage AMS for themselves moving forward. The surcharges will begin to take effect in 2022, which time we will be concurrently developing the back of house systems, the implementation, the data management, those types of things. The meter deployment would begin in 2023 and is expected to last until 2025. The data collection will start fairly concurrent with meter deployment. We will need to get a certain numbers of meters in the ground before we actually can start to process data. We need to be receiving enough data to start to process and analyze it. But we do have an anticipated rate of meter deployment of 550 meters per day once we get rolling. So we think that would happen very quickly, that we could start to get into the data. And then once we're into the data is what will allow us to really identify new plans, new pricing features, new options, new signaling for our customers to take advantage of those plans. And so that's a very quick and brief overview of the AMS initiatives. I think we were going to go through the whole of El Paso Electric's presentation and then circle back and take questions and discussions on everything. Cheryl, you can correct me if I'm wrong there. But having said that, I will hand it over to Steve Barachik, who's going to talk about some of our broad investments we've made in our transmission and distribution systems recently.
Yeah, we'll
Steve?
go through the whole presentation, and then we do have some questions already set up that some of the members would like to ask. So after the presentation, we'll circle back again. Thank you.
Okay. Jessica, thank you. And Mayor, City Council, City Manager, I also want to thank you for this opportunity to present to you today. And it looks like we are just after the noon hour, so I will be the first to wish you a good afternoon. So I did want to cover the additions and infrastructure additions and enhancements we made in our system the last 4 years, and certainly it's not as maybe interesting as AMS and those type of projects, but as we talk about El Paso Electric, it is absolutely critical for us to be brilliant at the basics. And so the investments we've made in the last 4 years are absolutely critical for us to continue to serve our customers in a reliable fashion. And I'm not going to go over all of these stats here on this page. You've already seen them and you can read them. But I do want to highlight a couple of the bullet points. And this first one, the third bullet on the peak system load growth. And so over the last 3 to 4 years, our system has grown 238 megawatts. That's about 11%. We have a total installed capacity of 2,200 megawatts. And so our peak demand, which we experienced in the summer, is obviously growing. And so things like AMS are going to help us with that to do some demand side management and things like that. But it is also, I'm just going to say this, is absolutely necessary that we continue to add resources. We're adding solar, that it's Newman 6 is absolutely necessary for us to have a reliable system. And if you look at our stats, we've been #1 reliability for the past 5 years, at least in the state of Texas, and we're very proud of that stat. But we all saw what happened in February, and we know what happens if the electric grid's not there. So we're very adamant that that the service that we have to provide, we know how much our customers depend on it, and that's something that we're honored to obviously have to present that or provide that service, but it's also a duty on us, and so we take it very seriously. And you know, all of our employees live in this community. They live in Las Cruces, live in El Paso, and it's something that we work very hard to do. And so I'm going to go through the transmission and distribution, some of the major upgrades we've made. We can go to the next slide. So if we look at the last 4 years, we've made about $410 million in upgrades between our transmission and distribution system. The transmission system, if you think about that, that's the bulk electric system, and that's the majority of our transmission is outside of El Paso, about 50% of it. We use that to bring in power from Palo Verde. But we also have a significant amount of lower voltage transmission that's within the city, and that's really the most efficient way to move power. And so once the load in the system starts to grow, you're either building more transmission or you're upgrading the conductor. And so we've had a number of projects in which we've upgraded the conductor within the city. We've upgraded from 69 kV to 115 and also put in additional conductors so we can transport more power. On the distribution side, as you can see, we've had to add some substations. We've also expanded a number of substations. But those substations, they take the power from high voltage and they reduce it to a distribution voltage, which for our system is either 13.8 kilovolts or 24 kV. And it goes throughout all the wires so that our customers can use this. And we can go to the next slide, please. And so see that these are some of the major transmission projects that we've undertaken in the last 4 years. And all of these transmission lines highlighted there in the red, these are all upgrades. And you can see that like Milagro Leo, for instance, in Northeast El Paso, that's a 69 kV to 115 conversion because one, we've had more load growth out there, and that's just the higher the voltage, the more efficient it is to transmit power. But the other one that probably everybody has seen and are aware of is this Rio Grande to Sunset, which the portion of it goes over the freeway and it goes over the UTEP mountain. And if you remember 4 or 5 years ago, if you drove by an I-10 by UTEP there and you looked up there, you saw some very old structures, and some of those structures were probably 70 years old. And so we were really at risk. We have 3 transmission lines running over that mountain. And so we replaced all of that, put in steel structures so that, again, we can have a strong, resilient grid, which obviously is very important for us to continue to serve our customers. If we can go to the next slide, please. We've also added 3 new substations, Leo substation, which is in Northeast El Paso, Executive substation, which is right there off of Executive, right before you hit Mesa Street, and New Way sub. Now, while New Way sub is not in the city, the feeders that come out of New Way sub actually do back up. So back up some feeders that supply the city. So in the event that there was an outage in far west El Paso, for instance, we would be able to leverage the capacity at New Way sub to continue to serve our customers. Go to the next slide, please. So it is obviously, it's more cost effective if we can to expand or upgrade our substations. And so to the extent that is possible, we've gone through our substations where we need additional transformation, where we need additional feeders to serve our customers. And you can see those are, for the most part, are scattered throughout the city. We do have a few more in Far East El Paso where we have a lot of load growth, but also if you look at the downtown area where there's a lot more infrastructure going up, and of course the downtown revitalization, that it's important for us to replace a lot of that infrastructure is, again, it's 70 plus years old. So it's important for us to go in there and replace that so we can maintain the reliability that our customers need and deserve. Go to the next slide, please. On the distribution major projects, as I said, that as we have load growth, that not only do we upgrade our transmission system, but we also will upgrade our distribution feeders. And so there's a number of substations that we've upgraded the feeders so that either they're extended, so as there's new houses built, new subdivisions, we can serve those, as well as to the extent that there's new power required, we can serve that as well. The one thing on here that I would point out, the downtown network upgrade. So over the last several years, we've been replacing all of the underground cable in downtown. And I'll just tell you that some of the oldest cable we found actually dated back to 1929. So we have some cable down there that's, in excess of 90 years old. And while the downtown network is a network and is our most resilient grid, we also know the importance of maintaining that. And so we have a project that we started again several years ago, but is ongoing to replace all of that cable, because we know that downtown is going to continue to grow. We see the buildings, we see additions that are happening. And so we want to make sure that we're able to serve all of that load, and that we're not having customers wait. You know, the worst thing could be possible is for a developer to come in and try to develop something downtown, and we just don't have the capacity to serve them. So we want to make sure that we can continue to serve that, not only the existing load, but the future load as well. And I think that is my last slide. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Suzanne Stone. That's going to talk about some of the customer enhancements that we've made. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, City Council, and City Manager. I'm going to talk about some of our EPE customer programs and some of the enhancements that we've done recently in order to help our customers, to guide our customers, and to be able to be partners with our customers. I'm going to start off with, beginning in March, we began a live chat on our EPE website that allows our customers to be able to communicate with a customer service representative during that time to ask them questions or be able to change service or things like that. And that's been very well received. We've also extended our customer service hours from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. and we're looking at possibly changing that and increasing those hours as we see a need in that area. We are also installing some interactive kiosks at various locations, which includes one in the El Paso downtown area, one in Van Horn, and a couple in our New Mexico service territory. And this will also allow customers to communicate in the best way that they feel comfortable, rather than either having to be with a person. They can be there at a kiosk, they can deal with the chat. You know, it provides our customers a lot of different channels to be able to communicate directly with us. We also have a new web self-service that allows customers to compare what their bills were in the past and what their bills are now, and to also provide them with various energy efficiency tips and things, and to give them the tools that they need to be able to change what their usage is to get that control of their energy usage. It also provides them links to the energy efficiency programs that we've got, and various ways like that. It also allows the customers to compare themselves with maybe the best of class in El Paso, some of the neighbors that they may have, and also shows them where they are once they've answered a few questions. It shows them maybe where they are in the energy efficiency scale. So it's very exciting. We are also in the process of expanding our energy efficiency programs. We currently have 10 programs, 6 residential and 4 commercial, and we are looking to expand that as we find out other ways to be able to help the customers. Obviously, one of our best ones is the low-income program that we've got, where we pay a majority of or all in most cases, of the improvements to a customer's residence. So it's very well received there as well. We're also helping our customers with their electric bills. During this pandemic time, we've seen a very big need for that. Although it always existed, it's still much greater. And we now have a Bright Hearts program that, since that began, we've helped 868 customers with approximately $131,500 in assistance. We also have payment plans for customers, and we guide them to various assistance agencies that can assist them or help them, such as Project Bravo, Project Amistad, and so forth. Since 2020, since the beginning of 2020, we've had approximately 65,900 customers that have taken advantage of these assistance programs, and to the tune of $8.9 million. So it's quite significant in this community. So with that, I'll take questions at the end if you have any, but thank you very much. And I'm going to turn it over now to Jim Schichtel, who is our Vice President of Regulatory and Governmental Affairs. Thank you.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. You guys scared me there for a second. Hey, good morning, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'm just going to wrap up here and additional filings that we have before the Commission now in Texas, and I'll start with I'll take these in reverse order. The energy efficiency filing is one we make every year. It's annual filing in Texas to meet or describe how we're meeting our statutory requirements for energy efficiency savings and energy in demand. And so we make that filing every May. It's relatively routine, I'll say. It's an update to our programs or any new programs. The effect on as filed on our residential customer bills is relatively small. It's about 34 cents a month on the impact during the summer, and so I'll just leave that and move on to I think the more significant one, and that's the update to our fuel factor that we filed a month or so ago, and which actually went into effect on an interim basis on May 1st. This is an increase to our fuel factor that we have been withholding or holding back for some time now, given the circumstances over the last year or so. But we have gotten to the point of a pretty significant undercollection of fuel costs, and so we filed to increase the rate. And we mitigated that increase to the extent possible to be a 5% increase on customer bills going forward. But that is we realize a pretty significant increase. I think there's a couple things to note here. Our fuel factor for the last 5 years or so has been very low from a historical perspective, and in fact, the last 6 times we've changed our fuel prices over the last 6 years, they've been decreases, and it has gone steadily lower. And even with the increase of now that we're given increase in fuel prices last year and this year, even with this increase, it's still historically low. It's still below 2 cents a kilowatt hour. But I do recognize, we do recognize that it's a pretty significant increase on a dollar basis on the bill. We limited that to the extent possible. In Texas, we file under a formula for an increase, and the formula would have been about twice this amount of an increase, and so we capped it to try to keep it as manageable as possible. And one of the concerns here is to not continue to build up a large undercollection in fuel costs that ultimately we may need to recover, for example, through a surcharge on customers. So that was the thinking behind the fuel factor increase. So I'll go ahead, and Cheryl, Cheryl, go ahead and wrap up if you will.
Sure, we can move on to the last slide. And thank you, Jim. And, I hope that what you can take away from our presentation today is that we're going to continue modernizing our system to make sure our customers are getting access to features and services that other regions are already enjoying and benefiting from. The advanced metering system is an important building block of that. And on the grid, we'll continue to invest wisely in new infrastructure to both serve existing customers with excellence and reliability and safety, and to have ready capability in the system to serve new loads. We're a strong economic development partner, and we recognize the need to support and attract new businesses who can expand our economy. And we truly want to provide our customers the quality of service they deserve, and we'll invest to support smart, clean, affordable, and a vibrant future in our service territory, both in El Paso and in New Mexico and the rest of Texas. And so if we have any questions, we'd be happy to take them at this time. And last thing, I'd like to thank both Ale Shavira and Elizabeth Triggs for their efforts to improve the coordination between El Paso Electric and the city of El Paso. I think that they work tirelessly together to keep us on track, and I look forward to continuing to build that relationship.
Thank you. We do have a couple city representatives wanting to have some questions, but I have a question on here. Now, as you went through and showed us that transforming energy landscape, meter reading, lower fees, saving tips, and as we know that when you do meter reading now, you're going to save on, you're no longer going to have people going out there and reading meters on a one-on-one basis. You're going to have a more efficient process, and that's what you just told us. You're going to save on fuel in vehicles because you're not going to drive from house to house, and you're not going to drive from business to business. And you're going to save a lot of maintenance on vehicles, and we all know that maintenance on vehicles is quite expensive. So I see all these great savings, and I see all these great tips that you brought forward, and you showed what it's going to cost. what's the average savings per ratepayer can we see on lowering the electric bill based on your efficiencies and the savings that you're showing us today? Because I would think with all the savings, manpower, fuel of vehicles, maintenance of vehicles, and everything you've showed us today, what would be the average savings per electric utility bill moving forward?
Jim,
and so, go ahead. Go ahead, sorry. And Jim, you could jump in here as well. So that is not a per customer impact that we have calculated at this time. We have calculated the sum and total of the anticipated savings associated with the items you just listed, including the labor and the actual meter reading tasks, but we have not projected that out onto an individual bill savings yet. And Jim, anything to add to that?
Well, I would hope that if you're going to charge the ratepayers based on year 1 through 5, years 6 through 12, based on cost of making it more efficient, I would hope that the electric company had looked at the efficiencies to lower the bill because of all the great things that you all just presented to us. There were great things. There were things that really are going to make it more efficient. It's going to make it better for the ratepayer. And I would hope that at the same time we will see a decrease in the bills based on the great things you guys have just presented to us.
Mr. Mayor, this is Jim Schiestel. What Jessica was referring to is that the filing doesn't include a per customer calculation for that, but it does include a total company savings. And so the filings for AMS in Texas follow a formula that's required the utility to show not only all of the expected cost of the projects themselves, but also all of the savings that you described. And so those are embedded they're actually embedded into the surcharges that you see there, the monthly surcharges. So a portion, at least, of the operational cost savings go to reduce what the customer is paying monthly on the surcharges. We can get you that on a surcharge.
I'd like to see the cost of the meters, cost of savings, because unfortunately, I don't buy that. I really would like to see it all kind of spread out, because there's some great savings, great things you just proposed, and I think that the ratepayer who you've asked to help you pay for these things as you all move forward. And I know that you all are owned by an investment company, and I understand savings create a larger bottom line, but I really would love to see how, your partners, which is the ratepayers, will benefit. And you showed us the benefits of, lower fees. You showed us the benefits of the ability to read the meters in a timely manner, on and off on services, and locating outages on a rapid and timely basis. So I would like to see the breakout of the whole thing moving before we even move forward, because I think that's really going to be important to our ratepayers.
Absolutely. And as I said, it's those estimates of savings are included in the application, and we can certainly pull those out and identify them, summarize them for you.
I appreciate that, because like I said, there's going to be maintenance of vehicles, personnel, and everything else. And I'm not going to continue to repeat myself, because we do have Representative Rodriguez going to speak next, and then Representative Lizarga, followed by Representative Molinar. Thank you. Representative Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. Jim, Jessica, Cheryl, and Stephen, thank you so much for the presentation. I couldn't agree with you more, Cheryl, that Elizabeth Triggs and Mrs. Ale Chaparilla has done a wonderful job. And this is like the second time you all came, and the last time I told you, El Paso Electric, thank you for the ongoing commitment for collaboration and communication. This has been incredibly informative to me, and information that I can use to send back to my constituents. A few questions, and I'll start with you, Jim. You had talked about fuel factor, the cost there, and you mentioned a formula, so I just wanted to be clear. So the cost that El Paso Electric is paying for fuel is what you all are turning around and charging ratepayers, but you said there was a formula and you capped it. Can you just elaborate a little bit more so I can explain that better to my constituents?
Certainly. So the formula itself basically identifies the fuel cost components, which are substantially nuclear fuel and natural gas. There's also some purchase power costs in there as well. What the formula does is it looks at your historical cost for natural gas, and then we take a forward estimate of cost increases going forward, a publicly available estimated cost going forward, and essentially scale those historical costs up or down. So the formula looks forward 12 months and it says what are natural gas prices expected to do, and scales that number up or down based on that expectation. And that's the formula. And then nuclear and the purchase power costs are basically held constant. And so really what drives our fuel factor increases or decreases is changing costs in natural gas. The formula is very formulaic, and it calculates those. Now, what we did is we looked at what the results were and said, okay, we're not going to, while the formula would allow us to request the full increase, which was on the order of a 90% increase in the fuel factor, we looked at rather what would be the impact in the fuel factor if we were going to limit the bill impact on residential customers this summer to 5% of their bill. And then we set the rate on the basis of that. Typically, the commission, the reason they give you a formula is that because they want you to follow the formula. But we went to the commission earlier this year when we were looking at this and told them what we were thinking of doing, and that is capping the formula instead to limit the impact. And they generally were agreeable to that. And we have the interim approval already, but we're still required to go through a proceeding at the commission to get final approval for that. But I expect that they will allow us to cap the increase.
Okay, but you had also mentioned that it's also not something that we're done with, that it's still cost that El Paso Electric has to recover. You're just kind of scaling that so there's not too much of an impact to ratepayers. Correct.
That's correct. So
okay.
We're on the order of right now $25 million under collected in Texas for fuel. That's really the result of those gradually increasing fuel prices, natural gas prices over the last year or even more, 18 months. That we haven't been reflecting in fuel increases, and we didn't want to do that in 2020, and so that we have gradually incurred that relatively large under collection fuel cost, $25 million. Now, two things can happen. Either this increase will not only slow the growth of that, but could potentially even start to offset some of that under collection, in which case that number will start coming down. We do have the ability in Texas to surcharge for under collections. You probably know we've done over the last 2 years, I think we've done on the order of $35 to $40 million in refunds. That's when you give money back. The surcharge, we also have the ability to do that at our discretion, and that's really what I'd like to hold off on as long as possible. And so this fuel increase now is an attempt to not only slow the amount of that under collection, but maybe even eat into that under collection as we go forward. Okay.
Good news for ratepayers, but also it's an increase. So there was a misconception that some folks I heard from were concerned that this increase was a direct result of the acquisition of the utility. And which, more education again and communication is so imperative so that we can, end those misconceptions. And Stephen, Stephen, thank you for showing me around the tour plant over at Newman site. It was very informative and educational for me. I do have a question about weatherization. You talked a little bit about February, what we saw with ERCOT. And so as we prepare for extreme weather conditions in Texas and El Paso, as it relates to heat in the summer, what is El Paso Electric doing to prepare for extreme weather events as it relates to weatherization with our current grid in El Paso?
Sure. So, Representative Hernandez, thank you for taking that time to visit Newman. And I would extend that offer to anybody that wants to visit our plants. Newman is one of those where you can see the really old technology, but you can see some of the newer. Also, I would like to, again, if anybody'd like to see the Montana Power Station, because that's state of the art, it'd be a great tour for you to participate in. But to answer your question, so we focus on the summer because we're a summer peaking utility. But we recognize of what we went through in 2011. We recognize the impact it had on the city, and so we have spent a considerable amount of money after 2011. It was about $4.5 million to make sure the winterization, the weatherization of our plants was done properly. But again, we also built Montana Power Station, which, again, it's a lot easier to design something in there brand new versus going back and retrofit. So in the winter, though, we do go through all of our plants, starting around October, November, to make sure all the winterization, the weatherization is correct, the insulation is adequate, trying to find any weak spots. And I'll tell you, though, even in this last event, we did have some challenges at some of our older units. And if you have a 60-year-old plant, you miss one transmitter, one piece of equipment, it can freeze up and it can cause a unit to trip. And we did have a few challenges Sunday night that the team responded very quickly, were able to get those units back on and deal with it. As far as the summer, though, so we go through in the fall and the spring outages of all of our units. We go through maintenance. We spend a lot of time on our transmission system. We've got approximately 1,000 miles of 345 kV or above transmission. And so we inspect every mile of that before June 1st, because we want to make sure if there's a structure out there that's compromised, that we can fix it prior to the summer peak. I talked about some of the upgrades we made on the 115 and KV transmission system, as well as trying to anticipate where those overloads. We model the system and we look at, in the utility jargon, it's called N-1, which really means if you lose your most single critical piece of equipment, whether that's a generator or whether that's a transmission line, whether you can still maintain the reliability of the grid. And so we go through advanced modeling to make sure that we can do that. And to the extent that there's any weak spots after we lose our single most critical piece of equipment, we address those. And so we plan 5-10 years out in advance looking at this, because as you can imagine, to either build a transmission line or even reconductor a transmission line, to get the permitting and get the equipment and the everything scheduled, it often takes years in advance preparation. And I'll just point to the UTEP Mountain. That one was on our planning for probably about 5 years before we could get to it. And when we have generators are out, sometimes that makes it difficult to take transmission lines out. So it's it's a ballet. We're trying to choreograph this and trying to make sure that we can get all of this equipment serviced before we get to June 1st, when we start getting into triple-digit weather.
Are you expecting 2020? Summer of 2020 was one of your new peak. I don't know what you refer to as, but it's your highest level, right? Like your new peak that you met. Are you expecting this summer to be higher?
So the forecast, when we do the load forecast, there is an expected, there is a low, and there is a high case. The expected case is slightly below what we had last year. Last year was 2,173 megawatts. Again, we have a 2,200 megawatt system, and so that leaves zero room for error. And so this year, I think the expectation is about 2,100 megawatts. But there is a high case in which we're over 2,200. So, and the way that, to the extent that we have loads higher than what are forecasted, our only option is to buy power. And, I'll just tell you that our transmission lines, there's not a lot of capacity left on those transmission lines. Again, so that's why it's important for us to continue to upgrade our infrastructure, including generation.
Got it. And then, Jessica, just a couple of questions for you about AMS. Thank you, Stephen.
Sure.
I agree with Mayor Leeser. We need to kind of understand what is going to be the average impact to ratepayers as it relates to AMS. But you mentioned that other cities in Texas have passed this back in 2007, 2008. I'm curious if we can, reach out or communicate with them to see what have been the average savings over the period of the 10 years. Because that to me is going to be absolutely critical to sharing with our constituents, because they're going to want to know, is this something that's going to be important for my household? Is it going to help me in my household? Well, everybody in my household uses technology and tablets and apps and cell phones and smartphones. I don't have a lot of smart appliances, but if you don't have smart appliances, how granular can the data become? If I wanted to see if the kids were, if they have electricity on in their bedrooms, can I see it by room? with AMS?
That would be nice. No, you can see it by you. It will all be very much by time of day.
Okay.
Throughout to the 1 meter that you have. But you'll be able to see if they're playing hooky and working and running appliances on a Tuesday when they should be in there. You can see those out of whack days. But no, the AMS technology is specific to the whole place that's metered. So in your case, it would be your whole house, and then it will all be time of day. And then at a residential level, it will be at 15-minute intervals.
And would a household need Wi-Fi in order to utilize AMS internet?
No.
Oh, okay. That's really interesting. Definitely.
Yeah, I was just going to clarify. So the AMS network is an independent network that communicates with itself. So it doesn't need the Wi-Fi within your house.
Okay, that's really interesting, and that it helps me because I was under the assumption that every household would need Wi-Fi, so it was very concerning to me. And then, in terms of the time period of implementation, if this were approved next year, when could the average household resident expect to have the technology in their household?
So it will be a phased implementation, and we will be developing a plan essentially by zip code as to the order of deployment. We have not evaluated that yet, but we would be beginning in the beginning of 2023, and then so everybody's going to fall in that 23, 24, 25.
And while I assume the communication would be very fluid and open with City Council, I would definitely like to see and participate in what that rollout would look like. Just to make sure that City Council representatives are conveying to you what is the most need. And then I said it was my final question, but this is really my final question. Businesses, you talked mostly kind of like on the residential side. Have any businesses requested AMS? And if not, like what would be the benefit to small businesses?
It's so I can't point you to somebody who's called specifically and said, hey, we'd like AMS, but we have had a number of conversations with different small business sectors in the community that are definitely looking for the opportunity to subscribe to time of use rates or dynamic pricing rates to potentially optimize their operations. Some small manufacturing type facilities that may be able to modify their schedules to operate around those types of rates. So we've had more engagement from businesses looking for the opportunity to subscribe to the different dynamic pricing and rate structures that AMS will enable. We haven't had anybody directly say, hey, I'd like an advanced meter.
Got it. All right. Well, thank you so much for the presentation. Again, we welcome you coming back and having this open forum. I definitely appreciate it. And please wish Mrs. Kelly Tomlin well. And we hope to see you all in the near future. And happy Mother's Day to any mothers on.
Thank you, Representative Hernandez. I did have one additional question, and I know that we're having the advanced metering, we're going to have the fuel recuperation, and then the energy savings. So these three things that we'll add to the bill. Is there any plans of having a rate case anytime in the near future besides all this that's going on to the bill? Do y'all have a looking forward when that would be?
Cheryl, you want me to take that?
Yeah, Jim, why don't you go ahead and talk about that upcoming 2021?
Certainly. So, Mr. Mayor and Council, yes, as you may be aware, our last case in Texas was filed in 2017, and those rates went into effect in early 2018. We're required to file in Texas a rate case at least every 4 years, and so we are required to file in 2021, and we have been putting together a filing the first half of this year and expect to file that by the end of this month. Now, none of the costs that in these other, the AMS or the energy efficiency or the fuel are components of that filing. what that finally substantially will reflect is the things that Steve went over, and those investments in distribution and transmission and generation capital additions over that 4-year period from our last case to this one.
So have you determined, I know you said you're going to file sometime before the end of this month, have you determined the impact on the ratepayer, business, small business, homeowners, and large businesses at this point yet that you could share with us?
I can't on this call, Mr. Mayor. We haven't quite finalized everything. We're hoping to do that this week and next, especially with respect to taking the total amount down to the customer impact. But I think that's something that we can discuss. Elizabeth and I had talked about this briefly about providing a summary of the filing prior to filing. So I believe that's something we can do. It's not quite there yet, but we can do that.
Thank you for that. And with that, I have Representative Lizarga, followed by Representative Molinar.
Thank you, Mayor Leeser. Thank you also to El Paso Electric for being here today. I have a couple of questions for Jessica on AMS. Jessica, you were talking about this customer-centered network, and then you also mentioned robust communication. And then Suzanne, you mentioned that you're partners with your customers. So I have a couple questions on customer engagement. Can you tell me what are the customer engagement best practices in other communities where AMS has been successfully deployed?
Certainly. So other utilities have articulated that it's a range of approaches and a range of engagement strategies, and that there are two real phases to the engagement. The initial one being just the understanding of the meter, and that you're getting a new meter, and that the new meter enables new technology, two-way technology, and the data piece. But the second, and I think the most critical piece that we've heard from other utilities, and these conversations remain ongoing, is the actual interface and the tool, and how customers can see their data, how they can essentially touch it, how it becomes tangible to them. Because I'm sure you're recognizing, even as we talk today, sort of in the abstract, it's like, well, I kind of understand what more data tells me, but what does that really look like for me? And so that other utilities have explained to us that they've executed that through a series of definitely community engagement in-person community meetings, beginning to socialize it, but ultimately developing demonstration technologies, demonstrations of the applications and the interface, and making those available to customers through a very number of channels, through applications as well as through videos and website access. But those are the two big buckets, the front end, and then the actual how do we use it, what does it look like, how can I really see it.
So you'll be planning those kinds of community engagement sessions?
Absolutely. That is on our radar, and some of our very first actions we will be hosting some focus groups to first of all gauge the level of understanding that our customers have today, so that we also understand where we're starting from. And then, yes, it will be that series of community outreach programs.
Okay, that's good to hear. And then my second question is, how will El Paso Electric target, through your engagement strategy, customers that are disproportionately affected by the AMS surcharge? For example, low-income households, or if they're lacking the access to or the familiarity with technology that's going to be required to access and act on this AMS data?
And so that is part of the engagement development plan, is to have a target rollout for, and not necessarily limited to low-income customers or people who are disproportionately affected, but it also may be a tailored demonstration to those folks that just don't have the technology savvy, that aren't interested in it. And so while I cannot tell you today, because we haven't really defined what that will look like, we do have every intention of developing specific strategic engagement for lower income customers, less tech savvy customers, if you will, and then more engaged customers.
Okay, thank you, Jessica, very much.
Thank you, Representative Lasagna. And with that, we have Representative Molinar.
Thank you, Mayor. Joe Molinat here from District 4. Have a couple of questions, and I'm going to ask these questions in terms of the customers. And for example, this past weekend, I drove by the intersection of Mercury and Hondo Pass. And at one point, the 9000 block of Mercury, there was a down line. So there was a police vehicle on one side, a fire truck on the other side, for safety reasons, obviously. At some other point, El Paso Electric crews started arriving. And later on, more crews arrived, vehicles, personnel, the new pole, if you will. And so reference real-time information. Would it be possible, let's just say a supervisor there at the scene says, hey, you know, and let's just say it was a transmission line that was, or power box, I'm not sure what the right word is out, and it affects 500 customers. Could that supervisor say, hey, we have crews on site to let those people where the suffering the outages out know? And also later on, once a determination is made, hey, we're going to be here approximately 4 hours, 5 hours, that information could be sent out through these smart meters to the affected customers.
That is correct. That is exactly what the application of improved outage response entails. Targeted identification of affected customers, targeted communication with those customers, and the specifics of the outage condition and likelihood issue. You're 100% correct.
Okay, thank you. Another question is, I'm just going to use this example for residential customers. I believe I'm just going to use the end number of 430,000 residential customers here in the territory for El Paso. And so let's just say 92% of those people opted in to have the smart meters in. So you're looking at about 395,000 people that have bought into the AMS. And I'm only going to talk about residential customers. So you mentioned earlier in your presentation, there's going to be about approximately 500 installations on a daily basis. So once those 500 customers are plugged in, snapped in, whatever the right words are they at that time going to, in other words, if it's June 17th, your unit was installed at that time, that's when they're going to start paying for that? Or are they going to wait for that whole area to be serviced and then start being charged?
So the surcharge actually becomes effective universally for all customers on the January 2022, losing track of years here, into January 2022. The surcharge becomes effective universally, and that is because that surcharge is meant to incorporate the development of the communication network, the development of the data management system, as well as the meters in the installation. So everyone would see that surcharge at the same time, and it would run for that 12-year period.
Okay, so another question you mentioned, which is in great interest to me, gunshot and fire detection. I'm thinking public safety here. And so does this AMS have the system for, let's just say, an internal gunshot, let's just say when inside a residence or externally across the street, in the street, things like that?
So the functionality there is with the communication network that will be installed as part of the AMS network. And so if for example, school districts and the fire department, the police department wanted to make the commitment to install those gunshot detector sensors or whatever other sensors, then the data collected at those sensors, the gunshot detection, if you will, could be transmitted over this network. And so the advantage there is the network is already in place. So the sensors would still need to be added, but the network would be there to transmit the data to essentially anywhere within the coverage area. I mean, not randomly, of course, you really assign where that data gets transmitted, but that's what the network provides the coverage to transmit information.
Okay. And my last question is reference But I'm just going to use the time period 4 p.m. to 6 p.m., give or take 1 or 2 hours. So all of a sudden, there's a higher demand for usage. And so the smart metering system is already detecting that. People are coming home from school, coming home from work, the air conditioners are on, maybe other appliances are coming on, things like that. So as a result of AMS, you're going to see you will see an increase of power being used during this time period. So will AMS and then say, hey, we have a higher demand for service. We have a higher demand for output. And so will the cost of the kilowatt per hour go up at that time?
So those are the pricing structures and the dynamic pricing structures that may be developed once we start to collect that AMS data. So there is a possibility that it could be a price trigger, but the other functionality that AMS enables is the signaling to customers to indicate that we are seeing a high load at this time. If you're using discretionary energy use, is this a time that you can not use that use? It's not in any way meant to be punitive for people to use essential services during peak demand, but it's meant to provide notifications and indications and real-time data for folks to understand that, hey, if you have an opportunity to decrease your energy use at this time, it may help either your own costs or the grid stability, the effective use of resources on El Paso Electric.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your presentation, appreciate your answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Molinar. And with that, we have Representative Anello. Good afternoon.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon to everyone from El Paso Electric. Thank you for all the information on this program. I do think it's a really great program, and I do think it is time for El Paso to join the rest of the state and the country of integrating some of this equipment. I hate to ask this question, but I'm going to because I have received a lot of questions about it, and I am not a radiation expert, and so I don't know how to answer it. And so I was hoping you could help me with the information to share when I get the concerns. So my question is, I know that there's been a lot of unsubstantiated health concerns around advanced metering over the last decade or so across the country. And again, I am getting those questions from my constituents, and I don't know the correct way to answer that. So I was hoping you could guide me a little bit.
Certainly, and so I think it's important to understand that advanced metering works on a radio frequency. A radio frequency is a common frequency that's emitted by a lot of household appliances. Now, just because it's emitted somewhere else doesn't make it okay here. But I think sometimes that context is helpful. And it's also important to understand that the radio frequency within the advanced metering is typically a lower frequency and is typically in an area that is less exposed that we're not as close to. Now, all that said, advanced metering is subject to all the industry standards, industrial standards, without the emissions of those frequencies. And I think the best thing that we can do is provide you the third-party references that speak to those details, because I think it removes any sense of bias or miscommunication, and frankly, it's not our data. We haven't done the radio frequency data, but we do know that the meters that we will be installing are fully compliant with all the industry standards that address such topics. And so we would be happy to provide you those references if that's useful. I don't mean to totally punt, but I think the third-party data is the most effective way to do it.
No, even understanding that it's on a radio frequency, I wasn't aware of that. That in and of itself is helpful, but any information you can send, so when those questions do come up, we have the information is very helpful. Another question I have, I don't want to get very specific on all of our constituent concerns, but specifically in my district, last few years in the winter, we've had a lot of outages in areas like Manhattan Heights where infrastructure is older. And so I know that advanced metering allows you to see when there's an outage, but how does it actually help my community in avoiding those outages or dealing with them, or giving them a system, if you will, that works more effectively for them?
Jessica, I'm going to take this one. Yeah, so with the advanced metering, we're going to get a lot more data. And so, right now, if you look at what we have, it's really at a total feeder. And so it's hard for us to see that in a neighborhood, for instance, or, 3 or 4 houses, they upgrade from swamp coolers to refrigerated air. We typically will not see that sort of increase. With the advanced metering, we're going to be able to get more data. And so we're going to be able to, as customers upgrade from, say, swamp coolers to refrigerated air, or even as they install electric vehicles, we're going to start having that information. And so we're going to have more data, more actionable data that we can do a better job of planning our distribution system and getting ahead and replacing transformers before they fail. The other thing I would point out right now, if we have a small outage, and I'm saying a small outage, let's say it's a distribution transformer, may feed 4 or 5 houses, we don't know about that outage until somebody calls. And so I actually had a case where there was a transformer, there was somebody out of town, and the other 2 people, I guess they didn't call, and this transformer was feeding 3 houses. They sat without power for 5 or 6 hours before somebody finally called. So with advanced metering, we're going to know about that as soon as it happens. And so we'll be able to roll a truck, get crews out there to replace that equipment. And so there's going to be a lot of benefits that maybe they're not as great as some of the benefits that Jim and Jessica were talking about, but they are going to be meaningful to our customers.
Great, thank you. And I hope it will also accelerate the reverse, right, where y'all will be able to contact customers in the event of an outage faster, right? Because when those things happen, it's a lot of people calling us, and then we're calling Ali, and then there's a lot of in-between phone calls. So incorporating a program in which you then can directly reach out to the customer would be very helpful. I do want to follow up a little bit further with the mayor's first question. So I understand that there is a savings integrated into this filing, and that the distribution of the meters, I think you said, is over 3 years. Is that correct? And so my question is will there be a period after the distribution, so after the 3-year implementation, and maybe a few years after that, where we would see possibly more savings?
Jim, do you want to take that?
Sorry, hit the mute button. Certainly, I think generally speaking, yes, the expectation is that additional savings can occur over time in the same way that we could identify, new programs or services or other things that we haven't anticipated with new technologies moving forward. But certainly, it's the case that those additional operational savings could occur going forward in the future. And they would be incorporated as all cost savings and eventually are reflected in customer rates. The mechanism here gradually moves all of this cost recovery and the savings into actual base rates for customers. That happens over the period of time that the installation happens and the surcharges are recovered.
Okay, thank you. And then I want to also follow up with the comment that there is an additional rate case coming in the next couple of years. So I just want to be clear, there is a rate case for the implementation of this program. We are expected to see a rate case involving cost recovery for Newman 6, and then we are also now expecting an additional rate case in the next year or 2.
So to be clear, the case that has been filed for AMS is specific just to the AMS costs, and that's reflected in the proposed surcharges. The other rate case with the mayor asked about, and I responded that we're looking at filing by the end of this month, is what I would refer to as the standard rate making for the capital additions that Steve had gone through early in the presentation. That's the case this year, and that's the one that's required. Or that's the one that fits the bill for the requirement over the 4-year period. Beyond that, we don't have any expectations for rate cases in the future, other than, again, the 4-year requirement.
Okay. Well, I appreciate all of this information. I know there was a discussion with council on how we would have really loved this information prior to the filing of this case. And I think moving forward, that is a sentiment that I share. And with rate cases that are coming up, I really think that communication with the council prior to a filing and with the public is really detrimental to the success of us as a city and El Paso Electric. So I appreciate all the information. I appreciate you answering my questions. And Jessica, if you could send any information in regards to what we've talked about, I would really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Anello. Representative Lizarraga?
Thank you, Mayor Leeser. I just have one last question. Thank you all for your patience. You know, back a few years ago when we first began talking about AMS, there was a discussion about the possibility of El Paso Water and other local utilities or organizations piggybacking off of El Paso Electric's AMS network, which would allow them to offer their customers some of the additional services as well. And I think that would be a huge value add for the community. Is this still something that would be on the table?
Yes, absolutely. The network is the network and is available for, would be available for those collaborations, absolutely. And we know that there are numerous applications that might be of interest to the water utility, so yes.
Okay, great. That's great news. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Lizarraga. Representative Molinaro?
Last question, I promise. Anyways, I've been hearing a lot about the large or significant volume of data that's going to be accumulated. What is going to be your records retention period for all of this data? It's going to be like your standard 4 or 5 years?
I don't have the specific answer to that question. I do know that there is a plan for the data governance strategy around that, and I know that our IT department is developing all that, but I don't know the answer to the exact retention of the question you asked, but we can certainly find that out.
You could perhaps ask your legal team and then get with Elizabeth Triggs, and she can share that information with us.
Thank you, Representative Molinaro. Thank you, and I want to thank El Paso Electric for being here, and I always appreciate the presentation and look forward to working with you all in the coming weeks and months, and look forward to touring your facilities. So I thank you all for taking your time and for being here, and you all have a great week.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. And the next item is number 4. This is a presentation on City Attorney Office Performance Report.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Carla Neiman for the record. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Michelle. We can't see you, but we can hear you.
Yes.
There you go. Thank you.
Let me pull up the presentation.
There we go.
Can you see the presentation?
Yes, yes, ma'am. You took it down. It was up there a minute ago.
Is that better?
I don't see it. You had it up a minute ago.
Okay, just a second. I believe that, was somebody else sharing the presentation? Just a minute. Can you see the presentation now?
Not yet. Nothing on the screen.
We can bring it up for you, Carla. Just
Thank
a second.
you. Yeah, my share button isn't working, honestly. Oh no.
There you
Okay,
go. It's right there. We can see it now.
You know what? My screen is frozen. Can you all hear me?
We can see we can see the screen.
Okay. No, now it's working. I'm sorry. My mouse and everything was frozen previously.
Good.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Mayor. and Council. This is Carla Neiman for the record. This is our annual office performance update report. Can you go to the next slide? We presented this report in December of last year to demonstrate the work that we had accomplished since the beginning of the pandemic. This report is a summary of the entire past 12 months. This is a slight overview of what I will be discussing with you today or explaining to you. The presentation is divided into 3 parts. The first part focuses on the philosophy and goals of the City Attorney's Office in order to ensure the services we provide are aligned to deliver the results laid out in the strategic plan. In the second part of the presentation, I will describe the key processes, key highlights in the various sections of the office that resulted in a substantial accomplishment and substantial services to the organization. And the last part of the presentation focuses on key deliverables and the results from our continual focus on workforce development and customer service. And finally, I will go through some projects and items that we will be focusing on in this next several months and the following year. Can you move to the next slide? Thank you. Here is our strategic plan alignment. As you all know, the City Attorney's Office is in Goal Team 6, which is to set the standard for sound governance and fiscal management. Since the beginning of my tenure, I have focused on 3 areas: workforce development, customer service, and continual commitment to obtaining and providing excellent legal services. It is by focusing on these 3 areas that the City Attorney's Office assists in setting the standard for sound governance and fiscal management. Next slide. Specifically, I wanted to highlight the process that we had at the City Attorney's Office in response to COVID-19. As a result of the global COVID-19 pandemic, the City Council and our organization has spent a majority of this past year responding to the needs of our community. In order to assist in that response, the City Attorney's Office developed an all hands on deck approach. Every member of the office, irrespective of their title, was part of at least one of 5 teams that were tasked with addressing different areas of the response. This approach was a direct result of the City Attorney's Office being part of the COVID-19 cross-functional team. It was through this alignment with the strategic plan that the office was able to collaborate and provide continual legal support to the council and this organization. My office provided City Council, Office of Emergency Management, and our local health authority with legal recommendations on how to respond after every executive order. We also drafted our local emergency directives and ordinances, as well as provided answers to hundreds of frequently asked questions that were received from the public, elected officials, and several other organizations. We also created contract templates to assist the organization in acquiring the necessary goods and services to provide a well-being and care of the community. Next slide, please. Some of the key highlights as well: we provided over 4,674 hours worth of legal support to the entire organization, ranging from various topics like the Texas Open Meetings Act, the Texas Public Information Act, as well as recommendations how to protect our employees from COVID-19, while ensuring that the community received the help and resources that were needed during the pandemic. Specifically, you will notice that we drafted over and are continuing to draft, at this point, 19 local emergency directives and amendments. We have either extended or reenacted over 41 emergency ordinances. We reviewed and provided legal support for over 80 local health authority orders, and we presented over 40 presentations to this council on various different legal topics. We also provided the support for the emergency activation plan, which took place on March of last year, as well as the lift that was required to do our lab certification and expansion to assist in additional COVID-19 testing for the community. Next slide. Another area that I'd like to highlight is the legal support in reviewing the Coronavirus Relief Act and the regulations that outline how the federal funding could be spent. We assisted in creating various documents that the organization could use to distribute the millions of dollars allocated to the city to respond to the pandemic. We drafted and reviewed approximately 330 contracts between the first and second quarter of this year. The office provided approximately 4,674 hours related to COVID-19 response. The most significant part of this, however, was that the work was provided by the lawyers in this office around the clock, weekdays and weekends. The pandemic was unprecedented and demanded a significant resource from our office. However, due to the level of expertise and experience and dedication that I've developed in this office, we did not have to rely on outside counsel for any of this work. Had we hired outside counsel to do the COVID-19 work, it would have required twice the amount of dollars and twice the amount of hours spent as a result of having to bring outside counsel up to speed on how to respond to emergency situations. We have been able to develop that expertise in responding to emergency situations as a result of the 2018 immigration crisis and the unfortunate events of the 2019 Walmart shooting, which, although completely different in scope and magnitude, it exposed our lawyers to the work and the issues that we had to respond to during the pandemic. Had we hired outside counsel, we would have spent approximately $2.6 million in outside counsel fees, thereby saving the city that additional amount by handling these items internally. Can we move to the next slide? Thank you. Although a vast majority of the work that we focused on in the past year was related to COVID-19, we also spent a significant amount of time on other work, specifically in the litigation section. We've made substantial changes in the manner in which we handle our litigation. Back in 2018, I conducted an internal services department survey of all of the department heads about the city's and our office's customer service. And I received substantial feedback in regards to the length of time that cases are involved in litigation and a lack of status reports on pending litigation. As a result of that, I've changed the manner in which we communicate with department heads. We've established new standard operating procedures that focus on providing information, status reports, and time-sensitive communications to the affected departments on a regular basis. The litigators are also required to send updates at key times during the litigation. During the course of litigation, the section also began cross-training on all types of litigation in our office. Previously, our lawyers were focused on one or two types of cases, which created problems when we had turnover. So that left the office in having to train a new lawyer every time. However, with this cross-training, all the litigators will provide a uniform way of dealing with recurring issues. It supports succession planning and creates a uniform level of services that this organization has come to expect. We have also achieved over a 100% success rating in complaints filed at the EEOC. That means that the 3 months of work that goes into responding to each of these cases is resulting in dismissal of those complaints against the city. Finally, one other area that we have focused on specifically in the last year has been in developing in-house expertise in handling utility cases. We have historically relied on outside counsel to handle all the utility matters. During the merger of El Paso Electric, it became imperative for the city attorney's office to build and retrain and retain institutional knowledge and experience in this area of the law. That is an area that we will continue to train and develop several lawyers to ensure the deeper and broader knowledge base. Next slide. Here is the measured impact on the litigation section. We have seen a savings to the city of El Paso for approximately $7.7 million. That was accomplished as a result of being able to dismiss several lawsuits that had been filed against the city. These dismissals require a specialized skill set and a substantial amount of effort in drafting and carefully written arguments to demonstrate why a lawsuit should not be allowed to proceed through the discovery process and to trial. In the last few months, one of our litigators, Evan Reed, in our office has been able to obtain dismissal of both of those two civil rights cases. These types of lawsuits traditionally cost the city about $600,000 to prepare for trial. That's how we were able to amass the $1.2 million in savings. We also had a major win against the Attorney General's office on a cybersecurity lawsuit. Our office filed a suit against the Attorney General as a result of Attorney General determination that we had to release certain cybersecurity information, which this office had determined could not be released under the Texas Public Information Act because it would have resulted in release of private sensitive information regarding the city's cybersecurity. However, the Attorney General's office decided to settle the case and agreed that our interpretation of the law was correct, which amounted to a savings of about $1.3 million in having been able to shield that information from release. And then finally, in the area of utility savings, we've saved approximately $5.2 million to our ratepayers in various different filings that the city has asked that we intervene in. Specifically, we obtained a $700,000 decrease in the distribution cost recovery factor filings, as well as a $4.5 million reduction in EPE's fuel expenses. And then on the right-hand side of the screen, you will notice the results on our 10 working day turnaround. This is a measure of the routine items that our support staff are responsible for handling with minimal involvement by our litigators. We continue to complete tasks within the 10 working days. This is achieved through the streamlining process for intake and the assignment of these tasks on a rotation to ensure that we have a quick and even distribution of these work assignments. Next slide. The final area that I would like to discuss is the decrease in the outside counsel litigation expenses. We have every year approximately a $300,000 line item for outside counsel. The current projection is to be at $1.5 million at the end of this fiscal year. However, we're still way below that amount in comparison to the 2 previous fiscal years. The reason we've been able to achieve such a large savings is due in part to several different strategies that we have implemented at the City Attorney's Office. We've been able to recruit several seasoned litigators that bring many years of experience to the office. We have also, it's something that had been very difficult to obtain in the last 5 to 7 years. However, we're focusing on training more of the lawyers to give them the skills and the knowledge to handle these areas internally. And in the coming months, we're going to continue to develop a comprehensive training curriculum for all the litigators. This training will improve the caliber of services and expertise in our office, and it will continue to keep our outside counsel costs low. Next slide. In the transactional section of our office, besides COVID-19, these are different areas that I wanted to focus on for council. These are areas and large projects that our office was intricately involved in through the city strategic plan and the various citywide district specific projects. This is only a sampling of the cases. For example, in the health area, we were instrumental in assisting in producing the Megasite contract, which is the vaccination that provides the vaccination site that provides vaccines to our community, as well as what is currently now the walk-in and drive-through service centrally located convention center space. And then earlier in the Goal Team 6 presentation, you all saw the results that we had in the animal grooming ordinance, which was an update to a very outdated title in our code, which is intended to protect our pets and ensure the adequate licensing and training standards for groomers. And then in the city assets area, just last week in this council meeting tomorrow, the city attorney, this council will be approving the conservation easements for both the Knapp property and the Lost Dog Trail. That conservation easement will preserve over 1,300 acres or open space into perpetuity on both sides of the Franklin Mountains. This was a significant project that had began several years ago through the acquisition of the Knapp property with the 2012 quality of life bonds, and it is ending on a high note and being able to preserve over 1,300 acres. In the SMG agreement, in December of 2020, our office collaborated with the purchasing department to enter into a new facilities and tourism management agreement with the entity that's managing the bulk of our quality of life assets. That was an instrumental change for the city attorney's office because the contract was quite old and it had gone through multiple amendments that made the contract very difficult to manage and understand the obligations of the parties. So now it is under one agreement that includes all the responsibilities of the parties and will make managing those facilities a lot easier for the organization as a whole. And then in the Sun Metro area, I became directly involved in assisting the city manager's office and his team with the legal advice on the status of the agreement with First Transit since 2019. After collaborating with Sun Metro Purchasing and the city manager's office, we agreed that the best option was to bring the operations internally for Sun Metro. That was the only way that the organization was able to eliminate the tens of millions of dollars in deficits that Sun Metro had incurred in the last 10 years. And then finally, in the area of economic development, we also assisted in drafting and providing legal advice on major projects of economic development, specifically at Project Tollway, which we drafted in a ground lease and a 380 agreement for the El Paso Airport and the Economic Development Department to initiate the development in the Science and Technology Park. which will serve as a major economic development driver for our city. And then we also prepared a new airline agreement for El Paso International Airport. Despite being in a global downturn, Boutique Air agreed to enter into a new concessionaire agreement with us. And then finally, the Butterfield Trail Golf Course, which we spent approximately 130 hours between May and August of last year, assisting the airport in entering into a new concession agreement for the management of the Butterfield Trail. This was a city asset that had been losing money year after year and was programmed to be shut down, but the agreement allowed the facility to remain open and operate without a deficit. And then finally, in the MCAD world, we saw an increase in the number of agreements that we had been providing them. As a result of the global pandemic, a lot of those facilities were not operating, but because of the change in the pandemic and the outlook, we began reprogramming many of those spaces, which signals a slow restart and reopening for our facilities and our cultural attractions in the city. And then finally, but not least, the work that I worked directly with Council and Carrie Weston during the last year was the amendments to the ethics ordinance. This council directed myself and Carrie in the city manager's office to rewrite the entire ethics ordinance. We worked alongside with the ethics commission for over a year. And then we subsequently developed a training curriculum that this council and all the boards and commissions engaged in. And then just recently, our office has been working with the performance office to provide the next iteration of what ethics training will look like for our organization. That project will allow for virtual, interactive, and on-demand ethics training for all our elected and appointed officials, as well as all of our city employees. And it really launches us into another area of sound governance and transparency for our community. Next slide, please. The transactional processes, and this is an area that is still in development. We have continually assisted the capital improvements department, as well as the purchasing department and several other user departments in coordinating the various tasks that are required to do due diligence and process that must take place in order for the city to acquire property. We've assisted in obtaining a lease management software. We've trained staff on eminent domain procedures and property acquisition. We've developed forms and templates for the user departments to submit real estate services from CID and other departments. We've created checklists to create consistent and streamlined process for all real estate transactions. We've also trained staff on evaluating all different aspects of real estate. And we continue to hone in on expediting the routine processes. Furthermore, as council knows, we've implemented a different executive session procedure to ensure that council is informed of all transactions early on in the process. And we also ensure that we're able to submit the items on a timely basis to the city clerk's office. We will be working on obtaining more on-call services agreements for property acquisitions and appraisals of those properties. We're also very involved and aligned and integrated with the project managers and the comptroller's office in planning and contracting the process to ensure that properties meet the specifications and payments are made and tracked on a timely basis. We will continue to evaluate these procedures for acquisitions of small properties to shorten acquisition timelines, and we will continue to create procedures to handle requests from the public when people ask about city-owned properties. We anticipate being able to report back on what that staff time and the expenses that we have saved the city in expediting those processes. The next slide. Finally, in order to improve our customer service, I reorganized the transactional section of the office and the litigation section. So now our senior assistant city attorneys are paired with our deputy city managers. This type of pairing allows for a constant and immediate communication with our office on key projects and council's priorities. I have also been able to identify areas where our legal support staff needs additional training to provide faster turnaround time. We have also been able to create more templates for routine items, which also results in a more consistent and predictable work product for this organization and city council. The level of interaction and communication also allows for faster turnaround times and proper alignment with the city's strategic plan. This has completely eliminated what had historically been the common refrain heard in our organization that things were stuck in legal, which is something that we very rarely, if ever, hear anymore. Next slide. And this is some of the measured impacts that we have seen in the transactional section. We've continued to maintain. This past year, we achieved 100% turnaround on the 10-day working turnaround. So all of our projects met the 10-day working day deadline. You have seen a decrease in the number of requests received since 2018 and 2019, but we attribute that to the downturn in the requests as a result of COVID-19. However, these 10-day turnarounds do not include all of the work that I just highlighted on the COVID-19. So that is the 1,250, and then on top of that, the 4,700 hours that we contributed directly to COVID-19. So it's been a substantial amount of work that has been flowing through the transactional section. Furthermore, we are going to continue to work with the Performance Office. In the next several months, we will be finalizing a dashboard that will allow us to track the number of items that are pending in the City Attorney's Office. We currently have a legacy system that is quite outdated and possesses significant technological challenges for us. We are hoping that in exploring various different alternatives, especially since we're all working from home, it's become a real necessity to have an option that will be more sustainable in the cloud. And we will continue to provide additional cross-training for our lawyers and our support staff. This will continue to support our succession planning and promotional opportunities. And also streamlining the real estate system will provide a crucial benefit to the organization in the future, as the entire process will flow more smoothly and in a timelier fashion for the benefit of the taxpayer in this organization. The next slide. This is our prosecutors section. So currently we hired recently in February additional lawyers, and 2 of them had significant amount of prosecutorial experience. They joined a total of 2 other lawyers. So we have 4 prosecutors in the prosecutor's office that have a combined experience of 38 years prosecuting cases. Those 4 lawyers are assigned to work with 5 municipal courts. This additional experience will provide us with the ability to prepare for the COVID-19 cases that are well on their way, approximately 650 COVID-19 violations, as well as all the traffic and health and safety dockets that are also part of the municipal court dockets. Currently, our prosecutors are preparing for trials of those 650 cases. They're conducting additional pretrial work in order to ensure that the COVID cases are ready to be tried. They're meeting with witnesses and our law enforcement and code enforcement officers. We also are working with municipal court and Office of Management and Budget in adding an additional prosecutor to allow for an extra court to work through the backlog that resulted as a result of the court shutdown during the pandemic. Specifically for COVID-19 response, the prosecutors drafted the necessary complaint language, which is necessary for all of our code and law enforcement officers to issue violations. They trained over 200 code and law enforcement officers on the various COVID-19 regulations, and they were able to provide real-time support to our code enforcement and law enforcement personnel. Next slide. This next year and this past year, we continue to update our prosecutorial strategy, which includes additional training in several types of cases that are tried in municipal court. This training has focused on establishing the same prosecutorial approach and strategy across all 5 courts. This will create additional efficiencies in getting through the high volume dockets. The prosecution's division is focused on ensuring a thorough, accurate, and high quality and consistent work product, including our communications with municipal court, the defendants, and our elected judges. The focus from the prosecutor's office is community safety as always, as well as consistency and insurance that justice is served. And then the next slide is the measured impact that we saw from the prosecutor's office in this past year. As I explained, we've been trial prepping and training for COVID-19 violations. We've already entered into 11 plea agreements through May 6th for various different COVID-19 violations, and we had our first trial in which the defendant was found guilty of a COVID-19 violation. So we had the first trial go off successfully. We also are continuing to train our code enforcement and our lawyers on routine prosecution to improve public safety and welfare, specifically in the area of noise complaints and pedestrian safety, which is a high topic and a conversation that is in constant discussion with this council. We are also working with the Performance Office and updating our process for citizen complaints through a Lean Six Sigma process. This process will eventually allow the public to submit their complaints electronically, which will streamline the process and decrease the amount of time the cases are screened prior to being filed with municipal court. And then on the right-hand side of the screen, you will see that in fiscal year 20, the prosecutors reached a 96% success rate in screening and reviewing their cases within 10 working days. That is a substantial increase from the year before, which it had only been 75% of the time. You will notice also that you see a decrease in the number of cases that we are screening since 2018. That is an 83% decrease in those numbers, which came as a result of another Lean Six Sigma project, which we participated in with municipal court, our police department, and our code enforcement sections. We learned that too many times these complaints were being sent to our office for review and approval before filing them in court, and we recognized that through the additional training by the prosecutors of code and law enforcement officers, those complaints could be filed directly with municipal court, thereby bypassing the pre-screening process of the city attorney's office, which was simply delaying the amount or increasing the number of days that a complaint went without being filed in municipal court. That is a significant amount of, results in a significant amount of time that is afforded to our prosecutors to spend more time focusing on prosecuting cases that are set for trial as opposed to pre-screening these cases. Next slide. On the open records, this is an area that we have seen as a result of the pandemic. We saw a change in the manner in which we were required to release records, and because the majority of our office and the rest of the organization was working on a skeleton crew, the business day counting was different. However, we did see an increase of 22% more open records requests filed than the previous year. And in March of 2021, excuse me, that's a typo, we broke 10,000 total open records requests for the year. We continue to produce a very high number of requests. The reason that we're able to answer so many of them on such a fast and quick turnaround is the training that our office provides organization-wide to the different personnel that have these records available to them to produce them and release them on a consistent and more streamlined basis. And then we also recently implemented an agreed redaction system, which allows us to reduce documents in a shorter period of time. So next slide. Here are the yearly totals for the last 3 years. As you can see, the 22% increase there on the far right, the green bar. We broke 10,000 this year alone. And then if you go to the next slide, you'll see this one is a side-by-side comparison from May to April for the last 3 years in 2019, 2020, and 2021. And the green bar, you can see the spike in the requests for open records grew exponentially. And our three most often received requests are for police department records, they're for planning and inspections, and for fire department records. Next slide. Under the Texas Public Information Act, the city attorney's office in this organization is allowed, can you go to the next slide? The city attorney's office is allowed to request attorney general determinations for the release of records, and we have consistently done that for many, many years. We do that in order to obtain or withhold certain information, but you will notice that in the last year, starting in May, we saw a dramatic decrease. I'm sorry, go to the previous slide. I think you were trying to show what I was about to say. We saw a dramatic decrease in the number of determinations. So the green bar that starts to disappear, it starts in May with a 20. And then as you go through the bottom, it goes down to like the smallest 2 in February of this year. We have been able to keep down the requests for attorney general determinations significantly over the last year. And that has been done through a continual training of our employees at the 3 most requested departments, but also we have a prior determination that we had historically not been relying on for police department records. And as a result of us realizing that we had that prior determination many years ago, we began relying on it and not having to request determinations from the Attorney General's office. So move to the next slide. So there is the 90% decrease from 2020 to 2021. Now, you may say, well, why does it matter? You're not writing to the Attorney General's office. That dramatic decrease is a direct tie-in to the transparency and sound governance goals that this council has established. Traditionally, the Attorney General's office has 45 days to respond to a request for determination. That means that when we send a request for a determination, a requester is having to wait approximately 2 months, about 60 days before they receive any records. Now, since we are only writing to the Attorney General's office when we absolutely know that certain documents cannot be disclosed, we are allowing the public to receive the documents on a much faster turnaround basis. So that is also a huge amount of resources and time, money, and effort that is not being dedicated to having to write to the Attorney General's office, which traditionally takes an amount of time for a lawyer to draft that kind of letter because it's a legal argument that is presented to the AG's office, and we've now dedicated those lawyers' times to other work. So we continue to increase the work that we produce out of the City Attorney's office. And then go to the next slide. And this is our measured impact. As I just stated, we continue to see an increase. We don't anticipate open records to decrease. I think this is going to be the norm, and we will continue to receive more and more records every year. And what we are anticipating is needing to increase the type and the level of training that we provide to our key personnel to recognize when an open record comes in and what to do with it. That'll also multiply efforts out of the City Attorney's office throughout the various departments so that we can release records on a faster turnaround time. And then the next slide. These are my last 2 slides. As I mentioned to you earlier, one of the key areas for our office in delivering excellent legal services is developing our workforce. Back in 2018, when we conducted an internal survey of this office, and the employees in this organization asked that they wanted to see an increase in the amount of training and workforce development that was afforded to them. And in the last 2 years, you will notice that we have seen an increase in the type of training that we've afforded our lawyers and our support staff. It's specifically because, unfortunately, because of the pandemic, many of these seminars and training opportunities went to a virtual setting, which our costs dramatically decreased because we don't have to travel or pay for hotels, but it gave our lawyers and our support staff the opportunity to attend 60 continuing legal education courses. So a lot of them were able to attend 2 or 3 various different types of training, where previously we had only been able to attend 25. At this point, we are at 23. We anticipate that we will be able to reach that amount as well. And then a second area that our employees wanted to see an improvement in for our office was succession planning and opportunities for promotion. So as a result of that, we are now well on our way to creating a training curriculum for various areas in our office. The training will be holistic and comprehensive and not solely focused on training our lawyers, but also our support personnel like our paralegals, our open record coordinators, and other key personnel. Furthermore, I've also focused on revising the city attorney staffing table to right size the needs for this organization. Although this council has been very productive in increasing pay and giving us the opportunity to hire high caliber lawyers, we have noticed that per capita, our office is tiny in comparison to the amount of work and demand and the level of results that we produce. We believe that adding additional lawyers will likely have an impact on the amount of turnover that we have experienced in the last several years. And then, as David mentioned during the Gold Team 6 presentation, we are continuing to participate in the Baldrige training, in Lean Six Sigma projects. We have also, I myself have attended 2 different leadership training academies through the Texas Quality Foundation, as have several of our senior lawyers. They will continue to attend those. And we have hired additional expertise. As you can see, we've brought on several lawyers that have some substantial amount of experience in various different areas of the office, and we will continue to see that amount of paying off in the amount of cases that we will continue to handle in-house, as opposed to having to refer to outside counsel. And then finally, my last slide is the results that we have delivered to you all in terms of the savings and the monetary inefficiencies. But in the future, as I mentioned, we will be reviewing whether we will be retiring ProLaw and hiring and purchasing a different database to collect our information and store all our records. Also, as you can see, the ethics ordinance has been amended, and you will see the next iteration of what that training curriculum will look like. We will have a heavy emphasis on community safety ordinances. We know that there is a large concern in the community for safety in our entertainment districts and pedestrian fatalities. We are committed to working along with police department and municipal court and our code enforcement officers in addressing some of those changes that are needed through specific types of ordinances that will address and mitigate some of the types of thefts or crimes that are taking place in the community. And then we are going to continue to engage through the Strategic Partnership Officer, Elizabeth Triggs and I, in obtaining federal financing opportunities. This is an area that we know this administration has opened the doors for appropriations, and we are going to be front and center in terms of what that looks like for this council in terms of your legislative priorities. And then finally, our future collaboration with El Paso Electric and the other utilities continues to evolve and grow. We are now involved in monthly meetings with our cohorts in both utilities and seeing the renewable generation study be produced later this year, as well as the various the various state filings for regulatory for the filings that are required of El Paso Electric and the Texas Gas, always ensuring that we are watching our ratepayers' costs. And then finally, we have three items that will be coming up pretty quickly here that will require a substantial amount of legal work, which is the Redistricting Commission. We are expecting a special session of the legislature in September as a result of that, which will require additional legislative support from our lobbyist and our legislative lawyer. And then the charter amendments, which council has directed us to return with. And then finally, this council will be engaging in strategic planning later on this year, and we will be front and center as well, aligned with you all to produce excellent legal results for our community. That concludes my presentation. Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Ms. Neiman. We do have Representative Lasarga.
Wow, Carla, that was very impressive.
Thank you.
I learned early on, I'm sorry, there's an echo, that the law is a jealous mistress. It's well attest to. You were talking about your workforce development, and I know I've asked you this question before. So how many more additional lawyers do you need? Does your office need?
I'm requesting 5 additional lawyers. That'll get us at the bottom end of where we should be, but I think it's sustainable and something that is affordable to the taxpayers, and it's not overkill. So we're starting with 5. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Excellent job.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative Lasarga. And Ms. Neiman, thank you again for your presentation. With that, Ms. Prine.
Yes, Mayor, the next item is number 5, and this is a budget update. And Council, if you'll please make sure your cameras are on. We're not, Representative Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein had to leave the meeting, so it's important to have your cameras on so we can ensure a quorum since we're missing 2 council members. Thank you.
Afternoon, members of council. Robert Cortines. So this budget update, we're going to do a quick recap on the various topics we've talked about over the last several months leading up to where we are right now. We're going to do another recap on the FY 2022 to 24 outlook. We presented some of this information as part of our 5-year forecast. Just want to present that to you again and show you some of that information. Provide you an update on where we stand right now as far as the development for the fiscal year 2022 budget, which will begin on September 1st of this year. And then we're going to provide you some dates on upcoming public hearings and different council meetings. So looking at a recap of the budget updates, different topics we've presented on. We've done a lot of discussion on just about every topic related to the budget and to the finances over the last several months, really leading into the next couple of months of fine tuning and eventually with the budget being adopted in August. So going back and talking about cost drivers, you saw information related to really about public safety and primarily being driven by the public safety bond projects, also related to the staffing plan that we have for our police department, and then also with the collective bargaining, our contractual obligations with both our police and fire unions. We presented information related to the property tax reform bill, which was approved in the 2019 state legislative session, and the limitation on property tax revenue. Also talked about impact on telecommunications revenue, also during the 2019 state legislative session as well. We've presented information looking back on historical tax rate, budget challenges, and also taxable values. And so we have some of that discussion built into this presentation as well. Quarterly financial reports, again, our 5-year forecast, which we've presented on. And again, that's really important because that really, we talk a lot about our long-term focus and our financial sustainability planning. And that 5-year forecast, although once you get past year 3 and 4, it really becomes a little bit difficult because of a lot of the unknown assumptions built in. But it's a critical tool to make sure that we're looking at not only the current year, but also looking 2, 3, 4 years down the road. of anticipated costs that we know we're going to have built into the budget. We've done several presentations related to quality of life and the plan to phase in those services. We've talked about some of the strategies and our goal is to minimize the impact on the tax rate. And then finally, capital projects, which I have a little bit more information related to that in this presentation as well. So these are some of the areas we're going to talk about in reference to the FY 2022 budget development. Again, our goal is to minimize the impact on taxpayers by maintaining the same overall tax rate. We did this in the current budget year, so City Council adopted a tax rate which was the same as it was in FY 2020, while at the same time continue to make our priorities a priority. And so it's important for not only the council but the community to know that their tax dollars are going towards those things that are most important. So we're talking about public safety and streets. I'm going to show you some information here in a little bit that's going to give you a little bit more detail on what we have planned for being included in the budget, which again will start on September 1 of this year. In addition to looking at public safety and streets, also phasing in the restoration of some of the 2021 adjustments. And so by that, we're really referring to the PAYGO, the set-aside funding related to the residential street projects, our public safety capital. And so between those two items, that's $11 million of annual set-aside funding that we're looking to build back into the budget for next year. And then also the vacancies, the non-essential vacancies, which went unfunded this year. Again, looking to phase those in and prioritize which of those vacancies get funded. Again, looking at the quality of life services. So I've got a slide again that's going to show you where we stand right now with the 2022 budget. Again, phasing in our quality of life services. Continuing to invest in our workforce. So looking at compensation adjustments, no increase in the healthcare cost for our city employees, our civilian employees, and then also at the same time providing training and professional development opportunities. And you heard some of that in the presentation earlier today with the Goal 5 and Goal 6 presentation update. And then finally, continuing on the capital projects. So again, I'm going to talk a little bit about where we stand right now with some of our capital projects and what we have intended to bring forward here in the next several months. So when we talk about property taxes, one of the big things that I want to point out is we did receive that the presentation from the Central Appraisal District. We've received a preliminary assessed tax roll. We will receive monthly updates. And so we'll receive another update at the end of May, another one at the end of June. And then finally, we receive certified values at the end of July. So July 25th is when we'll receive that. So it's important that up until that point, the numbers that we're using in order to generate our property tax revenue estimates, they're based on estimates utilizing historical data. On July 29th, we'll come forward and present the information to the City Council, and at that time, the tax rate will actually be introduced through an ordinance. One of the other things that's really important as we're looking at property taxes and some of the factors is the exemptions. And so the item that Representative Fernandez put on the last council meeting, looking at our over 65 disabled exemption, which benefits over 52,000 homesteads that have either the over 65 or the disabled exemption, which is currently a $40,000 discount on the value of their home. So again, providing relief to our over 65 and disabled homes in the city of El Paso. And again, that's about 40% of our overall homesteads, about 52,000 that have one of those exemptions. And then again, also looking at Senate Bill 2, that was passed in 2019 legislative session, the Texas property tax reform, and ensuring that we were staying below that cap of the 3.5%. But again, with our goal to minimize the impact on the tax rate, we don't anticipate any issues with that. So we're looking at historical taxable assessed values. So I know there's been a lot of discussion about the increase on the residential side this year. Right now, with the preliminary information we received from Central Appraisal District, we're estimating a 4.3% overall increase in our taxable assessed values. If you look back historically, back to 2011, value growth has been pretty flat. So averaging around 1.4, 1.5% historically. You go back to right before the Great Recession, and that's really when we had Fort Bliss, which was expanding. We had the growth on the far east side of town, which was really pushing city limits. And you'll see the taxable value growth during that period, that 5-year time period, 8.6%, 6.7%, really strong growth during those years, much more than what we're seeing now. So as we look at the historical...
Robert, can you go to the previous slide? Just like to make one point, Council. During that same time from 05 to 09, the city was growing exponentially with the BRAC realignment. So your values were going up very quickly. And at the same time, the city was reducing the tax rate. During the same time period, and a little bit before that, you go back to the previous slide. During that same time period, and a little bit before that, the city was cutting services. So now, fast forward to 14 and until where we are today, you see that flat growth. And then we've just seen some growth with the 4%. We're anticipating 4.3. We had a 1.4 in 2020. That's in addition to the $1.4 billion in capital improvements that the majority of that has been approved by the public. Not only the 2012 package, but the 2019 public safety package. Council then laid on a couple of 17, I believe, and one more in COs for streets. And yes, there were some other ones for parks and libraries that were included in that as well. But what I'm trying to point out here is that from 05 to 09, they were reducing services and cutting taxes, but they were exponentially growing. And they didn't have a capital improvement campaign like we do now. And when you look at these dates from 14 to 22, they have a huge campaign of 1.4 billion total in that whole time period. And you have moderate growth, moderate value growth. Yes, in 19 you had 4%, and last year 4.0, and this year 4.3. But that doesn't even start to compare to a 12%, 11.9, 10.7, 9.7, 8.6, and the low of 06 and 6.7. And that's just something for you to think about and think through, that when we maintain the tax rate in this last year that we're in, and then next year we're working to do the same thing, we still have an onslaught of capital improvements that we have to pay for, that the public approved. And those capital improvements also have operating and maintenance costs associated with them. So it's a double-edged sword. So we have to also, with these savings that we're able to produce, reassign those savings, and not only on the debt part when we have savings on the debt side, we reassign those to capital improvements. Then on the operating side, when we tell you about the millions of dollars we have saved, it's paying for the millions of dollars of capital improvement that are causing operating and maintenance costs to go up. We just finished opening 3 community centers. We're going to open a 4th, and we're about to open 4 water parks. And so all of those have attributable O&M costs associated with it as well. So with these savings, again, we're reattributing or reallocating those dollars to go towards those new projects that people want to see open and that people want to start enjoying.
Thank you, sir. So this is the historical tax rate. And so if you see going back to 2003, all the way through FY 2010, you'll see that decrease there from 72 cents down to 63 cents. And so really, if you point out, or if I point out and you look at the blue portion of these bars, the blue portion is the general fund portion of the debt rate, the operating component of the overall rate. And you'll see that's where the actual impact happened. And so you'll see in FY 2003, 54 cents for the operating rate at that point in time. And you'll see that continuous decrease all the way down to 42 cents in fiscal year 2010. And that goes to exactly what the city manager was referencing right now. So lowering that tax rate at what expense, at what cost? And so we've shown historical information related to police staffing and the decrease. We've talked about the history of the neglect that we've had all across the board in all of the key areas. One of the biggest ones are those street projects. And so at this point in time, I mean, looking back historically, there was no set-aside funds, no annual funds for street projects. And that's only been done with this council over the last couple of years. And looking at our facilities, we have, 200 city facilities that are aging quite rapidly. We have, 50, 60-year-old facilities that need significant investments. We have not only police cars and fire trucks and ambulances that need to be replaced, but we have vehicles for all of our city departments, our planning and inspections department, our health inspectors. We have heavy equipment in our streets and maintenance department, which has a tremendous amount of need for pothole patchers, street sweepers, bucket trucks, a wide range of equipment that right now that's an area that we need to continue to work on. But as of right now, we don't have those set-aside funds. So over the last 6+ years, we've made tremendous progress. Looking back historically, though, I know this is something that we did a media roundtable this morning. We got asked this question by the media of looking at the rate. And, historically, when you look at what's happened, it's at what cost? What's going to be sacrificed if you choose to make that decision to lower the tax rate? So I've got a couple of slides here that are going to show really what we have planned, not only for the coming year, but then also again as we look down the road with some of the increased costs that are anticipated to come online. So that's property taxes. A little bit of discussion about sales taxes, and David Coronado touched on this a little bit this morning. So last summer, when we were developing the budget for our sales tax projection, it was a really, really difficult time due to a tremendous amount of uncertainty related to the impact of COVID. Again, nobody knew the length of time. We anticipated about a 3-year time frame that we were going to be dealing with. The financial hardship, a lot of unemployment because of the shutdown, the stay-at-home orders, the decrease in the bridge traffic. And then one of the other really, really big challenges is that lag of information from the state when we get our sales tax information. And so there's a several-month lag of that allocation from the state. And so when we go back to last year, and we're looking at, for example, we're looking at last year, March and April of last year, we saw decreases in our sales tax. That April 2020 collection amount, that negative 13.6%, we did not actually receive that amount until the middle of June. So that delay really causes a lot of issues, especially when you're dealing with a pandemic that hasn't been seen in 100 years, and you're trying to forecast out 18 months down the line of expecting what's going to happen. So the reason why I say that is because our sales tax has actually performed really nicely. Again, prior to COVID, when we look at September through February of last year, we were at 10% above where we were in the prior year for that first 6 months time period. 10% increase. Our sales tax was performing extremely well. And then unfortunately COVID hit in March, and we saw the decreases in March and April, and we wanted to make sure that we adjusted the budget appropriately. Again, we wanted to make sure that we were being, very thorough in the analysis, ensuring that we're doing everything we can to put together a very solid revenue estimate in order to protect our services and not cause those major budget reductions that the city had gone through going back over 10 years ago. So looking at our sales tax and how it's performed, you look at the current year, starting in September of 2020, we see that 8.4%. We saw some flattening out in October, November, December. Again, some of that's due to the increase in cases that we saw here in El Paso. Again, we had another shutdown of our economy. But then you'll see in January and February, we've bounced back really nicely. And so again, just pointing out that February is the last amount that we received from the state, and you see we're already in the middle of May, and the last data point that we have to work with is based on February's numbers. And so it creates a little bit of an issue, but again, we have historical data that we utilize, but it is a little bit of a challenge now, especially because of the uncertainty related to COVID and the impact. And so some of the reasons why I bring that up, and I talk about how well the city's performed, this is a comparison, the top 6 Texas cities. And you'll see El Paso over the first 6 months, so that's September to February, 3.38% compared to the same time last year. You'll see Fort Worth is the only other city that has a positive growth during that 6-month time period. And you'll see San Antonio, Austin, Dallas, and Houston are still seeing declines in their sales tax revenue compared to the prior year. So it's this sales tax growth that we're seeing that's what's going to help that goal of maintaining the overall tax rate. That's going to help be able to fund the police, fire, the streets, all of the things we've been talking about, and that I'm going to present here in just a second. It's those costs that we have that are really going to benefit from this growth in the sales tax, and then at the same time holding the line on the goal to hold the line on that tax rate. So back in February, and this is what we've been working off of, we presented what the FY 2022 budget is going to look like. So we presented several scenarios. One of the scenarios we presented was going back to 100% fully funding everything. So reinstating all of the set-aside funding for the public safety capital, for our street projects, for the sports complexes, funding all of our vacant positions that were unfunded, all of the different adjustments that we took in order to hold the line on the tax rate in the current year. And when we show this, you see the $21.8 million deficit. And so it's not financially feasible to go back to 100%. And then when you look out in outer years, those costs just continue to grow at a much larger rate than the revenues do. And so what we presented in February, well, this is one example. And then again, these costs are based on anticipated cost increases that we know of. So for example, the collective bargaining, the staffing for our police and fire departments in line with the public safety bond projects that we have that are going to be coming online here in the next few years. We still have some quality of life operating costs from those 2012 parks, libraries, and zoo projects and the museum projects that we have that are going to come online in the next couple of years. This builds in also our taking care of our workforce through compensation cost. And so you'll see again, going back to this 100%, that gap continues to widen as you go throughout each of the next 5 fiscal years. And so what we presented as a strategy to be able to maintain the overall same tax rate while again providing these services and reinstating some of the things that were deferred in the current year, utilizing a phased-in approach. So whether it be phasing in quality of life services, prioritizing and phasing in the PAYGO funding for our residential streets and for our public safety capital, phasing in the filling of our vacant positions that were unfunded in the current year. You heard a little bit of that from Carla. You heard some of that earlier in the Goal 5 and 6 presentation. And so with doing this phased-in approach, you'll see, again, this is back from February, this presentation that we did, and we had about a $5.8 million gap at that point in time. And again, this is prior to us making any adjustments. We have the budget balanced as of right now, and I'm going to show you that here in a second. But it's important to point out.
Robert, before you keep going, I just want to overlay something onto the discussion. Don't forget your point about what you were about to say. You said it was important to point out. Don't forget that point. But I wanted to earmark something here. Let's put a dog ear into this page and just remind the council that their recommendations were based on the health pandemic. And then we looked also at the financial health of the organization and of the community. So I want to remind the council, remind the public that when we forecasted this and put this together, we were taking into account the fact that we didn't know when we would get to herd immunity. And even to this day, we're not at herd immunity. So we don't want to rush into opening up 100% of the services. And then when we're helping our community with their overall financial health as well, not just their personal well-being, but their financial health, felt like this was a more responsible way of coming back by not coming back at 100%.
So the only point I was going to make was that we spent a lot of time in these budget updates talking about really focusing on the long term, not just taking a one-year approach, but making sure that we're looking and we're sharing the information on future costs. And so this is really the point of this, is to continue to remind the council and the community of what we have that we already know of built in for the next 5+ years. And so whether it's on the operating side or on the capital project side, on the debt side, which I'm going to show you, it's important that we keep this information front and center, because this is really what's driving the strategies and the recommendation as to how we're developing the FY 2022 budget. And so again, I've talked about this, but again, the goal is to minimize the impact on our taxpayers by maintaining the same rate. Again, really focusing on those priorities: public safety, streets, quality of life, and our workforce. And at the same time, continuing on the capital project rollout with the public safety bond projects that we have. So this is a slide that shows the breakdown of the general fund revenue. And so what we have in the middle of the screen there is the preliminary FY 2022 budget. And again, so I referenced just a second ago showing you those slides, that 5-year forecast, which was done and presented in February, but was really done going back to November and December is when that document, when that presentation was really compiled, those numbers. And you'll see right now our fiscal year 2022 preliminary budget at $475.6 million. And when you compare that to what we were estimating, 474.1, again, going back almost 6-7 months, pretty much right in line with what we're expecting on the revenue side. And so really no surprise there. And again, this has been really helpful for everybody. I believe this has been really helpful for all the members of council to be able to have eyes on what we're looking at, not only the revenue side, but on the expenditure side and the strategy and the thinking behind the development of the budget. The one big driver here, again, is the sales tax. And so I talked a little bit about that and the real benefit that we're seeing because of that sales tax growth. That $23.4 million increase next year is really what's helping be able to fund, again, what's going to drive the budget on the cost side is in relation to the public safety, the streets, bringing back the quality of life, and then again, taking care of our workforce. So overall, $33.6 million increase right now is what we have. These are preliminary figures. Again, we have a couple of adjustments we're still working on. We had all of our departmental budget meetings with the city manager last week. So we went through every city department looked at their budgets. We have a couple of adjustments we need to go back and make because we're still a little bit off on being able to hold the line on that overall tax rate. So we're still making some minor tweaks to the budget, again, in order to stay within that current operating budget and that tax rate. On the expenditure side, again, this shows you what the FY 2020 budget was, the FY 2021, which is our current year budget, and the FY 2022 budget, which starts on September 1st of 2021. And so, again, no surprise here when you look at public safety, the 21 budget to the 22 budget, $14 million increase. You look at quality of life, this is an important one because this is building back in, again, that phased in approach. So not getting all the way back to pre-COVID numbers, but again, $9.5 million increase in our quality of life. So our parks, museum, zoo, and our libraries. $9.5 million of additional funding, about a 22% increase overall. And then the infrastructure, the $7.75 million increase there. Again, the restoration of the PAYGO funding for the residential street projects. The ADA on-demand request funding, which is something that was deferred in FY 2021 because we had access to some additional funds that hadn't been spent yet. But those are things that are really what's driving the infrastructure increase of $7.7 million or 18%. So again, overall right now, the budget as we've developed it so far is balanced at $475.6 million. So a couple of more points about what's included in the budget for next year. Again, we have our collective bargaining impacts, which outline the pay raises for both our police and fire uniform positions. And so again, they have step increases, which are automatic. And then they also have their cost of living pay increases in addition to their incentives that they receive for the various teams and various education incentives they receive. We have right now 2 police academies built in. And again, this is going to get us back on track to continue to build the size of the police force. You all may remember that we did only do with 1 police academy in the current year. But with the public safety bond projects moving along pretty quickly here, we need to continue to invest in our police force and add to the size. And so we have 2 police academies built in for next year. On the fire side, we have 3 fire academies built in. And this is not to grow the size of the fire department. This is to get them back up to their normal staffing level. They've experienced some attrition in the current year because of COVID. And so also due to COVID, they've not been able to have an academy just because of the inability to bring that many people together within the confines of their current training academy that they have. And so we have 3 fire academies built in for next year. On top of that, we also have additional staffing, so 7 additional staffing for 911 communications. We have $1.2 million of new costs built in for the crisis intervention team. And then we have restoration of the public safety capital placement. They'll set aside funds so that we're able to utilize cash and not have to go out and finance the replacement of the public safety capital. Some of the other key points, again, restoring the residential street project funding, which was deferred. That's the set aside funds that we have built into the budget. Unfortunately, again, that was deferred for the current year. Something that the council approved. We know streets is always the #1 priority, whether it's through the citizen survey, the chime-in budget survey, or the community meetings that I know I attend. I know streets is always the #1 thing that comes up. So we have that restored in the budget for next year. The ED on demand that I mentioned. Continuing to do the neighborhood traffic management plan, which is very important to the council. You all took action at the end of last budget year to add funding back in for that. Quality of life services, again, continue to be phased in. So for our parks, museum, libraries, and zoo, $9.5 million increase overall in those 4 departments. Also with that, continue to build in the new quality of life project. So City Manager just referenced, for example, those 3 new centers that just opened here recently. And now we have the operating costs associated with those projects. And then the last 2 there, again, continue with the sports complex, that maintenance to maintain those facilities at a higher level, and then also bringing back Winterfest. Some of the other key points, again, for our workforce, again, no healthcare cost increase. So this would be the 2nd year for everybody. This would be the 3rd year for those within the consumer-driven healthcare plan. We have compensation adjustments built in, which will be presenting more information related to this in the future. But right now, the way we have it built in is a minimum of 1.5% pay increase. Continue to invest through the Shape It Up Wellness program that we have, which provides an opportunity to get up to $1,800 annually. And then continuing the health savings account, which is $500 or $1,000 annually for those within the consumer-driven healthcare plan to help offset their healthcare cost. And then the last point there, one of the big things, again, I've talked about this a lot over the last year plus, is the unfunding of those vacant positions. Again, I showed you that phased in approach, and so that's the same strategy with our vacant positions. We've phased in, not funded every vacant position, but have really worked closely with the departments and have them prioritize which of those vacant positions they feel were important to be funded. And so that's the strategy we've taken to do that for the upcoming fiscal year. So as we move into the capital project discussion, really, really great news. You all remember April 13th, you all approved the ordinances to move forward with the refunding of the CO and GO bonds. Fantastic news. Last week, we went out and priced the bonds. We actually went out to market and we received absolutely phenomenal deal for the city. We anticipated going in, we were again wanted to be conservative, a little bit of market fluctuation. We showed the council, I told you all we were estimating a 2.8% interest rate. Actually, on the refunding, it came in at 2.11. Absolutely phenomenal. That 2.11% compared to the historical 4% interest rate that we've received over the last several years equates to savings of almost $33 million over the life of these bonds. Getting that interest rate is just phenomenal. The actual refunding, though, the present value savings was 11.8%. Again, the debt management policy and the parameters you all approved, we have to meet at least the 3%. So we far exceeded that, almost quadrupled that. And then on the gross savings, just related to the COs and GOs, we had estimated $6 million of savings. Actually came in at $11.4 million of savings. So again, it was just really, really great news last week to go out and get this amount of savings for the city. To be able to utilize this savings now, and the strategy again that we've talked about is to be able to use the savings to be able to continue to do the capital projects that were deferred for most of this year. And so I've got a slide here on what we're going to be recommending going forward. We do have the pricing for the ballpark bonds, the refunding that we're doing. We're doing that one tomorrow. I met this morning with our financial advisor, our underwriter team, and as of right now, that deal is looking really, really good as well. We had shown you all we were estimating to save about $6.9 million. We're going to far exceed that as well. And so right now, the estimate that we're looking at is over a $9 million savings on the ballpark bonds. And so, again, the timing, the strategy, really working closely with city manager, continue to push us to make sure we're analyzing, taking advantage of these opportunities. The timing was spot on. And so again, this is something we've been working on for the last several months. I've mentioned this going all the way back to last August when we talked about the deferring of the capital projects for the current fiscal year, and that we would continue to analyze the existing debt to identify an opportunity for us to go out and put some financial package together to be able to generate savings so that we could move forward with these capital projects and not have to defer them much longer, because as you know, as you continue to defer these projects, and you've heard this from Sam multiple times, is that the cost of those projects with the cost of inflation, and especially with right now with what we're seeing of construction costs continue to increase. And it's important that we get these projects moving, especially with the public safety piece. So again, this is a reminder of what we have in the capital project pipeline. We do have about $586 million left from the various capital plans to be issued. The largest piece there, again, the public safety bond package approved by the voters in November of 2019. We have just under $330 million remaining out of that total of $413 million in debt to be issued over the next 6 to 7 years. And again, that $586 million will not all be issued in 1 year. We really structured the timing and the size of that amount based over multiple years. And so some of these, again, the public safety is over about a 6-year time period. And that's done to, one, just based on the timing of the projects, but then two, also based on minimizing the impact on the debt rate and what we can afford to do, especially with everything going on with COVID and us holding the line on trying to maintain the overall tax rate as we move into the FY 2022 budget. And so some of the discussion that we've had over the last couple of months, again, interest rates are still really, really low right now compared to historical rates. And so it's a really good opportunity right now to be out in the market, being able to move forward with this funding that we just went out to market last week, get these projects back on track. We will be bringing forward the Series 2022. And so I'm already working with Sam Rodriguez to identify which of those projects and how much from each of the different capital improvement plans. We'll be looking forward to receive council's approval. We're planning to bring that forward as part of the budget process. So you'll be seeing those ordinances either in July or August. And so in there, and that again will provide us the opportunity to continue to lower the cost of these projects, take advantage of low interest rates, and really continue to move forward on getting these projects done in a timely fashion. But again, also that last bullet point is very important to ensure that we're only issuing the amount that we can based on our property value growth, considering we're looking to maintain the overall same property tax rate for the fiscal year 2022 budget. And so again, just a reminder on the timeline of the Public Safety Bond rollout of what we're anticipating. And these numbers may change slightly, again, just depending upon working very closely with Sam Rodriguez, Capital Improvement Department, their project managers. But this is the expected plan. This is taking into account what the next 3+ years are going to look like as we move forward with these capital projects and issuing not only the public safety, but the remaining amount from the 2017, 2018, 2019, and 2020 capital improvement plans. So a lot of those street projects, some other projects included within those plans. So as we look to the future and what the overall debt rate is going to look like, we'll see in FY 2022, you'll see an increase of about 0.6 cents. So going from 28.3 to 28.9 cents. And so I say that because with the FY 2022 tax rate I've been talking about, and you've heard City Manager talk about, maintaining the same overall tax rate. And so what that means is if your debt rate is going up by 0.6 cents, that means your operating rate is coming down by 0.6 cents to maintain that overall same property tax rate. And so fortunately, again, with the value increase on the property values, the performance of the sales tax, that's really helping us be able to build these costs in and at the same time be able to take off some of the impact from the capital project side. And then as we look to 2023, again, about another 0.5 cent increase on the debt side. And then as we look to 2024 with some of these larger issuances related to the public safety bond, you'll see that we have right now planned about a 1 penny increase on the overall debt rate. And so there's a lot of assumptions built into these numbers, again, looking at future value growth, estimating future interest rates, again, the size of the issuances in the future, and again, staying well below that 40 cents on the overall debt rate as per our debt management policy. And so right now we're well below about 11 cents, well below that maximum rate that's allowed. And so with that, my final slide is on the budget calendar. So as I mentioned earlier, we'll receive the updated preliminary tax roll from the appraisal district later this month. That'll really help us get a better idea where we stand as far as the values and the protests and the appeals and the impact that may have. We have, again, following up on the discussion from the last council meeting about looking at the exemption for our over 65 and disabled. We'll have that discussion in June. July 25th, again, we'll get the certified tax roll. We will bring that information back at a special council meeting on July 29th to actually do the introduction of the tax rate and also do the presentation on the tax roll. And then we have the public hearing on August 10th. And then on August 24th, City Council will adopt the budget and the tax rate. So with that, Council, I'll be happy to answer any questions you all may have.
Well, Mr. Cortines, thank you for your presentation and congratulations on the refinance rate. I know you said how incredible that was, but it's a great rate, 2.11, and congratulations to you and your team on that. And also, I know last time I was in office, it was really important that we stayed at 30 cents on the tax rate, and I know it got increased, but it's excellent to see that you're 11 cents below, and it looks like you may stay right at the 30 cents, which is actually another great job. So I thank you for that. And with that, I have Representative Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. I also agree. I mean, really, really great news. And the last time we were talking about certificate obligations, you all told us this is a really great market, and so that came to fruition. So really excited about that. I'm even, and I said this the last time, and I'll say it again. I think we need to be more aggressive with some of these CIP projects, specifically like your signature projects. There's really an opportunity so that we can get the ball rolling. The downtown projects, some of our larger ones, take advantage of the interest rates. I think that we need to bring that back to the table during this budget cycle, or even sooner if possible. But I support that, and I think we need to start looking at those models. That's just my opinion. I'd love to hear from my colleagues. You mentioned the over 65 persons with disability exemption. Those discussions will be happening in June. I want to just make sure that there's no deadlines that will be missed. Is that in June or in July?
July 1st. So as long as we get it done by the end of June, we're good on that. So the state code, tax code, it's July 1st is the deadline that needs to be in place.
Okay. And then I saw that 3 academies for fire would be there. Have we always had 3 academies? It seems a little higher. What is the reason for that?
It varies from year to year. I don't know if Chief D'Agostino's on the line. He can speak to if he wants to expand upon it, but it's really to get them back to their normal staffing level. So they've seen some attrition they haven't been able to replace based on the retirements that they've had. So, Chief, I'll let you take it away.
Yes, so we had to shut down our academies last year because of the COVID-19. Our academy just couldn't handle the sizes. So we only had a class of 7 graduate. So that's really put us down in attrition. So our numbers are really low right now. So the reason we're going with 3 academies instead of 2 larger academies is just so we can get them to smaller class sizes, more manageable. We'll overlap them. So we started one class actually this morning. The next one will start about 4 months into it, and they'll overlap like that. This way you get one, it'll graduate. About 3 months later, we'll graduate the next one. This will get us to those numbers like Robert was talking about, where we're just back at where we're supposed to be.
Got it. Okay, thank you for that. All really great news. One thing I want to put on the radar is the NIP program. As we're going into our last round, I do really want to hope that we can find a way to fund it in the upcoming year. And then any savings that we're going to see as a result of the refinancing, would like to see like how we can redivert some of those savings in the immediate next fiscal years, maybe 2 or 3 years, and how we can redivert that to more capital projects or looking at that debt service rate so that we can have a little bit more wiggle room. I think it's imperative for our recovery and our when I was looking at those mottos, I'm sorry, someone's got a hot mic. Looking at those mottos, what I remember from the early 2000s to now is that there was a strong push for downtown revitalization, and really these wonderful efforts. Moving into the next 2-3 years, we really need to start thinking about, well, what would be the government intervention for that recovery, whether that's looking at the incentive agreements, capital projects with construction jobs, or other workforce programs, whatever it may be. There's a growing concern about the workforce today. There's a lot of jobs posted. If you go to any restaurant, any retail location, you will see now hiring. A lot of that's attributed to the federal policy. I get that. But now today, businesses are struggling. And so we really need to think about what that recovery is going to look like and make sure we play into that intervention. But anyways, really great news, Robert. Good job. Well done. I'm very excited about and pleased to share this with my constituents about the savings. But I know they'll ask the question, but what about our economy? We need to really focus on that. Thanks, Robert.
And when we get the ballpark numbers, we'll send out an update to the council and let you know. I'm really excited about that one. Again, that one, because it's primarily backed by the hotel occupancy tax, the 2%. It's a little bit of a different deal because it's not backed by property taxes, but we're expecting, again, really good savings on that deal as well. And so, again, really good news all around. Just the timing of these projects couldn't have been done any better.
Right.
Thank you for that. And thank you, Representative Hernandez. And that we have Representative Lizarga.
Thank you, Mayor Leeser. Robert, great job. Thank you so much for all your hard work, to you and all your team. For the benefit of the public, can you tell me on these exemptions, if somebody qualifies this year for the exemption, they're 65 years old, what do they have to do? Can you explain the steps they need to go through?
Sure. They can go to the El Paso Central Appraisal District website. They have the forms on there. They can fill out the forms, submit them electronically, or submit them in person. They'll process that, and it's the appraisal district's the one that actually processes those exemptions. They'll make sure they qualify, and then they'll get that reflected on their tax bill going forward. And so visit the Central Appraisal District, and again, they've got the forms online.
Thank you, Robert.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And thank you for that, and I appreciate the presentation. I know that the rates are very favorable right now, and we can look at a lot of things on doing, but we also have a state tax percentage that we can increase. So I know that you and Mr. Gonzalez have talked a lot about that and make sure that we stay within the guidelines that the state has mandated to not only El Paso but all the cities. So with that, I thank you. And Representative Rivera. Good afternoon,
Thank
sir.
you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. I just want to echo what Representative Hernandez and Representative Sarga have just stated. I know, Mr. Cortinas, you have been working so hard and on this year round. You've kept us posted as much as I guess you're blue in the face, but you kept going, and you and Mr. Gonzalez have done an excellent job. I thank you. I thank you for the presentation. Very, very well needed information. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Representative Rivera. And with that, Mr. Cortinas, thank you for the presentation, and again, thank you for the great news. And with that, do we have a motion for executive session?
Motion. So move, sir.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to return to executive session. All in favor?
Yeah.
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the City Council of the City of El Paso may retire into executive session pursuant to Section 3.5A of the El Paso City Charter and the Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, Subchapter D, to discuss any of the following. Executive Session Item 1, Anna McKillany and Adrian Medina versus City of El Paso et al., cause number 2016 DCV 2911, matter number 16-1026-7712, under 551.071. Executive Session Item 2, Application of Texas Gas Service, a Division 1 Gas Inc., West Texas Service Area for an Interim Rate Adjustment GRIP - Gas Reliability Infrastructure Program, Railroad Commission of Texas, matter number 21-1008-169, under 551.071. Executive Session Item 3, Contested Case Hearing on El Paso Electric Company's Proposed Amendment of Air Quality Permits 1467 PSD TX 1090M1 and 284 and GHGPSD TX 199, State Office of Administrative Hearings, Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, matter number 19-1008-134 under 551.071. Executive Session Item 4, Petition of El Paso Electric Company to revise its fixed fuel factor, Public Utility Commission of Texas, matter number 21-1008-171, docket number 52026 under 551.071. And Executive Session Item 5, application of El Paso Electric Company for approval to revise its energy efficiency cost recovery factor and to request to establish revised cost caps, Public Utility Commission of Texas, matter number 21-1008-172, docket number 52081, under 551.071. These matters are taken into executive session under 551.071, consultation with attorney. It is 2:28 p.m. Council, I'll call you in shortly.
Thank you, Ms. Prine.
Yes, Mayor, we're waiting for a couple of more council members to join.
Thank you very much.
We just need Representative Anello.
Laura, I'm here. Can you not see me?
Yes, okay, I see you now. Council, may we have a motion to come out of executive session?
Move to reconvene.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to come out of executive session. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the work session is back in session at 4:28 p.m. Alternate Mayor Pro Tem Lizarraga, we're on EX1.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Prine. Motion, May 10th, 2021. Motion made, seconded, and carried that the city attorney be authorized settlement authority to negotiate a settlement at the mediation and resolve the case entitled Anna McIlhenny, and Adrian Medina versus the City of El Paso, Texas, cause number 2016D CV 2911. In addition to negotiating a settlement agreement, the city attorney is authorized to sign all necessary documents to effectuate this authority under matter number 16-1026-7712, adopted this 10th day of May 2021.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve the motion on EX1 to authorize settlement authority as read into the record by Mayor Pro Tem Lizarraga. On that motion, Representative Anello.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Molinar.
Aye.
Salcido.
Aye.
Rivera.
Aye.
Lizarraga.
Aye.
And the motion passes unanimously. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein not present. EX2.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Prime. Motion, May 10, 2021. 1. Motion made, seconded, and carried that the rate adjustment identified in the interim rate adjustment filed by Texas Gas Service Company, a division of One Gas Incorporated, on March 12, 2021, be and is hereby suspended for 45 days after the effective date specified in the filing. 2, that Texas Gas Service Company is hereby ordered to file with the city clerk and office of the city attorney on or before May 20, 2021, complete working papers supporting all of its claimed costs of the investment in service for gas utility services as needed by the city attorneys and consultants to conduct its analysis and make recommendations to the council, including change in return on net investment, change in depreciation expense, change in ad valorem tax, and change in federal income taxes to support the company's request for an interim rate increase. 3, that the city manager shall so notify Texas Gas Service Company of the suspension and the order to submit working papers by having a copy of this resolution delivered or mailed to Texas Gas Service Company. 4, that the city attorney is authorized to engage outside counsel to represent the city on this matter, and that the city manager be authorized to engage consultants to evaluate the filing, approved this 10th day of May 2021.
Second.
There is a motion and a second to approve the 4 items on the motion read into the record by Mayor Pro Tem Lizarraga. On that motion, Representative Anello.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Molinar.
Aye.
Salcido. Rivera,
Aye.
Lizarraga.
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzmeyer not present. EX3,
Thank you, Ms. Prime. May 10, 2021. EX3, contested case hearing on El Paso Electric Company's proposed amendment of air quality permits, PSD TX 1090 M1, N284, and GHG PSD TX 199. State Office of Administrative Hearings, Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, matter number 19-1008-134, section 551.071. Whereas on November 22, 2019, the El Paso Electric Company filed an application with the Public Utility Commission of Texas to amend its Certificate of Convenience and Necessity under Chapter 37 of the Public Utility Regulatory Act to build, own, and operate an approximately 228 megawatt natural gas-fired generating unit, Newman Unit 6, to be constructed at EPE's existing Newman Power Station, located in the city of El Paso. And whereas the city of El Paso was granted intervenor status and on May 5th, 2020, filed direct testimony in opposition of the application, citing EPE's failure to account for the economic impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic or the impacts of recently enacted legislation in New Mexico that requires EPE eliminate 100% of carbon emissions from generating resources by 2045 in its evaluation of the need for Newman's Unit 6. And whereas on October 16, 2020, the PUC issued an order adopting the proposal for decision, including the finding that EPE met its burden of proof to show that the certification of Newman Unit 6 is necessary for the service, accommodation, convenience, or safety of the public within the meaning of PURA Section 37.056A. And whereas the PUC subsequently amended EPE's Certificate of Convenience and Necessity to include the construction, ownership, and operation of Newman Unit 6, and whereas the United States Environmental Protection Agency and Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, the TCEQ, have regulatory authority over the air quality permit application process for Newman Unit 6, pursuant to the Federal Clean Air Act. And whereas the addition of Newman Unit 6 to the existing generating station requires amendment or modification to existing permits, and whereas on November 16, 2019, EPE submitted its application to the TCEQ for the amendment, modification, and issuance of certain air quality permits, which would authorize the construction and operation of Newman Unit 6 at the Newman Power Station. And whereas the executive director of the TCEQ has determined that the emissions of air contaminants from the existing facility will not violate any state or federal air quality regulations and will not have any significant adverse impact on soils, vegetation, or visibility. And whereas the TCEQ has determined that the applicant, EPE, has demonstrated that the benefits of the existing facility significantly outweigh the environmental and social cost imposed as a result of its location, construction, or modification. And whereas the applicant, EPE, has certified that all major stationary sources owned or operated by the applicant in the state are in compliance or on a schedule for compliance with all applicable state and federal emission limitations and standards. And whereas the executive director has made the preliminary determination to issue the permit and has prepared a draft permit, which, if approved, would establish the conditions under which the facility must operate. Whereas the notice of application and preliminary decision was published on September 1, 2020, and whereas the permit was contested during the public comment period and a contested case hearing to be conducted by the State Office of Administrative Hearings, SOAH, is scheduled for June 3rd, 2021 to determine whether portions of EPE's application comply with all applicable statutory and regulatory requirements. And whereas EPE plans to retire or to replace in a standby emergency reserve role a combined 196 megawatt of capacity with Newman Units 1 and 2, which entered service in 1960 and 1963 respectively, and Rio Grande Unit 7, which entered service in 1958. And whereas Newman Unit 6 will replace Newman Units 1 and 2 and Rio Grande Unit 7 in a primary power generation role, where resulting in a net increase of natural gas fired generation of approximately 32 megawatt, and whereas Newman Unit 6 will outperform the 3 existing units scheduled to be retired with respect to certain environmental criteria, including a 25% reduction in carbon emissions by 2025, and whereas the operation of Newman Unit 6 in a primary power generation role is expected to result in a net reduction of 600 million gallons of water consumed per year at the facility. And whereas Newman Unit 6 was not selected as a standalone solution to meet EPE's need for additional capacity in accordance with the results of its 2017 and 2019 annual planning processes, but was instead selected as part of an integrated resource plan that includes a solar power purchase agreement and a solar plus storage power purchase agreement, which will result in the addition of 200 megawatt solar and 50 megawatt of battery storage. Whereas the City of El Paso recognizes that the construction and operation of Newman Unit 6 has been approved by the PUC, and whereas the City of El Paso finds that the qualification required for the construction and operation of Newman Unit 6, as drafted by the Executive Director of the TCEQ, is likely to be approved given the Executive Director's preliminary decision, and whereas the City of El Paso will continue to monitor EPE filings at the TCEQ on this permit and future applications to ensure that EPE operations remain in compliance with state and federal regulations in order to protect the health and safety of the community. And whereas the City of El Paso also recognizes that the PUC has not made a determination regarding the prudence of EPE's construction of Newman Unit 6 or the degree to which EPE will be able to recover the costs of Newman Unit 6 in rates, and whereas any cost recovery related to the construction or operation of Newman Unit 6 may not occur until after the unit is operational and will require a future regulatory proceeding with the PUC, though through a rate case or other generation cost recovery rider. And whereas the City of El Paso may intervene at the time such recovery is filed, and whereas the City of El Paso will continue to monitor current and future filings with specific concerns as to the effects of the costs arising from these filings on ratepayers, the City Council of the City of El Paso is not taking action on this item.
Second.
There is a motion and a second, as read into the record by Mayor Pro Tem Lizarraga, to take no action on that motion. Representative Anello.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Molinar.
Aye.
Salcido.
Aye.
Rivera.
Yes.
Lizarraga.
Aye.
And the motion passes unanimously. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein not present. EX4.
Thank you, Ms. Prime. Motion May 10, 2021. Motion made, seconded, and carried that the city attorney is authorized to retain Norman Gordon as outside counsel and any other necessary consultants in consultation with the city manager to file an intervention in the application to revise its fixed fuel factor filed by El Paso Electric on April 14, 2021 under the PUC docket number 52026, approved this 10th day of May 2021.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve the action read into the record by Mayor Pro Tem Lizarraga to retain outside counsel and any other necessary consultants. On that motion, Representative Anello.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Molinar.
Aye.
Salcido.
Aye.
Rivera.
Yes.
Lizarraga.
Aye.
And the motion passes unanimously. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein not present. EX5.
Thank you, Ms. Prime. EX5, May 10, 2021. Motion made, seconded, and carried that the city attorney is authorized to retain Norman Gordon as outside counsel and any other necessary consultants in consultation with the city manager to file an intervention in the application to revise its energy efficiency cost recovery factor filed by El Paso Electric on May 1, 2021 under PUC Commission docket number 52081, approved this 10th day of May 2021.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve the action read into the record by Mayor Pro Tem Lizarraga to hire outside counsel. On that motion, Representative Anello.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Molinar.
Aye.
Salcido.
Aye.
Rivera.
Aye.
Lizarraga.
Aye.
And the motion passes unanimously. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein not present. That brings us to the end of the agenda.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to adjourn the work session. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? And the work session for Monday, May 10th, 2021 is adjourned at 4:47 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you all. Good night.
See y'all tomorrow.
Thank you. Good night.
Night.